Jags. 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 Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Roth. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358 or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Santa has a new sleigh this year. Requested by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags.
Testing, is it on? Yes. Yeah, I had two on though. I had the other one on too. Good morning. It is sunny. It is going to be a beautiful day, just like yesterday. And we are going to begin with finishing up the Thursday Fuel Tech 50K. We ended last night with round 6. We will begin this morning with round 7. We have 5 door cars and 5 dragsters left. So there we go. Okay, today, though, our event today is the Friday FTI 50K. As soon as we're done with the Fuel Tech 50K, then we will begin round one of the Friday FTI 50K. Now, in between the rounds on the Fuel Tech 50K, we will have new entry time runs. So thank you to Jegs for bringing Motor Media in and keeping us free to you, the viewer. Let me think. Congratulations to Mikey Bloomfield Jr. for his victory on the Kick Booty 15K warm up. He and McKenna had the final yesterday for Wednesday, and he was victorious. Yay. Okay. Looking forward to another great day of racing. I'll let you watch whatever is not going on the track. Let me see here. We'll get you a better picture than that. And we'll start soon.
Russ Elzy to the tower, please. Russ Elzy to the tower, please.
Welcome, racers and race fans. Welcome to Bradenton Motorsports Park on this beautiful sunny morning. We're going to kick things off with our invocation, followed by the national anthem. Right now, here's Russ Elzy with our invocation.
Thank you. Our Lord God, we thank you so much for your love, for your grace and your mercy for us. We thank you for providing for us such a beautiful day that we can participate in this sport. But we pray that you would be with us today to give us protection and safety, Lord, over the drivers, the crew members, the spectators, the staff and administration. We also think of the service members that are protecting our country today, Lord, that you would be with them for protection as well. Lord, we lift all these things up to you. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
And now please rise and remove your hats for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jags.
Go racing. 6 door cars remain, 5 dragsters remain in yesterday's, or I should say Thursday's, Fuel Tech $50,000 to win race. We're going to finish that off before we slide into today's race. But right now we got a score to settle amongst these drivers. Today, before today's FTI 50K, we're going to finish off the Fuel Tech 50K. New entry time runs, we need you in lanes 1 and 2, or 11 and 12, depending on which side of the track you're pitted on. So new entry time runs, we're going to fit you in between the rounds that we have remaining. And here we go, cars in the water box. Thunder in the pipes, all the good stuff. Beautiful sunny day right now, no clouds, very light wind. Continuation of the spectacular weather we've been having here to start day 3 of the SFG Hansen Global Christmas Bracket Bash. First pair coming to the line right now, Jeff Gatlin. In the Mustang left side, dial 614. Our no box winners still in competition. Taking on Travis Logan, right side, dialed 618. Travis been doing some pretty good wheelies in that machine all weekend long, or I should say all week long. We haven't even made it to the weekend yet. Yeah, finally Friday, here we are. Starting day 3. Fuel Tech 50K continuation from yesterday starts now. Jeff Gatlin with an a very large reaction time advantage. He's 11 on the tree. Travis Logan's reaction time doesn't start with this 0. Gatlin turns that into a win, and he's moving on to 3 cars. And round 8 right now, round 7 going on.
So our next pair brings us Todd Burks in the Malibu from Kalamazoo. Over on the left-hand side, he is dialed in at 643, taking on Gage Birch. Birch driving the GMC Sonoma for Overkill Motorsports and FTI and Mickey Thompson. Over on the right-hand side, dial in 569. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Birch. Win light, Birch. 572 with a 4 on the 569 dial in. He had a 008 reaction time. Looks like he cut Todd Burks loose, who was 011 on the tree. Goes 642 with a 2 on a 643 dial in. Breaks out 8 thousandths of a second and got there a lot more than that. Gage Birch down to 3 in door cars.
Last pair of door cars on the line. Dustin Long, left side, dials 511. James Bunner Jr., right side, 570 the dial. And off they go. Reaction time advantage going to Dustin Long, but he breaks it out. He was 6 on the tree, went a lot quicker as it went straighter down the track. 508 with a 1 on the 511 dial, breaks it out. Way more than James Bunner Jr., who only broke it out by a thou. Bunner Jr. was 28, 1 thou under, moving on.
It's going to do it for door cars, down to 5 in dragsters. First pair, Corey Galletti and champ Stephen McCrory. Galletti left side dialed in at 448. McCrory right side dialed in at 447. Yep, there'll be a winner. It's already comes 014 on the red side. McCrory 004 red in behind him goes 441 with a 5, showing his hand at on that 447 dial in. Galletti showing his hand as well, 444 with a 9 on the 448 dial in. So Steve McCrory down to 3 in dragsters.
Next pair completes their burnouts and backs them on up. Ricky Boggs in the shorty, left side. Puts a 484 on the car.
That is Big John.
Big John Brannon. John Yacht, they call him. In the right side, dials up 471. Both cars in and staged, and away we go. 0000, Ricky Boggs, 002. Gets it done, breaks it out 2 thou as Brannon goes 007, breaks it out 8 thou. 18 thou. Boggs moving on.
The legal buy run for this round. Number 7, which is sponsored by
DragRaceSolutions.com. Buy run coming at you right now.
Stanley Albritton Jr. dialed in at 447 on the right-hand side. New entry time runs. Go ahead and get suited up. Lanes 1 and 2 are open for you, and 11 and 12 on the west side of the track, if that's where you are pitted at. Once again, new entry time runs. Your time to shine. We will take you. We will also take our semis. Here in a few minutes. Cool and fuel them. SAJ on his buy run, 006. 449 with a 7 on the 447 dial in. Let's get new entry time runs. Go ahead and get loaded up.
Yeah.
Semis of every.
Cheers.
Santa has a new sleigh this year, trusted by all since 1960.
Cheers.
The call is going out. Round 8 door cars to lanes 5 or lane 5. Round 8 dragsters, lane 6. 3 door cars, 3 dragsters remaining in the Fuel Tech $50,000 to win race. And in the meantime, you've been watching new entry time runs going down the track. So if you are a new entry time run and you're pitted on the east side of the track, please come down to staging lanes 1 and 2. If you're on the west side of the track, come on down to 11 and 12. New entry time runs, we're waiting on you. We're running you between the remaining rounds of Thursday's Fuel Tech 50K here at the SFG Christmas Bracket Bash, brought to you by Hansen Global Incorporated and Jags.com. Good morning, everyone. Another beautiful, beautiful day here in sunny Florida. A lot of racing to be done. We got a little bit to finish up before we start today's FTI $50,000 to win race. It is day 3 here at Bradenton Motorsports Park.
Once again, our semifinals of door car and dragster. We will take you in the lanes at this time, please. Ricky Boggs, need you back. Ricky Boggs, Mr. 002. Every time I see him go down the track, it looks like he's been 002. Ricky Boggs needs you back to the lane, please.
I just want to throw my voice out there so everybody does understand in the Motor Mania world at 9:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am here. I am present at the track. I have been here a little while. Absolutely. Yeah, I had a banana. So I'm eating healthy. Yeah. Well, I didn't say why I was here or anything. I just said, yes, I am here early in the AM. We will have video evidence for my lovely bride that I was up and, well, I wouldn't say working, but 9 a.m. Florida, 8 a.m. Illinois time. So this is cracking down for me. I'm not doing well. Like Waffle House last night, late at night, and then right to bed. Wow. Gage obviously does not pay for tires. Gage Birch, driver's side, tower side, 569 the dial. Jeff Gatlin, right side, 614 the dial. His kids got to stay up late last night because Dad was on TV still racing.
Nice. Jeff Gatlin, our no box winner, down to 3.
Nice, down to 3 with no delay box. Good morning, Austin Truler. Look at you, you shaved up and everything, huh? I shaved today.
You never know when someone's going to offer you $1 million.
I'm prepared. Today might be the day. You guys don't see me tomorrow, you know where I'm at. The no-box driver with a slight advantage. Fast car wins. 20-7 for Gage. He'll be going to the door car final, excuse me. Jeff was 17 and just couldn't get her done, but that's a good effort. No box, all the way down to 6 cars.
A lot of guys do that. They come both on it.
James Bunner, DragRaceSolutions.com, competition buy run. He's 13, 6 thou under. He's ready. Maybe tighten up the delay a little bit, and that might be what he wants to hold is the 6 thou. James Bunner and Gage Birch, the door car box final, coming back. Ricky Boggs, left side. Stanley Albritton, right side. If anybody has a speed gun in the pits, I would like to put it on Stanley backing up. I think he could get a ticket. If the limit was 55, he's clearly over 55 backing up. He backs up faster than I go forward. Okie dokie is up. My phone is blowing up. Yeah. You can't imagine. He's got 2 cars and he's got 1 car in now in the door car final. And he's got a dragster entry left, so 13 red in the left lane, perfect in the right lane for Stanley. Trip zip 1 above 6 going to the dragster final. The only thing I'm going to mention, Okie, is you have so many cars here. I do believe there was a rumor that you got a check for $60,000 and you still spent $40,000 maybe or $50,000 in entries and stuff in Darlington. Plus you blew a motor up. So I ain't real good at math, but there are some people that have 3-4 cars here. And you got some big entries at those big races. You gotta get to like 1 final just to kind of break even. Not me and KJ. KJ never loses. If it looks bad, KJ says, "Oh, that was on you, big brother. That was your entry." If there's any winnings, "Oh, I'm in," he says. Stephen the Champ McCrory, DragRaceSolutions.com, Byron. Send it. 00094438 on a 442. 156. I'm saying he ran it all out. So he's looking for that 100th somewhere. And that is going to... Oh, Mitch says he's got 7 entries this week. That's $5,600. Throw in some buybacks. You're all right. You're going to break even today now, Okie. Don't forget the golf cart race for Okie.
Jags.
Once we've got our center line figured out on our engine and ground height, that's when we start making our motor mounts.
Santa has a new sleigh this year. Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
At this time, round number 9, our door car finals and our dragster finals. Also, final call for new entry time runs to lanes 1 and 2 and 11 and 12. Round number 1, no box. You are on standby for FTI Friday. Once again, we will take our door car and dragster finals for round number 9 of Fuel Tech Thursday. This will be your final call for new entry time runs to lanes 1 and 2 and to 11 and 12. No box round number 1 for FTI Friday. You are on standby. All right, attention in the pits. Got a Jags.com park call. This one ought to be fairly simple as we found intake gaskets and torque wrenches and rocker arms yesterday. How about some JB Weld? 90% of you guys got JB Weld. Justin Fordyce in the S10 that hurt the oil pan yesterday. He needs some JB Weld. So if you know where Justin Fordyce is at, so we've got a gentleman looking for some JB Weld, either bring it up to the 3rd floor of the tower. We're going to see Justin Fordyce in the S10 that hurt the oil pan yesterday. So final call, new entry time runs. Final call, new entry time runs. Lanes 1 and 2 and 11 and 12 are open for you. We have our semifinals in the lanes. We'll be wrapping up Fuel Tech Thursday in the next couple of rounds. So my finals rolling into the water box. Attention in the pits. No box. Round number 1. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Friday, FTI Friday. No box. Round number 1. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Semifinals of our $50,000 Thursday main event. Junior Bunner, Engage Birch. Bunner here on the left-hand side dialed in at 570. Gage Birch on the right-hand side also dialed in at 570. This is the semifinals. One of these door cars will face one of the dragsters in the water box. Both drivers pre-staged. Bunner is in. Birch in. 21 thousandths of a second separates them up front. One of them was 0-21. At the finish line, Winlight, Gage, Birch, 000 reaction time, 2 above 1, 21 total. Locks out Junior Bunner, who was 0-21 reaction time. Goes 571 with a 2. On the 570 dial in after an 0-21 reaction time. Leaves him 12 thou behind Gage Birch. Going to the final for $50,000 against either Stephen McCrory, who is dialed in left side at 447, or Stanley Albritton Jr. over on the right-hand side dialed in at 452. Both drivers going right to work. McCrory is in, Albritton is in. 30 thousandths of a second separates them up front, and one of them was 30. Winlight, Stephen McCrory, 000. Reaction time again, 4:49 with a 4 on the 4:47. Dial in. Stanley Albritton, 0:30 on the reaction time. Dead on with a 3. Good enough for 9 thou behind. Steve McCrory.
Jags. Jags. Jags.
At this time, new entry time runs. Lanes are closed to you. Your next run down the track will be in first round. No box, round number 1. We need you to lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Once again, Jeff Gatlin, you are the potential wait and see buy run. No box, round number 1. 50,000 to win Fuel Tech Thursday. Final round, Stephen McCrory. Engage Birch, we will take you at this time. As we will wrap up Fuel Tech Thursday with one more pair down the track. Stephen McCrory and Gage Birch. We will take you in the lanes at this time, please. Stephen McCrory and Gage Birch. We will take you in the lanes at this time, please. Once again, no box, lanes 1 and 2. You have been called at this time. No box, lanes 1 and 2. We will take you in the lanes at this time. So Stephen McCrory and Gage Birch, if you guys want to just pull over to lanes 11 and 12, if you're parked over on that side, feel free to do so. If you want to just come over to lanes 11 and 12. Stephen, you probably can't hear me, so disregard that one. All right, disregard that, Gage. Just come around. Just come over wherever. Don't matter. We know where you are. We know who you are. At this time, red run sticker door cars. We will take you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Round number 1 of FTI Friday, door cars. We will take you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Red run stickers only. Only. Not red door cars, red run stickers. Not if you have a red car, but if you have a red run sticker. Lanes 3 and 4 at this time. So once again, red run sticker door cars. Red run sticker door cars. We will take you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time for round number 1 of FTI Friday. Red run sticker door cars. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4 for FTI Friday.
Both of our finalists suiting up right now. Stephen, the champ McCrory. Gage Birch. Both trip zip in the prior round. Champ dialing up with a 444 in the dragster. Birch 569 in the red Sonoma. Around the corner they come, into the box. And they both stay in the lanes they just ran. $50,000 on the line as we speak. Last two competitors remaining in the Fuel Tech Thursday $50,000 race here at the Christmas Bracket Bash, put on by SFG, Hansen Global, presented by jegs.com. Actually a longer burnout done by Gage than by the champ.
So what do? You're both 000 in the semis. What do you do to the box?
Roll one out.
Brad says roll one out.
Wow. Brad's a gambler.
When I get amped up, I'm a little bit slower. I think I push harder on the button.
Brad says roll one out and push harder on the button.
I negotiate for a split and quit.
That
way I don't have to worry.
Interesting. I am actually going to ask both of them what they did for the final. Joe, take it away.
Both drivers in. Tree comes down and away goes Birch. And he puts it 3,000 red. Champ goes 10 green. And Champ's going to back it up, being the winner of today's or yesterday's Fuel Tech $50K winner, $50,000 putting in his pocket. Bandit hopping around, jumping, happier than I'll get out. Bandit's going to get in on the winner's circle picture. Gage will turn it around, bring it back. We're going to do our winners interviews. Congratulations to Stephen Champ McCrory. Congratulations to Gage Birch. Our first $50,000 winners of the week. More to come. Everybody's happy. New start starts right now. We got competitors in the lanes already for today's FTI $50,000 race. But we'll do our interviews first before we start that off. Once again, Stephen Champ McCrory, winner of the Fuel Tech $50,000 race. Gage Birch, runner-up.
Cheers.
All set. So I got to get in there to the winner, the champ. Champ, Stephen McCrory, the champ. So I got to say, the first time I kind of learned of you or saw you was at a 50 grander in Michigan a long time ago, and you were holding a ton and just driving the stripe like I was in awe. I was like, wow, he's holding like 6 or 7 in the 8th mile, and he's wheeling it in. But you've been knocking him down since then. You're going to put some money back in. You got a name for the Super Chicken?
Trans Am.
Trans Am? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So he says he's bringing the Trans Am back in all its glory because all the money you've been making this year. You've been on fire.
I was already in the paint shop before we won anything.
Right? On fire. So what? This is 50 today. You smacked them for a 60 grander or something somewhere, right? Was it?
I
in Darlington?
Yeah, 100 grander there in Darlington. Semi'd the OG million and then runnered up the guaranteed million.
So awesome job. Okie can't be here with us today, but he's coming up today. So, yeah, him and I are taking your money, and we're going to the beach, we said. We'll come back later on and check on you guys tonight again.
Yep. Sounds good.
Who are we thanking?
Well, got to thank Overkill for always giving me the opportunity to be out here racing. Mickey Thompson Tires, APD Carburetors, FTI, Troy Williams Jr., girlfriend dog, her whole family. Her family's been taking care of me this weekend, and it's just been great, man.
I like the new car. How long you had that?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Already made 50 grand in it. Nice.
Yes, sir.
We get any free things in the poker room? I gave you a shout out last night for the poker room. Yeah.
This is going to be on the raffle page pretty soon, so anybody wants a winning car.
Stephen Champ McCrory, Brianna, Kyle Riley, you give him the trophy.
Congratulations again, Champ.
Thank you, sir.
Starting to make this a regular appearance, huh?
Got to ride it while you can, because it never lasts.
Exactly.
So the SFG family, we're going to start out here again in March next year. Coming right back with big money from SFG. We'll be back here next Christmas time again. So 2 times in Bradenton. Great weather. My buddy's on my shoulder. Hi, Bandit. You want to say anything? So thanks to Kyle Riley, SFG champ. Great job. Got more racing to do. Can't win them all if you don't win the first one. So 1 Riley trophy's gone. We got 2 more to give away this weekend. Thanks for coming. Woo!
You may ride 203X Harbor. We'll go 601 right now.
Water rat, where you been, buddy?
All right, guys, let's pile in and I'll take a quick shot photo.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
So Brad Miles says we've got good vibes and no issues today, and we are rolling in right now to no box round number 1. FTI Performance. Champ finishes up in the winner's circle. Congrats to both Champ and Gage Birch. 2 household names that found themselves once again in another SFG final round. Oh. Harley Holbrook, left side. Perfect package yesterday. Winner right lane, 22.654 with a 7, picks up the win. Carly's 0.31 up front, runs a 6.96 with a 1. There we go. I will let Joe Kerner take back over now that he's up the stairs.
Thank you, Austin. Got caught up in the winner circle pictures there for Champ and his Fuel Tech $50,000 win. On the starting line now, left side Tim Butler dials up a 6.06. He's going to be chasing Brian Cerruti. Cerruti 6.37 in the right lane. Seventh hour action time advantage going to Cerruti. He turns it into a win, running dead on with a 9. Butler 20 on the reaction time, taking 4th out, needed to take 2th out or less, breaks it out.
Go ahead.
Left side now, Chris Knapp, dial 646. In the Vega wagon, taking on Robert Highclack. Highclack dialed 663 in the Corvette right lane. Highclack 15 red. Hands the win over to Chris Knapp. Knapp goes 36 in the tree, runs it out the back door, 33 under. Gene Pickett in the 73 Pinto. Left side, 654 the dial. Getting a little over 1 second head start from KP, Kevin Pollard. Right side dialed 550. Janine Pickett, gone. 23 on the tree. Kevin Pollard, 15 on the tree. Has the advantage, turns it into a win. He runs 1/0. Taking the win. Pickett breaks it out 6th thou to be ahead 8th thou. Obviously had to take 2 thou or less, couldn't do it. Be headed to the re-entry window. Racers registration is open, has been open since early this morning, and will remain open throughout the day. I hear the blower of Gene Milton's Demon spooling up in the burn box. Purple Demon of Gene Milton dialed in at 654, left side. Taking on Nikki Thomas. Nikki Thomas dialed 617. She was 15K warm-up winner. No box winner, I should say. And here we go. Separated by only 6 thou. Reaction time advantage going to Nikki Thomas. And on the double breakout, she'll be your winner. She breaks it out 1 thou. Gene Milton breaks it out 21 thou.
Final pair, no box on the line.
Final pair of no box cars on the starting line. Jeff Gatlin, left side. Last night's no box winner. Tucker Creech, right side, dialed 597. We are in the first round of today's Day 3 Friday FTI $50,000 to win race. Separated by only 5 thou this time. Reaction time advantage goes to Jeff Gatlin. He can't convert, takes too much stripe, breaks it out 5 thou. Tucker Creech, 29 on the tree, 1/7, your winner. So we've had a scooter swap. I'm sure it was an accidental deal. The silver scooter that Gage Birch has been running around on was exchanged by someone who probably confused it for their own. If you could return that to Gage, I'm sure he'll get you your scooter back, and we can get this all straightened out. So, oh, their scooter is in the winner's circle. So, take a look at your silver Yamaha scooter and see if it's actually yours or if you have taken Gage Birch's by mistake. And here we go with round 1 box door car. Said it several times already today. Beautiful day, about the same wind that we had yesterday, maybe a little less strong. It'll probably increase in intensity throughout the day. Right now, pretty much no clouds in the sky. Right now it is 75 glorious degrees, on its way up to the mid-80s. And if you're unfortunate enough to not win and have the win light come on in your round, buybacks are available, only $250 once you get knocked out to re-enter today's race for $50,000, the FTI 50K, here at the SFG Christmas Bracket Bash. First pair out for door car box, BJ McClintock, left side, dials 637. Randy Ring, 628 in the right lane. Reaction time advantage going to the Camaro on the left side, turns it into a win. 43 on the tree, dead 2, locks out Randy Ring. 65 on the tree, 1/6. Todd Burke's up next in his Malibu, left side. 642 the dial. John Laster, right side. 574 the dial in his Malibu. I'm all over that. And away we go. Laster, 6 thou red. Burke, 19 green, runs it through. Goes 15 under on his 642 dial. Laster runs it through. He's 2/6 on his 574 dial. Next pair out, Jay White, left side. In his Camaro. Dial 641, going to get chased by Aaron Milton. Aaron out of Fort Myers, Florida. Dials 583 in the 68 Firebird right side. Separated by only 4 thou. Reaction time advantage going to the Camaro. Finish line advantage going to Aaron Milton. Milton 19, 1/6, 35 package, takes 26. As Jay White can't run the number, he's 15 on the tree, 4 over, no good. Kenny Underwood now left side, dials 599 in the Jegs Firebird. Scott Stillings, right side, 517, his dial. Nice wheelie out of Kenny's Firebird. Not a good light though. Scott Stillings, 008. Dead 4, 12 total, gets there 47. Kenny Underwood does the spray without the dump. 72 on the tree for some reason. Way under. No good. He'll be buying back. Sean Serra left side, the wheelie king of the weekend so far. Put this car on the bumper yesterday to 330 feet. Pretty sure they have it tamed down since then. But he's dialed 560 in the kick booty Chevy 2 left side. Jason McCandless dialed 593 in the 33 Dodge Roadster right lane. Sean Serra, 009, 14 thou under for the win. Jason McCandless, trip zip. And a lot under. I couldn't even make the calculation. 2/10 under. Red and white sticker door cars. Red and white sticker door cars. We need you to the staging lanes as soon as possible. Left side, Tom Heath in the Mustang, dials 655. Rick Eaton, right side on the motorcycle, dials 574. Reaction time advantage going to the Mustang by 6 thou. Rick Eaton on the chicken wing runs dead on with a 20 light, 25 total, not good enough. Gets him 4 thou behind as Tom Heath, 14, dead 7, your winner left lane. Just an announcement here for On Track Stuff. Mike Bloomfield Sr. has two entries remaining. He wants to sell those due to breakage. They broke something over there in the Bloomfield pit. They got some entries for sale. So if you need some entries today, go on over and see Mike Bloomfield Sr. He's pitted on the west side of the track. Right now on the starting line, Mark Talmadge, the 75 Vega left side, dial 604. Matt Daddis, 619. Old Starfire, right lane. Nice wheelies out of both entries. Mark Talmadge lights it up 12 thou red. Matt Daddis, 16 green, runs it out to be 200ths under, but he's moving on. Now Doug Milner left side. 544 his dial, almost heads up with Glenn Dilday. Dilday dialed 543 in the Nova right side. And away they go, separated by only 5 thou. Both team lights. Your winner, Doug Milner, 11 on the tree, dead 0, locks out. Glenn Dilday, 16 on the tree, 1 over 2. 17 thou behind at the stripe. Dave Conley now left side, 567 the dial. Mike Moore Jr. on the motorcycle right lane, 561 the dial. Beautiful wheel stand by Dave Conley. Textbook, actually. He's 11 on the tree, dead 1, 12 total. Mike Moore had a chance. He's 4 on the tree, breaks it out, 9 thou, taken 17. Close race, but not good enough. Dave Conley moving on. Ryan Harem now left side, dial 548. Chad Duke, right side, dials 542. And away they go. Quick reaction time advantage going to the Camaro. If he doesn't break it out, he'll win, but he did break it out and he doesn't win. He's 4 on the tree, 6 thou under, as Ryan Harem, 28 on the tree, dead 1, advancing. Up next, left side, Garrett Griffith, dial 625. He'll spot Stanley Crosby, 700th. Crosby dialed 632, right lane. Thanks again to the Crosbys for dropping off some snacks for us yesterday up here in the tower. Nice wheel stand from Garrett Griffith's S10. He goes 17 on the tree. Runs it out by virtue of the red light in the other lane. Crosby 23 red, 1 over 4. Garrett Griffith 17 green and 6 under. Moving on by virtue of Stanley Crosby's red light. Up now, left side, Randy Folk. Folk dialed 588 in the 64 Corvette. And I believe this is Johnny Talisano in the door car field in his, I'm going to go with the 62 Corvette Roadster, dialed 549. Johnny Talisano, 9 on the tree. 1 over 4 gets him 7th out behind. Randy Folk, 15, dead 1. Moving on in the beautiful wheel standing 64 Corvette. Another Roadster on the line. This one's a 32 Ford, we'll call it. Left side, Isaac Wild out of Volga, South Dakota, dialed 6 flat. Mike Mills in the 67 Barracuda out of Jarrettsville, Maryland, dialed 610, right side. Big reaction time advantage goes to the Barracuda, turns it into a win. 15 on the tree, 1 over 3, 28 total. Locks out. Isaac Wild, 52 on the tree, 200th under. No good. Josh Gannett, 602. Left side, beautiful, beautiful Nova, dial 602. Dallas Cherry, dial 587, right side. Dallas Cherry, 33 red, 9th thou under. Josh Gannett, 24 green, 18th thou under, but Gannett moving on by virtue of the red light by Dallas Cherry. Up next, Tyler McMillan in the S10 left side. Dials 589, going to be chasing Tom Heath. Heath in the Chevy 2, right side, dialed 642. Tom Heath cut it close, too close. He's 002 red. And unfortunately goes dead 4. No good though. Tyler McMillan, 3 green, 8th thou under, moving on. Renee Meyeroffer in the 68 Dart, left side, dials 578. Going to get a little head start from Carlos Diaz. Diaz in the 74 Vega, right side, dialed 543. Another nice wheel stand by the Vega, but he puts the 3 thou red. Meyeroffer goes 29 green, dead 7, moving on. We have a silver Tacoma pickup on the east side top end, blocking a racer. License number 11A UAT. We need that pickup moved. You're blocking a racer, so if you got a silver Tacoma pickup, you parked where you thought it wasn't in someone's way, and you're out and about, please return to your silver Tacoma pickup on the east side on the top end of the track and move it, please, so this racer can be freed up to get to the staging lanes. Right now, left side, Tim Martin out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Dial 635, getting chased by AJ Ash. And he had the reaction times, or I should say the ETs, flipped around in his delay box. He's 627 on the tree. AJ Ash 008, 7 over, taking a freight train. AJ Ash advancing. Next pair, Allison Bodie. Left side, dials 582. Right side, Roy Hagedorn, 569 on the motorcycle. Reaction time advantage going to the door car. 005 on the tree for Allison Bodie. 100th under, and on the double breakout, she will advance. Roy Hagedorn, 26 on the tree. 25 under, no good. Up next, Jay Adams, left side, dial 655. Raphael Mamie, right side, dial 610. Reaction time advantage goes to Jay Adams. He's 8 on the tree, but gets behind 100th at the finish line. Raphael Mamie, 20 on the tree, 1/7. Taking the stripe by 100th, your winner. Next pair out, Pete DeNovo goes 1 Staken Thou Red. On his 596 dial, he goes 55 under. Dale Thaxton was ready for him, though. He's 003 on the tree, 2 Thou under, and he's moving on. Couple of Camaros coming up next. Left side, Jason Wilson, dial 624, and he's heads up with Terrell Biddle. Biddle out of Dover, Florida, in his white Camaro right side, also dialed 624. On the left side of the track, Jason Wilson, but on the double breakout, he's 19 Thou under, Terrell Biddle, 1 Thou under, Terrell Biddle moving on, right lane. Next pair, Robbie Joins, left side, dials 529. Donald Wiggins, right side, dialed 542. Wiggins, 7 Thou red. Joins 26 green, 32. I'm sorry, dead 2. Moving on. Wiggins dead 4 after that 007 red light, headed to the buyback window. Buybacks today only $250. If you didn't get a win light on your side of the track, don't miss out on winning $50,000 for lack of effort. Get back out there and get after it. Beautiful day here for racing in Bradenton, Florida at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Right now we got a little delay. We got the car in the staging lanes. That's been paired, trying to get it started. They're on the clock. And time is running out. They did get it lit, and it looks like Cameron Fredrickson is going to answer the call in the left lane, dialed up at 6:04 to race Ryan Barnes. Barnes in the patiently waiting in the right side burn box, dialed 5:16. Down to the last second, Fredrickson makes the call. So after a hurried in the staging lanes repair, they couldn't get the wheelie wagon started, but had enough bodies around there, got it going, did the burnout, made the call, got the delay box set, everything's fine, here we go. Once again, Ryan Barnes in the Camaro, dialed 516, right lane. Cameron Fredrickson driving John Siegel's wheelie wagon, left side, 6:04 the dial. Only 4 thou separate both drivers. Fredrickson 15 on the tree, 1 thou under, no good. Ryan Barnes, 11 on the tree, 3 over, 14 total. Gets there first by 0002, but doesn't matter. He had Fredrickson locked out by 1 thou. Very, very close racing, as we've grown to expect here on day 3 now of the Christmas Bracket Bash. Garrett Browning next pair, he's dialed 622 in the S10 with a nice wheelie. He's off, and he's got a 1 thou advantage over Stanley Albrighton Jr., dialed 546 in the right lane. Garrett Browning turns that into a win, running 1/8, taking 13. He was 27 on the tree, and again, had that 1 thou advantage there. Up next, right side, Steve Witherow in the S10. Kind of 2 versions of S10s. You got the ones that look like they could drive on the street, and then you got this one of Witherow's, looks like a pro stock truck. He's dialed 588. Almost heads up with John Joins in the left side in the 67 Chevelle, dialed 589. And away they go. Reaction time advantage goes to Steve Witherow. He's 5 on the tree, dead 2, 7 total. No chance for John Joins, who's 19 on the tree, runs at 13 under, and is still 009 behind. Steve Witherow moving on. Manuel Soleil, left side, 645 his dial in the Mustang. Bo Butner, 496 his dial, right side in the 63 Corvette Roadster. Separated by only 2 thou. Reaction time advantage going to Manuel Soleil. He breaks it out 12 thou though. Gets there first by 24 thou. Bo Butner 12, 1 over 0, 22 total. Moving on. Walter Brown left side in the S10, 737 the dial. Dwayne Roberts, right side, 606 the dial. Roberts with the reaction time advantage goes 17 on the tree. Runs 3 over with the 2, gets there first by 23 thou. Walter Brown, little tardy, a little bit off the dial. Headed for the buyback window. Says Carol McCarty has gotten into the Camaro Roadster in the left lane, dialed 518. I'm not sure. I think it's bug. We'll find out later. Mike White in the super fast Corvette, dialed 475 right side. Reaction time advantage goes to the McCarty Roadster, but can't get down the lane straight. Mike White, 21 on the tree, 14 hundredths over, your winner. As they have to abort the run in the McCarty Roadster. Next pair up, Jonathan McCandless in the 78 Volare wagon. 702 the dial. Going to get chased by Sean Lingerfelt. Lingerfelt out of Anderson, South Carolina. Dialed 520 in the 93 Beretta right side. Reaction time advantage goes to Jonathan McCandless. He's 14. Sean Lingerfelt is 20. McCandless goes down, breaks it out, 13 thou. Taken 25 thou at the stripe. Lingerfelt, your winner, goes dead 6 after that 20 light. Moving on. Mikey Bloomfield Jr. in the wheel standing S10. Been having a great week so far, first 2 days. He wins the 15K warm-up, went deep in the rounds last night. He's dialed 617, hasn't changed his dial all week. Taylor Beaudry, right side, dialed 595, in that beautiful 67 Camaro. Nice wheelies by both cars, but he really hangs it out, Mikey Bloomfield. He's 36 on the tree and can't get it done. 3 over, gets behind Taylor Beaudry. 1 green. 3 over with a 6, still gets there by 30. Travis Logan up next, left side. He dials 617. He'll get a head start from Fred Anger. Anger, 573, right side in his Chevy 2. Nice wheel stand by Logan. Nice light too. He's got a 5 thou reaction time advantage. 7 on the tree on the double breakout. He's 4 thou under. Fred Anger, 12 on the tree. 5 thou under. 1 thou difference in breakout. Travis Logan advancing. Fred Anger advancing through the buyback window. Stevie Dustin up next in the Jeff Serra owned Chevy Nova, FTI In Motion Solutions, Chris Simmons Photography, and Team W. He's dialed 616, almost heads up with Darwin Garcia. Garcia dialed 615 in his Mustang right side. Nice wheel stand by Garcia. He has the reaction time advantage, 25 to a 47. He turns it into a win, breaks it out 15 thou, getting behind 17 thou. Stevie Dustin, 54 under, no good. Austin Logan now in the Vega wagon left side, dial 644. Alfredo Ortiz Colon, right side, dialed 614. And away they go. Reaction time advantage favoring Austin Logan by 22 thousandths. He's 17 on the tree, 1 over 2. Regulating the finish line to a measly 3 thou, getting the win. Alfredo 39 on the tree, 7 thou under, no good.
As long as you wave to Gary.
Gary Williams in the Boss Lady Camaro left side, dial 528. Going to be chasing down Jose Colon. Jose dialed 644 in the electric green S10 right lane. G-Dub cuts Jose's light in half. G-Dub goes bond on the tree. 1 over 9, gets behind 1 thou. Jose Colon, 14 on the tree. 11 thou over, gets there first, 001. G-Dub may have regulated that one incorrectly. Scotty Richardson now in the red S10 left lane, dialed 641. Bill Powell right side in the racy looking Mustang, dialed 546. Racy looking because it's fast, 546.
Nobody's out. Nobody has to put them away yet.
10 thou separate the reaction time. Bill Powell goes bond on the tree, but also breaks it out by that same 7 thou. Bill Powell 7 thou under, no good, taking 28. Scotty Richardson 17 on the tree, 1 over 1, moving on. Just because you didn't light a win light doesn't mean you got to go home. Buyback window is open. Registration waiting for the racers who were unfortunate enough to not get a win light this round. Buying back for only $250. Jackie, Jess, Amanda, and Jasmine are waiting for some business. The windows are wide open right now. Right now, Antonio Santiago, left lane, has a reaction time deficit to overcome to Rick McDonough in the right lane, and does. Antonio Santiago, 23, 2 over 5, 1 thou, the margin of victory. Rick McDonough on and off the throttle, got behind. Up now, Gage Birch. This morning's runner-up to Stephen McCrory in the Fuel Tech $50,000 race. Now we are in the FTI $50,000 to win race. Starting over. 572 Gage's dial. Jeff Underwood, right side, out of Plantation, Florida, dial 527 in the Roadster. 34 Chevy Roadster, right lane. Huge reaction time advantage going to Gage Birch. He's not going to make a mistake. He's 21 on the tree. Jeff Underwood is 284 on the tree. And that is kind of how that one goes. Gage Birch, your winner. Up now, David Braskett in the Opal, left side. 615 the dial. Ton of laps he made last night, went deep into the rounds. Right side, Corey Kramer in the 90 Cavalier. Dialed 545. Kramer out of, I shouldn't even try this, but I'm going to go and say Loxahatchee, Florida. And away they go. Reaction time advantage going to the high gear entry of David Braskett. He turns it into a win on the double breakout. He's 17 on the tree, 200ths under. Gets there first by 18 thou. Corey Kramer, 36 on the tree, 21 under. No good. Difference in breakout, 1 lousy thousand. Now on the left side, Greg Walker in his Camaro SS, dialed 535. Taking on Carlos Arroyo Jr. in the Generation 2 Camaro on the right side, dialed 589. Kind of like what I'm seeing in the left lane, wheelie bars on a stock wheelbase first generation Camaro going 535. Let's see what happens here. And Arroyo Jr., the Generation 2 Camaro with the better wheel stand, also the better reaction time and the win. He's 003, 1/2, 15 total to be 17 thou ahead. Greg Walker, 23, dead 9, no good. Edwin Giovanni in the 93 Mustang in the left lane, dials up a 682. He's going to get chased by Kenny Underwood. Underwood, I expect, will have a much better reaction time this round. He switched to the right lane. Delaware, Ohio, hometown. Residence, pretty sure is Florida. He's dialed 597. Nice wheel stand by Kenny. Much better light, 007. Turns it into a win, running 1/9, taking 11 thou. Edwin Giovanni, 22 on the tree, 1/5. Nice lap, but not good enough this time to get by Kenny Underwood.
Not at 5 and 6.
The red S10 in the left lane, driven by Michael Yarnell. Yarnell dialed 653. Getting a little over half-second head start of Morgan Larkin, right side, dialed 596 in the Black Magic. I'm going to say 67 Chevy 2. Yarnell, 16 thou red, handing the win over to Morgan Larkin. Larkin goes 26 on the tree, runs it out the back door to be 12 thou over. Moving on. Yarnell, after going 16 red, goes 400 over. It may look like a Roadster, but it's actually a convertible Mustang. Left side, David Shaluto dialed 649. Taking on Manny Sousa. Sousa dialed 634, right side in the Camaro. Double O, triple O, Shaluto, 000, 36 over, gets behind 6 thou. Manny Sosa had an answer to that triple O. He's 003, 27 over, taking 6 thou at the finish line. Wow. Next pair out, left side, Gus Massarinos, dialed 523. Plenty fast for a door car, but not fast enough. Right lane, Michael Pinder, dialed 594 in the GTO. Pinder, 16 red. Massarinos, 36 green, 1 thou under, moving on. Pinder, after going 16 red, goes 2 thou under his 494 dial. Left, Nick Ferraro, 616 the dial. Right, Tom Orr, 531 the dial in the 19 Corvette Roadster. I don't know if it comes through on the screen, but with the sun on it and the red color, this car just is brilliant looking in the right lane. Down all the way from Ontario, Canada is Tom Orr in that Corvette. And away they go, Tom Orr with a significant reaction time advantage. Unfortunately breaks it out. He's 4 on the tree, taking 58 to be 12 thou under. Nick Ferraro, 25 on the tree, 2 over with a 1, advancing to the next round. Jason Folk left, 621 the dial. Kevin Pollard right, 551 the dial. And we're off. Jason Folk with a 37 light. Runs it out the back door to be 200 under. Kevin Pollard, 25 red. Runs it out the back door, 18 thou under. Jason Folk moving on. Kevin Pollard moving on to the registration trailer. Traffic still light over at the registration trailer, so if you've been eliminated already from this round, you're not done yet. Don't put it in the trailer. Don't open the cooler. Don't start cooking lunch.
No line, no waiting.
No line, no waiting right now.
Unless you want to cook lunch for the tower.
For your buybacks. Yeah, unless you're cooking lunch for some of us up here in the tower. Mike Ledford left side, 614 the dial. John Schaefer right side, 672 the dial. separated by 1 thou. Mike Ledford, 18 on the tree. 2/10 over as John Schaefer has trouble getting down the track. Schaefer was 17 on the tree, but couldn't run anywhere as close to the dial. 5/10 over. Mike Ledford, your winner. Dylan Mudd up next in the Ford Ranger. Jim Butner Auto Group. He's dialed 639. Rob Peterson in the S10 Ford versus Chevy mini truck version. Rob Peterson in the Pro Stock looking S10 dialed 545. He's out of Nokomis, Florida. Big reaction time advantage going to Dylan Mudd. Runs it on down, gets on the brakes. Takes 900th stripe. For the win, Rob Peterson, 72 on the tree. 8 over, shooting ducks on the way down. Didn't sound very good. They'll make a tune-up adjustment and come back, hopefully, after buying back. Dylan Mudd, your winner. Another pair of trucks in the starting line. Round-bodied S10 left side, Brandon Gerald, dialed 605. Square-body S10 right side, Kerry Bradley, dialed 697. And somebody didn't get something right in the box because they both left at the same time. With a second difference in dial-in. And Brandon Gerald will get the win. He's 13 on the tree. A bunch over as Kerry Bradley was 1 second and change on the tree. No good. Max Brewer up next in the 72 Vega. GT. I don't know if the GT is what got you the louvers on the rear deck lid, but I'm going to go with that. Max Brewer dialed 597. Brian Cerruti dialed 637 right side. Big wheel stand out of Max Brewer, but unfortunately tardy on the tree. Cerruti wasn't. Cerruti goes 6 on the tree, regulates the finish line to be 36 over, taken 68. As Max Brewer, his reaction time didn't start with a 1. Massive wheel stand. He'll be headed to the re-entry window. Caroline McCarty up next. 605 the dial. In the Rambler wagon. Wheel standing Rambler wagon. Taking on Perk Perkins. Perk Perkins dialed 571. In the 67 Chevy 2 right side. And away they go. They're only separated by 1 thou, 13 to a 12. Perk Perkins was 12, dead 7, getting the job done. Taking 13 at the stripe, as Caroline McCarty was 13, 1 over 9, second place. Raymond Keown, the 67 Cougar. I want to say it's an XR7 to boot. Nothing but the best for the Keown brothers. He's dialed 574. A.A. Ron Milton dialed 584 right side in the 68 Flamed Firebird of his daughters, Kaylin. Significant reaction time advantage to Raymond. He's 5 to Aaron Milton's 24, but he breaks something about 30 feet out. Aaron Milton goes on to coast to the win. Hopefully Raymond can get that taken care of and get back into competition. Aaron Milton moving on. Jeff Gatlin left side, dialed 616. Yesterday's no box winner. There's 4th out red. John Hudson right side, the 56 Chevy, 10 on the tree, dead 6. Great lap, moving on. Dan Ferraro in the Mighty Monza left side. In the Monza Coupe, not the more familiar looking Monza hatchback. He's dialed 643, getting a head start from Jarrett Nauman. Nauman dialed 560 in his beautiful Chevy 2 67 vintage. Reaction time advantage going to the Mighty Mons. Jarrett Nauman on the brakes. 38, 1/0, not good enough. Dan Ferraro in the Mighty Mons. 13 in the tree, 1/1, gets there first by 24 thou. Moving on. Mark Talmadge left side, 75 Vega, 602 the dial. Jeff Turner right side, 63 Corvette, dialed 589, not to be confused with the 64 Corvette of Randy Pope. Nice wheelie out of Talmadge's Vega. He's 16 in the tree, but he's 11 thou behind. He turns that into a win though, running dead 8, 24 total. Jeff Turner, 5 on the tree, 2/0, 1 thou behind, regulating the finish line not to his satisfaction. Up now, Dave Triplett. 72 Vega GT. Eustis, Florida, his hometown. He's dialed in 577. Dallas Cherry, right side, dialed 586. Cherry, 35 red, Triplett 21 green, runs it out the back door to go 100th under. Your winner, Dave Triplett. Hi, Steph. Yeah. Left side, Carly Holbrook. The yellow Nova with black stripes. Dialed in at 696, getting a big head start from Scott Stillings, dialed 515 in his Corvette Roadster. And Scott Stillings has a significant reaction time advantage. Right about now, he's on the brakes. Rolls back to be 100th over. 006 on the tree. 38 thou ahead, as Carly Holbrook was also dead on, so that can tell you that she was a little tardy on the tree. Mark Mullen left side, dials up a 550. He's spotting a little head start to Randy Folk. Folk on the right side, dialed 588. Randy hangs the wheels for about 75 feet. 25 on the tree, on the brakes to get behind. He runs 2 over with a 5 as Mark Mullen was ready for everyone. He's 4 on the tree, dead 3, 7 total. Mark Mullen moving on easily through round 1. Ryan Harem back for his second entry. 548 the dial. Matt Daddis, 619 the dial. I think he's back for his second entry also. Daddis on the right side in the familiar Olds Starfire. he goes, separated by only 3 thou. Harem with the advantage. Turns it into a win. He's 16 dead 6, 22 total. Matt Daddis was 19 dead 8, 27 total, 5 thou behind. Harem moving on, Daddis moving over to the re-entry trailer. Lindsey back up next in the left side. In the wheel standing, Blazer, dialed 616. Marilyn Laster, right side 574 in the family 78 Malibu. Nice wheelie out of Lindsey back entry, the 2-6 thou red. Marilyn Laster 17 green, 17 thou under. Presents a perfect package, but it doesn't count. But she still gets the win as Lindsey back goes 6 thou red. We have some packages at the front gate for Larry Hamby and John Brown. Larry Hamby, John Brown, you have some packages that have been dropped off for you at the front gate, which are probably important pieces. Bob Walsh, left side, 605 the dial in the Mustang. John Tolosano, that's Papa John Tolosano, in the right lane. The Corvette Roadster getting all kinds of crossed up after he goes 009 on the tree. He can't run the number, can't keep it straight. Bob Walsh, your winner, left lane. Carl Baker in the, I want to say, it is, okay, 98 Ford Probe. I want to say 550 cubic inches of Ford Hemi under the hood. Dialed 503, taking on Dave Conley. Right side, dialed 566. Conley a little tardy. Baker with a reaction time advantage turns it into a win, getting there by 9 thou. Baker was 22 on the tree. 5 over with a 5. Conley 50 on the tree and 3 over, no good. Broughton in the GTO, left side, 596 the dial, goes 10 green, 1 over 6 for the win. As Fordyce, 6 red, no good. Matt Brewer up now left side in the 78 Malibu out of Leesburg, Florida, dials 586. James Biddle, right side in the red Camaro, Generation 3. Dials up 651. That's an 89 Camaro, to be more specific. And they're off. James Biddle crushes the tree. He goes 001. If he doesn't break out, he's going to win. He doesn't, and he does. He goes 25 over, taking 19 stripe. Matt Brewer was 42 on the tree, locked out by James Biddle. Even though Brewer ran dead 3. Red, white, and blue door cars. All color door cars. We need you to staging. All color door cars. We need you to staging. Red, white, and blue door cars, we need you to staging. Mike Moore Jr. in the motorcycle, left side, dialed 561. James Bunner Jr., dialed 570. Our door car runner-up this morning in yesterday's 50K race. Bunner with the reaction time advantage. Goes 9 on the tree, but breaks it out by a bunch. He's 22 under, taking the loss as the motorcycle advances. Jason Wilson up next, 622 the dial in the left side. Generation 2 Camaro, Generation 1 Camaro in the right side. Chad Duke dialed 540. Both cars in and away they go. Jason Wilson, 73 red, hands victory over to Chad Duke. Chad Duke, 15 green, 2 thou under. He's set up for round 2. Jason Wilson, 13 over after going red. Next pair, Tim Martin, left side, 635 the dial. Glenn Skaggs, right side, in the 34 Chevy Roadster. Purple Haze, the name on the side of that car, dials 545. Glenn Skaggs, 5 on the tree, has a 9 thou advantage over Tim Martin, but Tim Martin 14 thou under. On the double breakout, advances as Glenn Skaggs goes 23 thou under. No good. Darren Roten, 590 in the 68 Chevelle, left side. Josh Gannant, 6 flat in the Nova, right side. Reaction time advantage goes to the Chevrolet Chevelle, 11 on the tree. 6 over though, opens the door for Josh Gannant, and he runs right through it. 37 on the tree, 1 over 6, gets there by 18 thou. Gannant moving on. Doug Browning in the blue S10, left side, 650 the dial. John Laster, Camaro, right side, dialed 627. Laster, red, Browning, green. They run it through. Browning, dead, 3. Laster breaks it out on the starting line and breaks it out on the finish line. Isaac Wild, 599 the dial, left side. Ed Nunez, 762 the dial in the S10. Right side, Nunez, 3 thinking thou red. As Isaac Wild goes 15 and 7 thou under for the win. Nunez, 3 red, 7 thou under for the loss. AJ Ash, right side, back for his second entry. He's dialed 572. Bubba Browning, left side in his S10, dialed 629. Tree comes down and away they go. Bubba Browning 14 red, AJ Ash 7 green. Kills it to go dead 3, 10 total for AJ Ash.
Go ahead. After you have those weird Apple phones, it's probably a little bit slow.
Tom Heath dials 657 left side. Carlos Diaz 543 in the Vega right side. Looks like Carlos Diaz lets go and gives it a bump down. He's 12, so Tom Heath is 1. 1 over 0, 11 total. As Carlos Diaz gets shut out. 12 on the tree, 5 thou under, no good. I'm just... Renee Meyerhofer in the 69 Dart. Left side, dialed 579. Bug McCarty in the Camaro Roadster, dialed 518. Patriarch of McTardy Racing. Significant reaction time advantage for the Camaro Roadster. Bug McCarty goes 5 on the tree, weaves his way down the track for a win. He's 31 over and 4 thou ahead, forcing Renee Meyerhofer to break it out 4 thou. Howard Westbury now in the kick booty entry. Chevy 2 left side, dialed 557. Donald Wiggins back for his second entry, 542 in the Chevy 2 right side. And away they go. Howard Westbury, 2 thou red, hands the win over to Donald Wiggins. Wiggins, 23 on the tree, 17 over, good enough for the win. Logan back in the S10 left lane, dial 615. Tom Heath in the Chevy 2 right side, 643. Separated by 17 thou, advantage going to the right lane, already ahead and done. 5 dead 0 locks out a lot of racers. Tom Heath moving on. Logan back, not bad. 22 dead 6, not good enough. Roy Hagedorn back for his second entry, 565 the dial on the motorcycle. Rich Price in the Beretta right side, dialed 547. Time to move the name on the side of the Beretta. I like it. He needed to move a little bit faster off that starting line, though. Roy Hagedorn, 26 on the tree, 3 over 0, gets there first by 11 thou. Rich Price, 43 on the tree, 24 over. Again, 11 thou behind. Wins him a trip to the buyback window. Scotty Richardson back for his second entry, 641 the dial, in the now familiar red Chevy S10 pickup. Raphael Mamie, 610 the dial, in the 79 Malibu right lane. Reaction time advantage favors Raphael Mamie, but that doesn't mean he's going to win. But he does. He runs 1 over 5, forces Scotty Richardson to break it out. Richardson takes 20 and is 16 or 14 under, no good. Mamie moving on. Pair of S10s on the line again. Tyler McMillan, left side, 588 the dial. Neon Leon Robertson, dialed 631 on the right side. Double O, 4th thou advantage going to Tyler McMillan. He's 003, 2 over 2, but gets behind 5 thou. Leon Robertson, 007, 1 over 3 for a 20 pack for the win. Travis Logan back for another wheel stand show. Left side, dialed 617. Darwin Garcia does a decent wheelie himself, dialed 614, right side. Nobody wants to go in. These racers know each other. Travis first to get in. Darwin brings it in. Off we go. 2,000 the difference in reaction time. Austin Logan goes 13 on the tree. Gets behind that same 2,000s. Darwin Garcia 15 on the tree. 1 over 8. 2 thou ahead. Takes the win. John Bodie left side, dials 581. We got a problem with the Roadster in the right lane. Oddly, we got it taken care of. Donovan helps get things straightened out for the Roadster driver in the right lane, dial 548. Reaction time advantage going to John Bodie in the Nova left side. Win going to John Bodie. He's 13, 2 over with a 1, 11 thou ahead. Ryan Norton, 28 on the tree. I needed to go dead zero to be in that race. Jeremy West and his S10 left side. Dial 738, Terrell Biddle, right side, and his Camaro dialed 623. Some fancy badging going on in the left side. It could be an SS10. How's that for sporty? And they're off. Significant reaction time advantage to the wheel standing Camaro of Terrell Biddle. He's 11 on the tree and 70 ahead. He turns it into a win, being 71 over and still 39 thou ahead. Jeremy West, tardy and way off the dial. Troy Williams Jr. left side in the red Sonoma, dials 577. Going to be chasing down Stacy Carpenter in the Camaro 68 vintage, I'm going to go with. Dialed 623. huge wheel stand from Stacy Carpenter. That goes 11 red. Troy Williams, 27 green, 61 under, moving on to the next round. Stacy Carpenter, after the huge wheel stand, goes dead 1. Garrett Griffith dials 624 in his second entry in the S10 in the left side. Larry Hamby got a new cap and rotor stuck on the 55. Back in action today after the unfortunate incident yesterday. Hamby dialed 575 right side. Garrett Griffith with a nice wheel stand and a reaction time advantage of 12 thousandths. Turns it into a win. He's 1 over 6 for 22 total. 2 thou ahead. Larry Hamby had a chance. He's 18. Needed to go dead 4 or better. Only went dead 6. Shucks, he says in the shutdown area. And he'll say it again when he sees the time slip. Doggone it. Darn it.
Back to that.
Next pair, Austin Logan left side. 644 the dial on the Vega wagon. I never noticed the louvers in the rear quarter panel on the Vega wagon. I like that. Tucker Creech right side, 596 the dial in his second entry. Clayton, North Carolina, 72 Nova right side. Nice wheel stand out of Tucker Creech's Nova. 3 thou behind at the hit though. And he breaks it out 7 thou, even though he's 8 thou ahead. Obviously had to take 1 thou or less as Austin Logan 25 on the tree, dead 4, moving on. Onyx Gonzalez, his 93 Mustang, 687 the dial. Glenn Dilday dials 544 in his Nova, right lane. Final call, door cars. Final call, door cars. If you have not made your runs for round 1, you should be in the lanes. This time reaction time advantage going to Glenn Dilday by 25 thou. He's 3 on the tree, dead 1, 4 total, taken 20, crushing Onyx Gonzalez, who was 28, 4 thou under. 4 thou total for Glenn Dilday. Round 1 on his second entry. Antonio Santiago dials in 697 left side. Jason McCandless 567 in the Roadster right side. Reaction time advantage going to the Ford Mustang. Finish line advantage going to Jason McCandless. Antonio Santiago 15 on the tree, 300ths under. McCandless 28 on the tree, dead 8, your winner. Cameron Fredrickson back for his second run with no drama in the staging lanes. 606 the dial. Taking on Stephen McCrory. McCrory dialed 6 flat. right side. Cameron Fredrickson, 7 on the tree, 1 over 6 for the win. 23 total. Kelly Smith locked out, 27 on the tree, 2 thou under. Carlos Arroyo, left side, dialed 590. Paige Sosa, right side in the S10, 613. Reaction time advantage going to Arroyo in the left lane. 13 in the tree, 2 over 1 for a 34 pack, and he's 63 thou ahead. Paige Sosa, a little tardy, a little not being able to run the dial. Steve Withrow going to try out. Yeah, Steve Withrow, left side in the S10, dials up a 584. Might be a different driver in the S10 left side, we're not sure. 584 the dial anyways. John Brown, right side, dialed 517. And away they go. John Brown having trouble. 79 red. S10, 9 thou green. 19 thou under for the win. The Withrow S10 moving on. Mikey Bloomfield Jr. changes his dial for the first time this weekend. 100th he goes up. 618 the dial. Dwayne Roberts, right side, 596 in his Chevy 2. Once again, if you're looking for entries, Mike Bloomfield Sr. has 2 entries available for today and tomorrow due to breakage. Must have broke something on the dragster. Mike Bloomfield, 4 thou red. Shouldn't have changed the dial. Maybe that was the problem. He runs it out the back door to go 620. Dwayne Roberts, 19 on the tree, dead 8. Nice lap, moving on. David Braskett in the Opal, left side, dials 613. Scott Popple, right side, in the racy Chevy Lumina, dialed 532. And away they go. Significant reaction time advantage going to the Opal. Braskett turns it into a win, running dead 6 with a 24 light, 30 total, locks out Scott Popple. 45 on the tree, dead 2, 17 thou behind. On his way to the re-entry round window. Caroline McCarty up for her second run. Dial 606. Sean Lingerfelt up for his second run. 520 the dial. Reaction time advantage going to Sean Lingerfeld by 3 thou. Turns it into a win. 14 dead 6, 20 total. Caroline McCarty 17. Needed to be dead 3 or less. Ends up 13 thou under. No good. Bobby Keown in his second entry in the S10, left side, dialed 680. Jeremy Popple, 524 the dial for the Firebird, right lane. And away they go. Bobby Keown with the 8 thou reaction time advantage. Turns it into a win in the double breakout. He's 24. 64 thou under. Popple 45 or 32 and almost a 10th under. Let's see if we can follow this one today better than we did yesterday. Red run stickers only, dragsters. Dragsters, red run stickers only to staging. Good luck. Potential buy, Stephen Champ McCrory or Bandit. Robbie joins. Dialed 529. Left side taking the win. He's 002, 2 thou under. Dallas Cherry 94 red in the right side in that Camaro. Breaks it out 23 thou to boot. Matt Brewer left side 586 the dial. Lisa Hutchins right side 587 the dial.
Even your
Both drivers in and away they go. Matt Brewer crushes the tree. Turns it into a win. He's 2 on the tree, 11 over. 13 total, locks out Lisa Hutchins. 24 on the tree, dead 5. Not good enough for this round. Leaves her 17 thou behind. Dustin Long went deep into the eliminations last night and into this morning in the 62 Corvette Roadster. Dialed 511 left side. Vince Costa dialed 560 in the 70 Nova right lane. Reaction time advantage going to Dustin Long. Finish line advantage going to Vince Costa. Dustin Long 18, 37 over, not good enough. As Costa 33, 1 over 2, 10 thou ahead at the finish line. Robert Joyner, 71 Challenger, dialed 578 left side. Fred Anger back for his second entry dialed 572, right lane.
Left lane Fred.
And away they go. Lots of ones and zeros in the reaction times. Robert Joyner 10 on the tree, 3 over 0, 000 behind. Fred Anger 1 on the tree, 3 over with a 9. Almost gives it back, but takes the win by 0, 0, 0, 3. John Joins left side, 67 Chevelle, 588 the dial. Stevie Dustin, 612 the dial, right side. Identical reaction times. I'd like to say they're perfect, but they're actually both 23s. Taking the win, John Joins 1 over 6, taking 33. As Stevie Dustin bails out at the end of the run to get behind. Jerry Van Howen out of Seward, Illinois. In the Malibu left side, dials 616. Shane Nauman, 564 in the Chevy 2 right lane. Jerry Van Howen goes a lot red. 34 red, 1 over 9. Shane Nauman goes a lot green, 1 over 1 for the win. .535 the dial for the Camaro left lane. Kylie Thaxton driving the Mustang in the right lane, dialed 529. And they're off, separated by 9 foul on the bottom. Kylie Thaxton goes 4 green and then gets behind, runs 3 over with a 4. Camaro in the left lane, 13, dead 3, 16 total. 22 ahead at the finish line. Manuel Soleil back for his second entry. 644 the dial. Second entry also for Alfredo Ortiz Colon, dialed 613. Right side. Soleil goes 1 stinking thou red. Ortiz also red by 4 thou. Ortiz runs dead 0. Manuel Soleil also breaks it out by 100th. Doesn't matter. Cologne moving on. Jonathan McCandless, 78 Valari, dial 7 flat. Stanley Crosby right side in his second entry. Both cars second entries here. Dialed 632. Double O, reaction times. John McCandless, 003, 1 over 8, takes the win. Stanley Crosby, 009, 1 over 2, to be trip 7 behind. Pretty much undiscernible at the finish line, but the win goes to Jonathan McCandless. James Harris Jr., 495 the dial in the left lane. 644 the dial for the S10 right side. Big reaction time advantage going to the S10. Turns it into a win, running 6 over after a 17 light. James Harris having trouble getting off the starting line and down the track. Not a good combination. Janine Pickett back. Also running no box. 653 the dial for the Pinto left side. Mike Mills in his second entry, 611 the dial for the 67 Barracuda right lane. Janine, 32 red, Mike Mills, 5 red. Mills will advance. He breaks it out 4 thou. Janine breaks it out 10 thou. Mills moving on. James Bunner Jr., left side, 570 the dial. Pete DeNovo, right side, 501 the dial. Huge reaction time advantage going for Bunner. He just keeps rolling on. 17 on the tree, 1 over 5. Pete DeNovo, reaction time did not start with a 0 and was way off the dial. Left side, Jason Kimbrell, 613 the dial. Right side, Chuck Melnick, 699 the dial. In the 80 Plymouth Arrow. Off they go, reaction time favoring the Chevrolet. 28 thou on the tree, 32 over. For the win, as Chuck Melnick, 51 on the tree, breaks it out a bunch to be 35 ahead. No good. Left side, Doug Milner, 544 the dial. Right side, Scott Bender, 679 the dial. The 70 Mercury Cyclone. Gage Birch, we need you if you're going to take a buy run for your second entry. Gage Birch, we need you up here to take your buy run. Doug Milner goes 13 on the tree, runs 1 over 7, gets there first by 11 thou, your winner. Bender, 25 on the tree, 1 over 6. Behind and on his way to the buyback window. $250 gets you back in if you've been eliminated in round 1. You don't want to go home. You may as well throw some more money at it. John Joyner, left side, 542 the dial. Todd Pritchard, 571 the dial. Lots of guys traveling all over, but these are 2 local Orlando guys squaring off against each other. The reaction time advantage goes to Pritchard. Finish line advantage stays with Pritchard as John Joyner breaks it out. Being 17 thou ahead, needed to be 12 thou ahead or less. Ed Nunez, 761 the dial, one of the slowest cars in the class. David Bird Jones, 491 the dial, one of the quickest cars in the class. Over 2.5 seconds between them. Ed Nunez is going to be about 200 feet out before David Jones goes. Reaction time advantage going to the bird. And he gets it done. 15 on the tree, 1/0. Locks out Nunez, 26 on the tree, 1/2. Hank Uselton, left side, dialed 598 in the Black Magic Chevy 2. Could be Donovan Williams, but we doubt it highly. In the right side, dialed 581 in the Camaro red. Chevy 2 green, Chevy 2 moving on. Up next, I believe this is the fastest car in the class. Wendell Harrison, dialed 464. In the Jerry Haas Cavalier, taking on David Peterson. Peterson in the S10 Pro Stock looking truck, dialed 555. Pro Stock car, left side, Pro Stock truck, left side, right side. Peterson out of Indianapolis, Indiana, with that S10 pickup. And away they go. Harrison goes red and has trouble getting off the starting line. Still runs a 508 at 151. David Peterson, 26 on the tree. 1 with a 9. Nice win, easy win, no pressure, no money spent to get to round 2. Todd Burks, 642 in the Malibu, left side. Could be Michael Pinder back for his second entry in the GTO. 494, the dial for the right lane vehicle. Another Jerry Haas Pro Stock chassis. Reaction time advantage favoring Pinder. He goes 001. He's 3 over, and he's 6 thou behind. Todd Burks, 30 on the tree, had to go dead zero for the win, but breaks it out. DragRaceSolutions.com buy run coming up. Leon Robertson in the Monza, right lane, dialed 611. Neon Leon showing off. He goes 2 on the tree, runs it out the back door to be 13 thou under. That ends our door car round 1 here in the FTI 50K race, day 3 of the SFG Hansen Global Christmas Bracket Bash at Bradenton Motorsports Park, Bradenton, Florida, USA.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jag.
Round at number 1, dragsters. Pulling into the water box at this time. On this beautiful FTI Friday here at Bradenton Motorsports Park for the SFG Christmas Bracket Bash. Thank you, Joe Kerner, for taking care of no box and door car round at number 1. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the chat bleachers. Checking in on Motor Mania TV on the YouTube channel. First pair out. Left lane, Fred. Nope, I'm sorry, that's Frank. Frank Ange. That's Frank the Tank. That's not left lane, Fred. Frank the Tank left side dialed in at 4:59, and Travis Laster Jr. over on the right-hand side dialed in at 4:35. Let's get around number 1 of dragsters. We have called red run stickers only. So red run stickers only. We will take you into stage lanes at this time, please. Red run stickers only. We'll take you into lanes at this time, please. Thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage left side. Win light left side. 010 on the tree. 2 above 4. Going to take the win as that locks out Travis Laster, who was 037 on the tree. 3 above 2. Good enough for 35 thou behind Frank the Tank. Moving on to round number 2. Buybacks for re-entry round. $250 will get you back in. Please, racers, keep in mind we have buybacks available, $250. Get you bought back in to our re-entry round. Mark Davis and Jake Hodge going to be our next pair. Davis left side dialed in at 477, and Jake Hodge over on the right-hand side dialed in at 482. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Slide advantage, Davis. Win light, Hodge. 20 dead, 121 total. Going to take the win as Mark Davis was 018 on the tree, dead 9, good enough for 6 thou behind. Jake Hodge with that entry, moving on to round number 2. Corey Galletti and Trip McCarty. This ought to be a good one for some young racers. Galletti left side dialed in at 452. McCarty right side dialed in at 476. Two thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage McCarty. Win light McCarty. 008, 1 above 7. He will take the win as Galletti was 010 on the tree. 2 above 4. Good enough for 9 thou behind. Trip McCarty. Moving on to round number 2, Corey Galletti. Moving on to racer registration, where he will spend $250 to enter the re-entry round. Carl Soucy and Nick Ferraro going to be our next pair. Soucy left side dialed in at 467. Nick Ferraro over on the right-hand side dialed in at 473. Shutting it down early, goes 539 with a 0 on the 467 dial in. Ferraro goes dead on with a 9 after the red light, continuing the trend from this weekend so far. After people go red, they go dead on. Attention into pits, attention into pits. If you have a delivery from Mickey Thompson, come to the third floor of the tower so you can identify the proper size and part number. If you have a delivery from Mickey Thompson, please come to the third floor of the tower so we can get you to identify the right size and part number. Here with the advantage off the starting line, going to turn that to a win. 015 on the tree, 446 with a 1 on the 442 dial in. As Gasper was 057 on the tree, dead on with an 8, and good enough for 9 thou behind. Robbie Gear moving on. Ricky Boggs and Mike Gentile going to be our next pair. Boggs went very, very deep in eliminations. I believe he got down to semis of dragsters. Boggs left side dialed in at 484, and Mike Gentile right side dialed in at 498. Advantage Boggs, 1 light, Gentile, 013 on the tree, 501 with a 1 on a 498 dial in. Boggs had the better 009 reaction time but goes 488 with a 5 on a 484 dial in. Leaves him at 10 thou behind. Mike Gentile moving on. Kevin Burkett and Baby Gap, Slate Cummings, our next pair. Burkett left side dialed in at 480. Baby Gap right side dialed in at 451. Thousandths of a second, separates him up front. Advantage Cummings. Win light Burkett, 026, dead 2, 28 total. He will take the win as Cummings had the better 023 reaction time, breaks out by a thou, gets there 6 thou, needed to take 5 thou or less, and that would have guaranteed the win lights. But instead that guarantees that Slate Cummings will go to racer registration to buy back into the re-entry round. Carla Pontillo and Randy Lynn Ship, our next pair. Pontillo left side dialed in at 475. And Randy Lynn Ship over on the right hand side dialed in at 457. Identical double 0-2 reaction times. Down to the finish line. Win light going to go to Randy Lynn Ship. 458 with an 8 on a 457 dial in. She will take the win as Pontillo goes 474 with an 8 on the 475 dial in. Gets there by 20. Breaks out by 2. Needed to take 18 or less. That would have gotten her the win light. So Randy Lynn Ship moving on. Joel Lapierre and Heavy D. Donovan Williams going to be our next pair. LaPierre left side dialed in at 474. And Donovan Williams right side dialed in at 470. Once again, Dragster, red run stickers only. Red run stickers only. Need you in the lanes for round number 1. Red run stickers only at this time. We need you in the lanes for round number 1. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Williams. Win light Williams. 009, one above 7, going to take the win. LaPierre was 018 on the tree, goes 473 with a 6 on the 474 dial in. Gets there 12 thousandths, breaks out 4 thousandths. Needed to take 8 or less, and that would have gotten him the win light. So right side, moving on. Michael Smith and Isaac Harris, our next pair. Smith left side dialed in at 505, and Isaac Harris right side dialed in at 458. Isaac Harris going to be the winner. And Smith turns a 703 red to Harris. 023 on the green side, goes 460 with a 6 on the 458 dial in. Smith, after the red light, goes 501 with a 2, showing his hand on that 505 dial in. So Harris moving on. Smith, we'll see him over at Racer Registration. No driver information on the machine on the left-hand side, but it looks like Thomas DeApril. Law confirms it's Kendall DeApril over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 488. And Jason Bator over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 454. Thousandths of a second separates them out front. Advantage DeApril. Win light by Tor. 011 on the tree, 460 with a 0 on the 454 dial in. DeApril had the better 001 reaction time, but cannot run the number. Goes 497 with an 8 on the 488 dial in. So Jason Bator moving on. Michael Ruark and Kayla Costello, our next pair. Ruark left side dialed in at 453. And Costello, right side, dialed in at 467. Costello having some issues, cannot back up after the burnout. Don't know if the power shut off on the machine or not.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
So apparently the car in front of Miss Kayla was leaking some water. Kayla spotted it on the track and said, hey, we need this stuff mopped up. So here we go. Once again, Michael Rourke Kayla Costello, 453 to dial in for O'Rourke. And 467 over on the right-hand side. Six thousandths of a second, separates them up front, and then a Ruark. One light Costello, 019 on the tree, one above zero. Going to take the win as Ruark had the better 013 reaction time, goes two above four on the 453 dial in. Good enough for 8 thou behind. Kayla Costello moving on. Johnny Brennan and Adam Russell our next pair. Brandon left side dialed in at 459, and Russell right side dialed in at 441. Brandon's going to be a winner. Russell turned to 006 on the red side. Brandon, 008, breaks out 2 thou. Going to move on to round number 2 as Russell, after the red light, goes 442 with a 0 on the 441 dial in. Touching into pits. Donovan Williams has lost his red Zuma. So if you are riding a Zuma that you think is yours, take a really, really good look at it. So once again, if you are riding a red Zuma, check it really, really close to make sure that it's yours. Separates them up front. Advantage Laster, win light Laster. How about 419 at 156 miles an hour? 012 on the tree, getting there by under a thou, 0.0008. Elizabeth Keene was 019 on the tree, dead on with a 7, and still behind at the stripe. Travis Laster moving on. John Yacht, John Brandon, over on the left-hand side, 474 going to be the dial-in for him. And Joe DeVete, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 479. Thousandths of a second, separates from up front. Advantage David. Win light Brandon, 020, 473 with an 8 on the 474 dial in. Breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. David, 008 on the reaction time, breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Double under, Johnny Brandon breaking out by the least amounts, and will take the win. Patrick Miller and Claude DeBonis, our next pair. Miller, left side, dialed in at 476. And Claude DeBonis over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 457. Miller going to be the winner. DeBonis 003 red. The Miller 475 with a 6 on a 476 dial in. DeBonis after the red light 455 with a 3 on the 457 dial in. Jason Rich and Scott Neal, our next pair. Rich on the left-hand side, dialed in at 434. And Scott Neal over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 452. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Neal right side. Going to take the win as well. 14, a dead 6, 20 total. Locks out Jason Rich, who was 0.23 on the reaction time. Goes 3 above 4. Good enough for 37 thou behind. So Scott Neal moving on. Lori McGowan over on the left-hand side, and John Siegel over on the right-hand side. McGowan dialed in at 505. Siegel right side dialed in at 444. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Siegel. Win light Siegel. 446 with a 9 on the 444 dial in. 002 reaction time. McGowan dead on with a 9 and 23 thou behind at the finish line. John Siegel moving on. Cole Powell and Anthony D'Agostino our next pair. Powell left side dialed in at 466. D'Agostino right side dialed in at 475. Separates them up front. Advantage D'Agostino, win light Powell, 031, 467 with a 4 on the 466 dial in. D'Agostino was 029 on the tree, cannot run the number. It goes 481 with a 5 on the 475 dial in. Left side winner in that pair. Keith Russell and BT Brandon Taylor. Taylor right side dialed in at 459, and Keith Russell left side dialed in at 468. Going to be the winner. Russell turned to 002 red. So Brandon Taylor, 007, 455 with an 8 on the 459 dial in. Russell after the red light, dead on, 0. After the red light, dead on, dead on, dead on, and dead on. Red and white run sticker dragsters. We will take you into lanes at this time. Red and white run sticker dragsters. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Steve McCrory, remember, you are the wait and see buy run. Steve McCrory, you are the wait and see buy run. Michael Scott and George Ebell, our next pair. Scott left side dialed in at 454. Ebell right side dialed in at 449. 35 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Scott, win light Scott. How about one take 9 for Michael Scott? 458 with a 0 on the 454 dial in. Locks out Georgie Bell, who was 036 on the tree, 1 above 4 and 9 thou behind. Michael Scott moving on to round number 2. Katie Sloat and Brianna Costello, our next pair. Sloat left side dialed in at 489. And Costello right side dialed in at 475. Racers, keep in mind, racer registration is open for your re-entries. No lines, no waiting, Brad says. $250 will get you back in the hunt for $50,000. Besides, what else do you have got going on today? You're all there at the racetrack, beautiful weather. Is that right, Hank?
Yeah, if you say so. I'm there. I'm pretty flexible.
Thousandths of a second separates from up front, and dead is close. Win like Costello. 020 on the tree, dead 6. She will take the win as Katie Sloat had the better 005 reaction time. Goes 488 with a 7 on the 489. Breaks out 3 thousandths, gets there 24 thousandths. Needed to take 21 or less. That would have gotten her the win light. So Miss Costello moving on. Michael Valley and Will Holloman, our next pair. Valley left side dialed in at 460 for the Gearhead Garage and Sebi Performance Machine. And Will Holloman, the brand new Miller Race Cars dragster over on the right hand side, dialed in here at 452. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Holloman. Win light Holloman. 017 to 3 above 0. Going to take the win as Valley was 024 on the tree, 2 above 7. Good enough for 4. Thou behind at the stripe. Will Holloman moving on. Alan Elliott and Robbie Officer, our next pair. Elliott left side dialed in at 448 for the Twin Rivers Building Supply Dragster. And Robbie Officer over on the right hand side dialed in at 475. Once again, red and white dragster run stickers you have been called. Red and white run sticker dragsters you have been called. Advantage off the starting line here goes to Elliott. He will take the win as well. 007, 2 above 2. Going to take the win as Officer was 031 on the tree, 4 above 3. Cannot run the number. Leaves him 45 thou behind at the stripe. Alan Elliott. Moving on to round number 2. John Sloan and Tebow going to be our next pair. Sloan over on the left-hand side dialed in at 464. And Tyler Bohannon over on the right-hand side also dialed in at 464. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Sloan left side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 017 and dead on 6. 23 total. Locks out Bohannon, who was 026 on the tree. 466 with a 4. On a 464 dial in, good enough for 27th out behind at the stripe. So John Sloan moving on. Stephen Farrow and Tim Crone, our next pair. Farrow left side dialed in at 454. And Tim Crone over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 499. Separates from up front. Advantage Crone, Winlight Crone. 030 on the tree, 501 with a 4 on the 499 dial in. Don't know what happened to Farrow there, but he was 085 on the tree. Goes dead on with a 7. Good enough for 38 thou behind. Tim Crone moving on. Amy Farrow and T-Rock, Troy Williams Jr. over on the right-hand side. Williams dialed in at 463. Farrow, left side, dialed in at 465. .24 thousandths of a second. Advantage T-Rock. Winlight T-Rock. 020 on the tree. 1 above 4. Going to take the win. Farrow was 044 on the tree. Dead at 2. And 12 thou behind at the stripe. T-Rock moving on to round number 2 with that entry. CJ Keene and Derek Hubbard our next pair. Keene left side dialed in at 449. Hubbard right side dialed in at 445. Thousandths of a second separates from up front. Point advantage team. Winlight Hubbard. How about 6? Dead 9. You're going to take the win for Derek Hubbard. CJ Keene had the better 004 reaction time. Breaks out 13 thousandths. Gets there at 28 thousandths. Needed to take 15 or less. That would have gotten him the Winlight. Derek Hubbard moving on. Eric Mann and McKenna Brown going to be our next pair. Mann left side dialed in at 460. And McKenna Brown right side dialed in at 457. Thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage Brown. Winlight Brown. 002, 463 with a 1 on the 457 dial in. She will take the win as Eric Mann was 009 on the tree. Cannot run the number. It goes 478 with a 1 on the 460 dial in. So McKenna Brown moving on to round number 2. Adam Bitzenis and Troy Williams from Virginia. Bitzenis got the really cool looking Formula 1 wing on the back of his dragster. He is dialed in at 480. And Troy Williams from Virginia over on the right hand side dialed in at 448. advantage off the starting line. Going to Williams right side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 018, 2 above 0. Going to take the win as Benzanis was 026 on the tree. Goes 479 with a 2 on the 480. Breaks out 8 thousandths. Gets there by 20 thousandths. Needed to take 12 or less. And that would have gotten him the win light. So Troy Williams moving on. Steve Dweck and Barry Brown, our next pair. Dweck on the left side dialed in at 486. And Barry Brown over on the right-hand side dialed in at 444. So once again, red and white run sticker dragsters. We need you in the lanes, please. Red and white run sticker dragsters. We need you in the lanes, please. What's going to be the winner? Barry Brown turns to 017 red. To Dweck 006, 484 with a 9 on the 486 dial in. Brown after the red light goes 442 with a 4 on the 444 dial in. Steve Dweck moving on to round number 2. Barry Brown moving on to racer registration where $250 will get you bought back into our re-entry round. John Douglas and Lou Hawthorne, our next pair. Douglas over on the left-hand side dialed in at 482. And Lou Hawthorne over on the right-hand side dialed in at 445. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Douglas left side. Wendline, however, going to go to Hawthorne on the right-hand side. Don't show this ticket to John Douglas. He's going to be sick. Hawthorne was 063 on the tree. Goes 443 with a 2 on the 445 dial in. Douglas had the better 009 reaction time, but breaks out more. So Lou Hawthorne going to be moving on to round number 2. Gary Carbone and Carson Brown, next pair. Carbone left side dialed in at 441, and Carson Brown right side dialed in at 469. $24,000 of a second. Advantage Brown. Win line Brown. 6 dead 9 for Carson Brown. Locks out Gary Carbone, who was 030 on the reaction time, and goes dead on with an 8. Good enough for 23,000 behind at the finish line. Carson Brown moving on. Leighton Sumter and Tom Dauber, our next pair. Sumter left side dialed in at 460. And Tom Dauber over on the right-hand side dialed in at 461. $7,000 second. Advantage Sumter One light, Dauber, 014, dead 3, 17 total. Going to take the win as Sumter was 007, 1 above 2, good enough for 2 thou behind. Tom Dauber moving on. Marshall Grooms, it's Steve McCrory, our next pair. Grooms left side dialed in at 470. That's Steve McCrory, who was just recently $50,000 richer. He was our recent winner for Fuel Tech Thursday's 50,000 to win event that was just completed a little while ago. Marshall Grooms, a former 100,000 to win winner for SFG as well. So a couple of guys collecting money on the big stage going at it here. McCrory going to be the winner this time as Grooms started at 024 red. The champ. 020 on the green side, shutting it down early. Says I've made enough runs already today. I already know what it's going to run. 468 with a 9 at only 120 miles an hour. So we'll see him back around as that entry is also the legal buy run whenever he comes back around. So McKenna Kitterman and Sean Serra, our next pair. Kitterman left side dialed in at 445. And Sean Serra over on the right hand side dialed in at 482. Going to be the winner is 003 red. So Sean Serra lighting it up 10 total, 007 dead 3. Kitterman after the red light, 444 with a 4, 6 thou under the 445 dial in. Terrell Sinkler and Larry Hamby. Sinkler over on the left hand side dialed in at 516, and Larry Hamby over on the right hand side dialed in here at 490. Larry Hamby doubled up in his 55 Chevy. You saw that earlier in door car round number 1. $17,000 on the second, separates from up front. Advantage Hamby. Win light Sinkler, 027 on the tree, a dead on with a 6. Going to take the win as Hamby had the better 010 reaction time. Goes 493 with a 7 on the 490 dial in, and that was good enough for 14 thou behind at the finish line. Terrell Sinkler moving on. Jeff Kondratic and SAJ, our next pair. Kondratic left side dialed in at 476. And SAJ over on the right-hand side dialed in at 491. Up front, advantage Albritton, and going to take the win as well. 492 with a 3 on a 491 dial in after a 007 reaction time. Kondratic had a 012 reaction time, goes 479 with a 1 on a 476 dial in, good enough for 23 thou behind at the finish line. SAJ moving on. Chris Rowe, and I believe that is Madison McCormick over on the right hand side. I know it's not Bailey because he's standing behind the car. So Chris Rowe over on the left-hand side dialed in at 452. And Madison McCormick over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 446. Seven thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage McCormick. Win light McCormick. 007. 449 with a 4 on the 446 dial in. Chris Rowe had a 014 reaction time. Goes 4 above 8. Good enough for 21 thou behind at the finish line. Madison McCormick moving on. Gerald Thompson and Billy Dunn our next pair. Thompson left side dialed in at 470. And Billy Dunn over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 475. We saw Billy Dunn lay down a perfect run earlier this weekend. Earlier this week. It's not even the weekend yet. It's still Friday. Thousandths of a second separates from up front, and one of them was 011. How about Gerald Thompson? 002. No, I'm sorry. How about 000? Dead on with a 2 for Gerald Thompson. Locks out Billy Dunn, who was 011 on the tree. Goes 474 with a 3, breaks out 7 thousandths, and still leaves him 2 thou behind at the finish line. So Gerald Thompson, 000, take 002. That'll get him into round number 2. For Billy Dunn, that was good enough. Well, thanks for playing. We'll see you over at Racer Registration. Juan Spain and Gene Alvarez, our next pair. Spain left side dialed in at 456. Alvarez right side dialed in at 5 flat. It's getting brutal out there, kids, here on FTI Friday. Thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage Alvarez. Win light Alvarez. 19 total for Alvarez. As Spain was 018 on the tree and breaks out by 14 thousandths. Had a tiny, and I mean tiny, window. Gets there 15 thousandths. Had a thou to work with at the finish line. So Alvarez moving on. Dave Shaludo and Ryan Barnes our next pair. Shaludo left side dialed in at 480, and Ryan Barnes over on the right-hand side dialed in at 458. So once again, red and white run sticker dragsters, red and white run sticker dragsters. You're the only ones that have been called so far. Red and white run sticker dragsters. Thousandths of a second separates from up front, and one of them was 013. How about Dave Shaludo? 000 dead 6. He will take the win as he locks out Ryan Barnes, who was 013 on the reaction time. Shuts it down early, cannot run the number, goes 471 with a 5 on a 458 dial in. So Dave Shaludo, triple dead 6, and moves on to round number 2. Jeff Keane and Derek Barnes our next pair. Keane in the Hellcat dragster dialed in at 469, and Derek Burns over on the right-hand side dialed in at 459. Gibson got timed out there, so tough break for him first round.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
So Timmy Miller and Scott Gibson Jr. our next pair. Miller over on the left side dialed in at 479. And Scotty Gibson over on the right hand side dialed in at 457. Both of these guys going a lot of rounds last night. Win light, Gibson, 021, 461 with a 4 on the 457 dial in. Going to take the win as Miller was 018 on the tree, goes 485 with a 4 on the 479 dial in. Good enough for 17th out behind at the finish line. So Scotty Gibson moving on. Trey Bunner and Michael Carpenter are going to be our next pair. Bunner over on the left-hand side dialed in at 484. And Michael Carpenter over on the right-hand side dialed in at 485. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Carpenter to the right side. Going to take the win as well. 006, 2 above 5. Going to take the win as Bunner was 024 on the tree, 2 above 5 as well. Good enough for 18th thou at the finish line behind. Undecided on the starting line. Michael Carpenter moving on in that pair. Joel LaPierre and John L. Gerber. LaPierre left side dialed in at 473. And John L. Gerber over on the right-hand side dialed in at 456. Gerber's going to be the winner as LaPierre turned in 003 on the red side. So Gerber, 003 on the green side, goes 453 with a 5 on a 456 dial in. LaPierre, after the red light, of course, dead on, dead on, dead on, and dead on. Aaron Williams and Mark Kelly, our next pair. Williams left side dialed in at 512, and Mark Kelly over on the right-hand side dialed in at 471. Advantage off the starting line. Go to Kelly. Win light, gonna go to Kelly. 471. The dial in goes 470 with a 7. Aaron Williams goes 509 on the 512 dial in. Next pair, James Kavanaugh and Curtis Allen. Kavanaugh left side dialed in at 469, and Curtis Allen right side dialed in at 5 flat. Turns in 030 on the red side. So Allen 019, 501 with a 2 on the 5 flat dial in. Kavanaugh after the red light goes 481 with a 4 on the 469 dial in. Curtis Allen moving on. Gary Sturgeon and John Brown our next pair. Sturgeon left side dialed in at 505, and John Brown over on the right hand side dialed in at 446. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Brown, Winlight Brown 007, 449 with a 2 on the 446 dial in. He will take the win as Sturgeon was 039 on the tree, dead on with a 3, and still 3 thou behind at the finish line. So John Brown moved on to round number 2. We will see Gary Sturgeon over at Racer Registration, where he can buy back in to the re-entry round for $50,000. Maureen Mueller and Jeff Serra, our next pair. Mueller left side dialed in at 476, and Jeff Serra over on the right hand side dialed in at 455. Six thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Serra. Winlight Serra 004, 458 with a 1 on the 455 dial in. Mueller was 010 on the tree, goes 478 with a 6 on the 476 dial in. Jeff Serra 4 take 1, and we'll move into round number 2. Tony Pontillo and Mike Gentile, our next pair. Pontillo left side dialed in at 471, and Mike Gentile over on the right hand side dialed in at 501. So once again, we have called red and white run sticker dragsters. Pontillo is going to be the winner as Gentile turns in 023 on the red side. So Pontillo showing his hand goes 469 with a 7 on the 471 dial in. Gentile after the red light 499 with an 8 on the 501 dial in. So Tony Pontillo moving on. Elizabeth Keene and Chris Turner our next pair. Keene left side dialed in at 484, and Chris Turner over on the right hand side dialed in at 465. Turner going to be the winner as Keene turns at 009 red. So Turner 8 dead 9. Showing his hand is Elizabeth Keene after the red light goes 482 with a 5 on the 484 dial in. Michael Yarnall and Claude DeBonis our next pair. Yarnall left side dialed in at 514, and Claude DeBonis over on the right hand side dialed in at 457. As it is 1 p.m. here in Great state of Florida over on the East Coast. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone on Florida Mania TV checking out all the coverage from Bradenton Motorsports Park. Advantage off the starting line by 6,000ths of a second. Going to go to DeBonis. He's going to turn that into a win as well. 0-12 on the tree, 458 with a 7. On the 457 dial in. Yarnall was 0-18 on the tree, 4 above 4, cannot run the number. Good enough for 33, thou behind at the stripe. Claude DeBonis, moving on to round number 2. Randy Kraus and Bubba Hawthorne, our next pair. Kraus, left side, dialed in at 481. And Hawthorne, right-hand side, dialed in at 480. Identical 0-13 reaction times. Down to the stripe. Win light gonna go to Bubba Hawthorne. 13, dead 6, 19 total. Locks out Randy Kraus, who was 0-13 on the tree as well, and goes 483 with a 4. On a 481 dialed in. Good enough for 18, thou behind. So Bubba Hawthorne moving on. Brian Stevenson and Mike Stazuski, our next pair. Stevenson left side dialed in at 472. And Mike Suzuki over on the right-hand side dialed in at 510. Going to be the winner as Suzuki turns it 001 red. Stevenson 10, dead 7, 17 total. Going to take the win as Suzuki after the red light goes 505 with a 9 on the 510 dial in. So Brian Stevenson moving on. Oral Chambers and Mike Larkin, our next pair. Chambers left side dialed in at 444. And Mike Larkin over on the right hand side dialed in at 486, driving one of Brett Sloat's dragsters. Budweiser Pepsi Patio open for business over on the east side of the track. Budweiser Pepsi products, cheeseburgers, hot dogs, corn dogs, chicken tenders, french fries, milkshakes. Thank you, Brad. We got milkshakes down there too. Open for business till about, say about 5:30 today. 4 thousandths of a second separates them up front, and they are 4 total leaving the starting line. How about Oral Chambers? 000, 1 above 7 for 17 total. And Mike Larkin, 004 on the tree, 3 above 2, good enough for 19 thou behind. So Oral Chambers, 000 and moving on. Friendly reminder, Budweiser Pepsi Patio open for breakfast tomorrow morning. They will have breakfast sandwiches early in the morning, and then they will have their full menu at around 11 o'clock or so. Keep that in mind, racers. You got some hunger issues in the morning. Budweiser Pepsi Patio going to be open for breakfast tomorrow morning. Robbie Gear and Terry Hutchins, our next pair. Gear left side dialed in at 443. Hutchins right side dialed in at 503. 4 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Gear. Win light Hutchins. 024 dead 024 total. Robbie Gear was 020 on the tree. 1 above 2. Good enough for 8 thou behind. Right side going to be the winner in that pair. Brandon Jones and Brian Gasper, our next pair. Jones, left side, dialed in at 457. And Todd Osteen, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 481. Something going on with the airport machine. It lost fire as soon as it left the starting line, it sounded like. Still rolling, so it's going to have a slow roller going down the track. Todd Osteen going to be the winner. 0:33 on the reaction time. Todd Osteen going to be the winner. 0:33 on the reaction time. Dead on with a 4. Yikes. Little too close for comfort there, Todd. So we'll wait for D'April to clear the racetrack. Next pair brings us Michael Smith and Kevin Abbott. Smith, left side, dialed in at 501. And Kevin Abbott, right side, dialed in at 465. Attention at the pits, attention in the pits. Packages at the pit gate. Main gate that we've been going in and out of all weekend. Packages at the pit gate for John Brown, Paul Skinger, and Carlos Reyes. Carlos Reyes. So John Brown, Paul Skinger, and Carlos Reyes. You have packages at the pit gate waiting for you. 0.05 of a second, separation up front, advantage Abbott. When light Abbott, double breakout, 0.25 on the 3, 464 with a 1 on the 465 dial in, breaks out by 0.09 of a second. Michael Smith, 499 with a 4 on the 501 dial in, breaks out by 16,000 of a second. Right side, moving on. Ricky Boggs, Travis Laster Jr. over on the right-hand side. Boggs made it down to the semifinals of Dragsters from yesterday's Fuel Tech Thursday 50 Grander. And Travis Laster over here on the right-hand side, 417. Gonna be the dial in on the right side. Ricky Boggs, 485 on the left-hand side. Ricky Boggs is going to be the winner as Travis Laster turns in a heartbreaker 001 red. Ricky Boggs, nice 001 green, and 487 with a 2 on the 485 dial in. Laster, after the red light, shutting it down early, goes 850 with a 4 and a brisk 53 miles an hour. So we'll wait for Travis Laster to clear the track. Next pair, Alan Glatt and Melissa Kelly going to be our pair. Glatt, left side, dialed in at 455. And Kelly, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 460. So once again, red and white run sticker dragsters for round number 1. You're the only 2 that have been called so far. Red and white run sticker dragsters. You're the only 2 for this round that have been called. 9 thousandths of a second separates them up front, and one of them was 0.39. One light going to go to Melissa Kelly. 000, 2 above 3 going to take the win. As Alan Glatt was 0.39 on the tree, breaks out by 7 thousandths and still leaves him 9 thou behind at the finish line. So Melissa Kelly moving on. We'll see Alan Glatt over at Racer Registration, where $250 get him put back into the re-entry round for a chance at $50,000. Pretty good deal if you ask me. Tripman McCarty and Mark Officer, our next pair. McCarty left side dialed in at 480. And Mark Officer over on the right hand side dialed in at 470. Officer turns at 010 on the red side. So McCarty 008, showing his hand a little bit, goes 475 with a 4 on the 480 dial in. Mark Officer after the red light, continuing the trend of dead on after the red, dead on after the red, dead on after the red. Kevin Burkett and Justin Fordyce, our next pair. Burkett left side dialed in at 481. And Justin Fordyce, right side dialed in at 472. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Burkett left side. Winlight, however, going to go to Fordyce on the right-hand side. 024, 473 with a 0 on the 472 dial in. Burkett had the better 007 reaction time, goes 480 with a 1 on the 481 dial in. Gets there at 36 thousandths and breaks out 9 thousandths. Patrick Miller. No driver information over on the right-hand side. 453 going to be the dial in. We'll call him Ray Connolly. How about this? You have Division 3 number. That sounds familiar. Connolly going to be the winner. It's Miller turning 002 red. Connolly 452 with an 8 on the 453 dial in. Miller after the red light 473 with an 8. On a 476 dial in. So Ray Connolly moving on. Larry McGowan Jr. and Zach Cook, our next pair. 506 to dial in for McGowan left side. And 466 going to be the dial in for Cook on the right hand side. Cook going to be the winner as McGowan turns at 019 on the red side. The Cook 002 at 8 thou under. McGowan dead on with a 2 after the red light and continuing the trend. Next pair, Bruce Lieberman and Brett Sloat. Lieberman left side dialed in at 453. And Sloat on the right hand side dialed in at 493. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Sloat, Winlight, Lieberman. 025 on the tree, 454 with a 7 on the 453 dial in. Sloat had the better 014 reaction time, but can outrun the number. It goes 497 with a 2 on the 493 dial in. Good enough for 14th dial behind. It's Bruce Lieberman moving on. Dave Triplett and Randy Lynn Ship, our next pair. Triplett left side dialed in at 465. And Randy Lynn Ship over on the right-hand side dialed in at 457. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Triplet. Win light Triplet 005. 467 with a 5 on the 465 dial in. Randy Lynn Ship was 047 on the tree, 1 above 2, and 29th out behind at the finish line. So Dave Triplet moving on to round number 2. Jason Rich and Jeremy Popple next pair. Rich left side dialed in at 433. Popple right side dialed in at 475. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Popple. Win light Popple 024. 1 above 0. 34 total. As Jason Rich was 030 on the reaction time. Dead on 6. Good enough for 2 thou behind. Jeremy Popple moving on. Carl Susie and Donovan Williams next pair. Susie left side dialed in at 468. Donovan Williams on the right-hand side also dialed in at 468. Thousandths of a second separates them off the starting line. Advantage Susie. Win light Williams 018. Dead 1. 19 total. Gonna take the win as Susie was 006 on the tree. 471 with a 2 on the 468 dial in. Good enough for 19 thou behind at the finish line. Donovan Williams moving on. Keith Russell and Tebow Tyler Bohannon next pair. Tebow right side dialed in at 464. And Keith Russell left hand side dialed in at 469. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Tebow right side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 12, 1 above 0. Going to take the win. Keith Russell was 041 on the tree. 6 thou under and 13 thou behind at the stripe. So Tebow moving on. Jason Folk and Jake Hodge our next pair. Folk left side dialed in at 480. Hodge right side dialed in at 482. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Hodge, right side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 008, 2 above 3. Going to take the win. It's Polk with 051 on the 3. Dead 3. And 23 thou behind at the stripe. So Jake Hodge moving on to round number 2. Katie Sloat and Travis Laster, our next pair. Sloat, left side, dialed in at 489. And Travis Laster, right side, dialed in at 436. At this time, we will take all color dragsters, red, white, and blue at this time. All color run sticker dragsters. Red run stickers, white run stickers, and now blue run stickers. We will take all of you in the staging lanes at this time. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Laster, right side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 014 on the tree. 438 with a 1. On to 436 dial in. Sloat goes 487 with a 2. Breaks out of the 489 dial in. Travis Laster moving on. John Yacht and Will Holloman going to be our next pair. John Brennan, left side, dialed in at 475. Will Holloman, right side, dialed in at 453. Identical 005 reaction times off the starting line. Down to the finish line. Will Holloman, 454 with a 3 on the 453 dial in. 1 above 3. 18 total. Going to take the win. Brandon was 005. Breaks out by 8 thousandths. Gets there by 21 thousandths. Will Holloman moving on. Michael Ruark and BT. Brandon Taylor, right side. Taylor dialed in at 458. Ruark, left side, dialed in at 455. So once again, at this time, red, white, and blue run sticker dragsters. We will take you in the lanes. Red, white, and blue run sticker dragsters. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Ruark. Win line, however, going to go to Taylor on the right-hand side. 016, dead 9. Going to take the win as Ruark was 007 on the tree. Goes 452 with a 6 on the 455 dial in. So BT moving on. Corey LeClaire and Tim Crone, our next pair. LeClaire, left side, dialed in at 491. Tim Crone, right side, dialed in at 496. Two thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Crone. Win light LeClaire, 008, dead 7. Going to take the win as Crone had the slightly better 006 reaction time. Goes 1 above 4. Good enough for 5 thou behind. Corey LeClaire, 8, take 5, and moving on. Amy Farrow and Derek Hubbard, our next pair. Farrow, left side, dialed in at 465. Derek Hubbard, right side, dialed in at 445. Something going on with Derek Hubbard's machine as it barely creeps off the starting line. Amy Farrell wisely lifting off the throttle. Going to take the win. 013 reaction time, 472 with a 5 on a 465 dial in. Not quite sure what happened to Derek's machine, but 12 flat with a 1 at 109 miles an hour. So Amy Farrell moving on. We'll see Derek Hubbard over at Racer Registration. $250, that seems like a really good deal, especially if you're in the finals for 50,000 of it. Think about that, guys. Corey Galletti and AA Ron McCullough are on the right-hand side. McCullough dialed in at 476. Corey Galletti went deep into eliminations for Fuel Tech Thursday. Dialed in here left side at 452. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Galletti. Win light Galletti. 017, 1 above 4. Going to take the win as McCullough was 024 on the tree, 1 above 2. Good enough for 5 thou behind at the finish line. Gas and go. Moving on to round number 2. Frank the Tank and T-Rock going to be our next pair. Frank Ange, left side dialed in at 460. And Troy Williams Jr. over on the right-hand side, also dialed in at 460. T-Rock going to be the winner as Frank the Tank turns it 002 red. So T-Rock 461 with a 9 on the 460 dial in. Frank Ange, after the red light, going to continue our theme. After you go red, you go dead on. This one is no exception. 460, dead on 4 after the red light. John Boat and Kayla Costello, next pair. Johnny Brennan, left side, dialed in at 459. Kayla Costello, right side, dialed in at 468. Both of these drivers, graduates of the Junior Drag Racing League, for those of you that wanted a little bit of tidbit of information like that. 8 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Costello. Win light Costello. 012 on the tree, 467 with a 5 on the 468 dial in. Brandon was 020 on the tree, goes 457 with an 8 on the 459 dial in. Breaks out by 12 thousandths. Costello breaks out by 5 thousandths. Less of the 2, and we'll go on to round number 2. Michael Valley and Bo Butner. Valley left side dialed in at 462. And Bo Butner from Floyd's Knobs, Indiana. The Jim Butner Auto Sales Dragster on the right-hand side dialed in at 451. Valley going to be the winner as Butner turns it 012 red. Valley 022, 461 with a 5 on the 462 dial in. Butner, after the red light, breaks out by 9 thou. No good. Michael Valley moving on to round number 2. Timmy Miller and Stacy Carpenter, our next pair. Miller, left side, dialed in at 484. And Stacy Carpenter, right side, dialed in at 474. Of a second, separates him off the starting line. Advantage Carpenter. Win light Carpenter, 019 on the tree, 476 with a 4 on a 474 dial in. Timmy Miller was 039 on the tree, dead on with a 4. Good enough for 7-10 thou behind at the finish line. The right side moving on. Alan Elliott and Adam Russell, our next pair. Elliott left side dialed in at 448. And Adam Russell right-hand side dialed in at 441. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Adam Russell. Win light, going to go to Adam Russell. 442 with a 7 on a 441 dial in. Alan Elliott was 034 on the tree, dead on with a 3, and 11th out behind at the finish line. Adam Russell moving on. Steve Dweck and George E. Bell going to be our next pair. Dweck left side dialed in at 486. George E. Bell right side dialed in at 451. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Steve Dweck left side. Winlight, however, going to go to Ebell on the right-hand side. 045, a dead 7 for George Ebell. He will take the win as Dweck had the better 011 reaction time. Goes 485 with a 7 on the 486 dial in. Gets there 44 thou, breaks out 3 thou. Needs to take 41 or less. That would have gotten him the Winlight. So George Ebell moving on. John Sloan and Billy Ferraro. Sloan left side dialed in at 464. And Billy Ferraro, right side, dialed in at 474. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to John Sloan, left side. Winlight, however, going to go to Ferraro on the right-hand side. 034, dead 3. I'm sorry, 037, dead 3, 40 total. John Sloan cannot run the number. It goes 467 with a 5. No good. Behind at the stripe, Ferraro moving on. Jeremy West and Gus Mascarenas, our next pair. West left side dialed in at 479. And Mascarenas over on the right-hand side dialed in at 484. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Mascarenas right side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 005 breaks out by a thou. Going to get the win as Jeremy West was 014 on the tree. Breaks out by 7 thou. So Gus Mascarenas 005 and moving on. Leighton Sumter and Carson Brown, our next pair. Sumter left side dialed in at 461, and Carson Brown over on the right hand side dialed in at 468. Thousandths of a second separates from out front. Advantage Sumter. Double breakout. Win light Brown. 012 on the tree. 467 with a 5 on the 468 dial in. Breaks out 5 thou. Leighton Sumter had the better 009 reaction time. Goes 459 with a 4 on the 461 dial in. Breaks out 16 thou. The right side moving on. Eric Mann and Jason Bator are going to be our next pair. Mann left side dialed in at 464, and Bator over on the right hand side dialed in at 456. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to bait 4, right side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 008. 2 above 6. Going to take the win is Eric Mann. Was 015 on the tree. Goes 468 with a 7. On the 464 dial in. Good enough for 28 thou behind. Michael Carpenter and Chad Morrison, our next pair. Carpenter left side dialed in at 486. And Morrison over on the right hand side dialed in at 452. Morrison's going to be the winner as Carpenter turns in 001 red. So Morrison, 012, 2 above 0. Good enough for 32 total. Carpenter, after the red light, goes 488 with a 3 on the 486 dial in. So Chad Morrison moving on. Charles Sinkler and Isaac Harris, our next pair. Sinkler left side dialed in at 475, and Isaac Harris over on the right hand side dialed in at 460. Once again, all color run stickers have been called. All color run sticker dragsters you have been called to the lanes at this time. So if you have not ran your round number 1 just yet, the time is now. We need you in the lanes, please. Advantage on the starting line by 29,000. It's going to go to Sinkler left side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 011 on the tree. 477 with a 0 on the 475 dial in. Isaac Harris, 040 on the tree, 459 with a 3, breaks out 7 thou and still leaves him 2 thou behind at the finish line. The left side moving on in that pair. Steve Mueller and Kyle Cotrera, our next pair. Mueller left side dialed in at 457, and Kyle Cotrera right side dialed in at 444. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Cotrera right side. Going to be the winner as well. 10 and 447 with a 2 on the 444 dial in. Mueller was 043 on the tree and breaks out by 4 thou. Had nothing to work with. Gets there by 3 thou. Even if they took 0, still puts them a thou under. So Cotrera moving on. Allison Body and Brianna Costello, our next pair. Body left side dialed in at 477, and Costello right side dialed in at 475. Seven thousandths of a second, separates from up front. Advantage Body. Win light Body. How about 3 total for Allison Body? 002, dead 1. Locks out Costello, who was 009 on the reaction time. Gets there by 2 thousandths and breaks out by 8 thousandths. Has absolutely 0 to work with. It's Allison Body, 3 total. And moving on. Tim Butler and SAJ, our next pair. Butler, the JW Transmissions, Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing Equipment Dragster over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 489. SAJ over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 455. One thousandth of a second separates from up front. Slide advantage Butler. Win light Butler. 014, 1 above 7. Going to take the win as SAJ was 015 on the tree, goes 454 with a 9 on the 455 dial in, breaks out a thou, gets there at 17, needed to take 16 or less, and that would have gotten him the win light. So Tim Butler moving on. Marshall Grooms and Billy Dunn, our next pair. Grooms left side dialed in at 469, and Billy Dunn right side dialed in at 474. As we are slowly but surely winding down round at number 1. $18,000 of a second separates them up front. Advantage Grooms. Win light Grooms. 020 on the tree. 2 above 6. Going to take the win. As Billy Dunn was 038 on the tree. Goes 473 with a 6 on the 474 dial in. Breaks out 4 thou. Gets there at 12 thou, needed to take 8 thou or less. But that would have gotten him the win light. Left side, winner in that pair. James Cavanaugh and Bailey Ferraro, next pair. Cavanaugh, left side, dialed in at 470. And old Fug, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 452. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Ferraro, right side. Gonna turn that into a win as well. Double 06, 1 above 0, 16 total. Locks out Kavanaugh, who was 023 on the starting line. Goes 468 with a 3 on the 470 dial in. Breaking out 17 thousandths, getting there 10 thousandths. Has 0 to work with. Ferraro moving on. No driver information on the left-hand side. 467 going to be the dial-in for the dragster over there. And Jay Adams over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 480. Thousandths of a second, separates from up front. Advantage left side, win light right side. 30, dead 6, 36 total. Going to take the win is left side with 027 on the tree, 1 above 4. Good enough for 5, thou behind. Jay Adams moving on. McKenna Kitterman and Tom Dauber, our next pair. Kitterman left side dialed in at 444. And Tom Dauber over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 461. Final call dragsters, round number 1. Final call dragsters, round number 1. All run stickers have been called. Final call for all run sticker dragsters. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage left side, win light left side. 001, 1 above 9, 20 total. Going to take the win as Tom Dauber was 019 reaction time, goes 462 with a 5 on the 461 dialed in. Good enough for 14 thou behind. So McKenna Kitterman moving on. So attention in the pits, Paige Sosa is looking to sell her door car entry for, Paige Sosa looking to sell her door car entry for tomorrow. If anybody has an extra door car that they want to enter in tomorrow, Paige Sosa is interested in selling hers, as her vehicle suffered some unfortunate unscheduled engine damage. So if you want to get in on tomorrow's racing action and you have an extra entry available, Paige Sosa is looking to sell hers. Juan Spain and McKenna Brown, this pair. McKenna Brown, 12, 1 above 0, take 6. Going to take the win as Quan Spain was 032 on the tree, 454 with a 6 on the 455 dial in. McKenna Brown moving on in that pair. Tim Miller and Jono Gerber, next pair. Miller left side dialed in at 485. Jono Gerber, right side, dialed in at 457. Advantage Gerber, red light Gerber, 012, 459 with a 2. Oh, I'm sorry, 459 with a 4 on the 457 dial in. Got an 012 reaction time. Tim Miller was 027 on the tree, goes 488. Cannot run the number. Jono Gerber moving on. Gerald Thompson and Jeff Serra going to be our next pair. Thompson left side dialed in at 470. Jeff Serra right side dialed in at 456. Sarah Winlight. Sarah, 004, 1 above 1. Good enough for 15 total. Locks out Gerald Thompson, who was 025 on the reaction time. Goes 473 with a 5. On a 470 dial in. Good enough for 45 thou behind. We'll see Gerald Thompson over at Racer Registration, where if you have suffered the misfortune of that wind light not coming on for round number 1, come on over. We will take you and your money at Racer Registration. $250. We'll get you back in for a chance at $50,000 later on this evening. Pretty good return on investment. I do agree with you there, Mr. Brad. Michael Scott and Slate Cummings next pair. Advantage off the starting line. We're going to go to Baby Gap. When light, going to go to Baby Gap. 022 on the tree. Dead 3, 25 total. Locks out Michael Scott, who was 037 on the reaction time. Breaks out 11 thousandths. Good enough for 1 thou behind at the finish line. So Baby Gap moving on. Ed Nunez and Scotty Gibson. Going to be our next pair. Nunez, left side dialed in at 445. And Gibson, right hand side dialed in at 457. Thousandths of a second, section up front. Advantage Gibson. Winlight Gibson, 017, 459 with a 1 on the 457 dial in. Going to take the win as Nunez was 024 on the tree. Breaks out by 18 thou. Gets there by 32 thou. Had a little bit of room to work with, but to no avail. Right side, winner in that pair. Brian Stevenson and Stephen Farrow next pair. Stevenson, left side dialed in at 472. And Stephen Farrow, right side, dialed in at 453. Separates them up front. Advantage Farrow. Winlight Farrow 015, 454 with an 8 on the 453 dial in. He's going to take the win if Stevenson was 022 on the tree. 1 above 9, good enough for 8 thou behind. Stephen Farrow moving on. Joe David and Laurie McGowan Sr. going to be our next pair. David left side dialed in at 478. And McGowan right side dialed in at 534. Re-entry round, no box. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Re-entry round, no box. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Slide advantage McGowan. Wed light David, 010 on the tree, 1 above 0, 20 total. As McGowan had the better 009 reaction time, goes 537 with a 5 on the 534 dial in, good enough for 24 thou behind at the finish line. Joe David moving on. Carla Pontillo and Mark Kelly our next pair. Pontillo left side dialed in at 475 and Mark Kelly over on the right hand side dialed in at 471. Once again, no box re-entry round. No box re-entry round. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. 14 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Kelly, win light Kelly. 12 dead 2, 14 total. Going to take the win as that locks out Pontillo, who was 026 on the reaction time. Breaks out 4 thou. and still leaves Pontillo 8 thou behind at the finish line. So Mark Kelly moving on. Kendall DeApril and W.R. Kitterman going to be our next pair. DeApril left side dialed in at 488, and Ketterman right side dialed in at 462. Thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage DeApril. Win light DeApril 003, 1 above 6. Going to take the win as Ketterman was 013 on the tree, 1 above 2, and good enough for 6 thou behind at the finish line. So DeApril 3, take 6. And moving on to round number 2. W.R. Ketterman, we'll see him over at Racer Registration, where he can buy back into the dragster re-entry round. Derek Barnes and James Hill Jr. our next pair. Barnes left side dialed in at 478, and Hill right side dialed in at 517. Barnes going to be the winner. It's Hill turns at 069 on the red side. Barnes a 004, 1 above 7, going to take the win. Hill after the red light breaks out by a foul. We'll call that dead on, though. Next pair of Matt Ferraro. So Matt Ferraro, left side dialed in at 490. No driver information on this second entry. I know it was Oliveras driving it in the first entry. My apologies for not remembering what the first name is. 501 to dial in on the right-hand side. 300ths of a second separates from the starting line. Advantage Ferraro. Win light going to be on the right-hand side, however. 034, dead 6, 40 total. Going to take the win as Ferraro had the better 004 reaction time. Goes 493 with a 9 and gets behind, it looks like, by 3 thousandths of a second. So Oliveira is moving on. Anthony D'Agostino and William Hamilton next pair. D'Agostino left side dialed in at 478, and Hamilton right side dialed in at 459. Red run sticker door cars. We will take you for the re-entry round to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Red run sticker door cars. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4 for your re-entry round. No box, you have been called to lanes 1 and 2 at this time. So no box, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Red run sticker door cars to lanes 3 and 4 for your re-entry round. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to D'Agostino left side. Double breakout. No, I'm sorry, it's not a double breakout. One breakout. 461 with a 2 for William Hamilton. Going to take the win. 022 on the tree. D'Agostino had the better 005 reaction time. Goes 477 with a 6 on a 478 dial in. Gets there by a lot. Should have taken a little less than a lot. Right side moving on. Paul Skinger and Gary Williams. Skinger left side dialed in at 464, and Gary Williams over on the right hand side dialed in at 477. Gary Williams is going to be moving on as Skinzer turned to 008 red. Williams 005, 473 with a 2 on the 477 dial in. Skinzer after the red light, 462 with a 9 on the 462 dial in. Trey Bunner and Aaron McCullough. So Bunner left side dialed in at 486. And McCullough right side dialed in at 476. One thousandth of a second separates from up front. Slide advantage Bunner. Win light McCullough. 32, dead 6, 38 total. Trey Bunner was slightly better on the tree, 031. Breaks out by 2 thou, gets there at 5 thou. Need to take 3 or less. Now we've gotten him the win lights. So McCullough moving on. Dave Edwards and David Bird Jones. Gonna be our next pair. Edwards left side dialed in at 483. And David Bird Jones over on the right hand side dialed in at 455. Dave Edwards is going to be sick. Wow. Dave Edwards was 014 on the red side. David Bird Jones is pushing his car off the starting line as a round 1 winner. Ouch. So Edwards, 484 with a 9. And good enough for thanks for playing. We will see you over at Racer Registration. David Bird Jones getting by with a very, very lucky break on that one. So Howard Westbury and Chris Rowe going to be our next pair. Westbury left side dialed in at 454. And Chris Rowe, right side dialed in at 472 for the STW race trailers and shadow trailers and all aluminum race trailers dragster over on the right hand side. Once again, no box, re-entry round, lanes 1 and 2, and red run sticker, door cars. These are the lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Chris Rowe, right side. Double breakout, winner going to be Howard Westbury on the left-hand side. 034 on the tree, breaks out 3 thou. Going to take the win, as Chris Rowe was 006. That breaks out by 13 thou. To Howard Westbury moving on. Bruce Lieberman and Jeff Burns. He'll be our next pair. Lieberman left side dialed in at 433. And Jeff Burns right side dialed in at 439. Red and white run sticker door cars. We will take you into lanes at this time. Red and white run sticker door cars. We will take you at this time. There is 14 thousandths of a second that separates these two up front. Advantage Burns, win light Lieberman, 028, dead 3. 31 total. Because Jeff Burns was 014 on the tree, goes 2 above, and cannot get there at the finish line.
Let Mark and Joanne know. Final pair of dragsters in the water.
Final pair of round 1 dragsters in the So Laurie Shapiro and Jeff Keane going to be our next pair. As we are winding down round number 1 for dragsters. Shapiro, left side, dialed in at 482. And Jeff Keane, right side, dialed in at 469. Advantage off the starting line. Left side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 006, 2 above 0, 26 total. Locks out Jeff Keane, who was 033 on the reaction time. Goes 472 with a 9 on the 469 dial in. Good enough for, we'll see you at racer registration. Final pair of round number 1. Stephen McCrory and driver X over on the right-hand side. McCrory dialed in at 449. Right side dialed in at 466. Stephen McCrory moving on after his $50,000 win. Moving on to round number 2 with both entries. As right side, I should say, turns at 017 red and goes dead on with a 6 again, showing our theme. After you turn it red, you go dead on. McCrory shutting it down a little early, saving the parts and pieces for round number 2. Is Steve McCrory is undefeated so far today. So we'll see him.
Jags. Jags. Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
Now I got to read an ad. Mark, you like chocolate?
No.
Okay.
No, I.
How about Joanne?
I like it. I just don't need to eat it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. S&W has been a worldwide leader in drag race chassis design and development for 62 years. Their race cars and components are made in the USA and have been the choice of champions since 1959. Professional and sportsman racers know horsepower means nothing without a consistent and properly working chassis. That's why over 4,000 S&W made components have been designed to exceed industry quality, performance, and safety standards. At S&W, you'll find everything you need to perform your weekly maintenance to building your next new race car. They also distribute premium quality products from Strange, Willwood, Sander, Mosher, Stroud, Pengrade, and many more. S&W backs up every sale with one of the most knowledgeable sales and technical support departments in racing. At the end of the work week, they go racing too. Racers helping racers win. For cars, chassis components, and service you can trust, call S&W at 1-800-523-3353. Shop at www.swracecars.com or visit their social pages at SW Racecars. Wright Trailers is an authorized dealership for many of the most respected brands and parts and suppliers in North America, with locations serving Lakeland, Tampa, and Ocala, Florida, as well as our Kenosha, Wisconsin store. We are quickly becoming one of the leading trailer dealerships in North America. When you are ready to invest in a new or pre-owned trailer, our friendly and knowledgeable sales, financing, service, and parts departments are prepared to make your experience exceed all of your expectations. From helping you select a trailer to ongoing maintenance and customization, at Wright Trailers, we value the opportunity to create a long-term relationship with our customers. Check out the Wright Trailers display in the corner of the staging lanes. And if you stop by and talk trailers with them, you will receive a free Wright Trailers baseball hat. I don't want to know, but I kind of want to know. And if you can get something, now we can make it another lap. It's just commercial time. Oh, he's backing in. Okay. Is he going to spray? He hops on the sprayer.
Maybe. Well, hang on a second. Let's watch.
Yeah, hang on.
Nope, you good. Go ahead.
Yeah,
don't let him on it. Hey, girl. Anyway, I'm not blocking the back.
Let's block it. Here we go. We got our communication crossed up a little bit. Wade wanted to do a little drag. Get that track surface back to optimal conditions for our racing pleasure today. Coming out now, no box re-entry round. Tim Butler, left side, 606 the dial. Robert Hyclack, 87 Corvette, right side, dials 660. And away they go. Tim Butler, 5 green. High clack, 21 red. Butler moving on. He breaks it out 7th thou and knows exactly where he wants to be for round 2. Second pair out in no box. This is the re-entry round. Jean Milton rolls up to the starting line in her 2018 Demon. 808 horsepower, I believe, is what they came from the factory with the red key. 655 Jean's dial. She's taken on yesterday's no box winner, Jeff Gatlin. Gatlin dialed in 617 in the right lane. And Jean Milton will advance. She goes 64 on the tree, 653 with a 9, that's 11th thou under. Jeff Gatlin, 14 red and 15 under. Jean Milton going on to round 2. Last pair of no box. Carly Holbrook, left side, dial 697 in her Nova. Janine Pickett, 653 in the 73 Pinto in the right lane.
Last pair of no box on the starting line.
And away they go. Carly Holbrook leaves 4 thousandths of a second too soon. And being first to do so means she will not advance. Janine Pickett also red, 13 red, 3 thou under. No good, I should say is good, as she is the second to red light and will advance to round 2. And coming out next, door car box re-entry cars. Two go down, one comes back, unless someone's double entered and they can win again later. We'll figure it all out as we go, and we'll keep you informed. First pair box door cars on the starting line. Manuel Soleil, 644 the dial left side. John Laster, 576 the dial with a great big wheelie. Right side. Does not get the job done. Manuel Soleil, 007. 12 thou under on the double breakout. Breaks out by 1 thou less than John Laster. Pete DeNovo now, left side, 592 the dial. Steve Dustin, right side, 615 the dial. Steve Dustin with the better of the two reaction times. He's 18, 13 under on the double breakout. He breaks out 4 thou less. Pete DeNovo, 44 on the tree, 90 on the 92. 4 thou more of a breakout than Steve Dustin. Isaac Wild in the Roadster now left side, dials 598. Rick Eaton, motorcycle, Eaton dialed 573 in his 81 Suzuki right lane. And away they go. 14 to a 7. 7 by Eaton in the motorcycle. He chucks a couple of chicken wings to get behind 14 thou. Isaac Wild, 14 on the tree, 1 over 3. 14 thou ahead at the finish line. Roadster moving on. Jay White, 641 the dial left side in the Camaro. Glenn Dilday, 545 the dial in the Wheelie Poppin' Nova. And they're off. Huge reaction time advantage going to the Nova on the brakes at the end of the track. Glenn Dilday goes 1 over 9, 19 total, locks out Jay White. Jay White was 37 on the tree, dead zero, and still 17 thou behind. Tyler McMillan, left side, dials 590. Raymond Keown in the Cougar XR7, 67 vintage, dialed 574. Raymond Keown continues to have trouble getting off the starting line. Tyler McMillan, 41 on the tree, 2/10 over a second ahead at the finish line. Todd Burks, 642 the dial, left side. Vinny Guido, 626 the dial. Vinny Guido with a nice pop-a wheelie, but he's 11 thou behind at the hit and breaks it out a bunch more. Todd Burks, 642, 4 thou under. Vinny Guido, 34 thou under. Todd Burks moving on. Mikey Bloomfield Jr., 621 the dial, left side. Driver not on file on the right side, dial 581. Both popping big wheelies, but reaction time advantage favors Bloomfield, and he breaks it out too much. Camaro on the right side breaks it out 8 thou. Mikey Bloomfield breaks it out 15 thou. Camaro advances, Mikey loses that entry. Caroline McCarty up next, 607 the dial left lane. Fred Ange, 573 in the right side. Caroline McCarty, 8 thou red. First one to go red ends that entry's life. She breaks it out 21 to boot. Fred Ange, 20 red, breaks it out 26 thou. As, at least for the first few pair, we're realizing why these drivers are in the re-entry round and not going to round 2 yet. Travis Logan, dial 618, left side. Kelly Smith, right side, 598 the dial. Is he? Kelly Smith? Kelly Smith running for state representative in his home state of Michigan. He has my vote.
Yeah.
If he's here racing this week, he has my vote.
He's a drag racer.
Yeah.
Done deal. Check the box.
Absolutely. Nice wheelies out of both Camaros. They're only separated by 2 thou. They're both double O. And on the double breakout, Kelly Smith moving on to round 2 and possibly a representative, state representative in Michigan. Up now, Robert Joyner, left side, dialed 580. Jason McCandless, 569, right side. Separated by 2 thou. McCandless 14 on the tree, gets behind. Robert Joyner 16 on the tree, dead 4, gets their first 15 thou, moving on. Edwin Giovanni in the Mustang left side, 686 the dial. Getting a sizable head start from Bill Powell. Powell dialed 546. The right side in his Mustang. Big reaction time advantage to the faster Mustang. Turns it into a win, runs 4 over, still gets there 17 thou ahead. Bill Powell moving on. Donovan Norton dialed 549, left side in his Roadster. Tucker Creech, 595. Right side, doing a nice wheelie round after round. Donovan Norton out of Bradenton, Florida. Quick trip here. Tucker Creech, Clayton, North Carolina. Not a quick trip. Big reaction time advantage going to the Nova. Turns it into a wind. He's 28 on the tree, 1 over 5. He gets there first by 3 thou, but he forces Donovan Norton to break it out 2 thou. No chance. John Joynes dialed 589 in his 67 Chevelle. Matt Daddis. Cat Daddy Matt Daddis dialed 620. Right side. And off they go. Reaction time favoring Matt Daddis by 7 thou. He's 10 on the tree, but he breaks it out. 13 thou, getting there 24 thou. Needed to take 9 thou or 11 thou. Check that, or less. Didn't do it. John Joynes moving on. Walter Brown left side, 740 the dial. Almost 2 seconds slower than Corey Kramer. Corey Kramer dialed 543 right side. Not too late to get back into this race. Re-entries still available. Door cars going down the track, but you can still get your re-entry done and get in line. Dragsters, we haven't even called you guys yet, so there's plenty of time for you to go get your re-entry. Walter Brown, 46 on the tree, gets the job done, running 5 over, taking 1,900 at the finish line. We'll leave it at that. Corey Kramer, 1 over 1. Little trouble getting off the starting line. We'll say there was a failure of the delay box or trans brake. Max Brewer left side, 598 the dial. Rick McDonough, 529 the dial, right side. Another huge wheelie out of Max Brewer. And again, he goes red, sadly. 008 red. Rick McDonough, no slouch. 001 on the tree, dead 1. Kind of hard to drive inside that one. 2 total for Rick McDonough in the 68 Camaro. Wow. Kenny Underwood now, 597 left side. Mike Moore Jr. in the motorcycle, right side. 562 the dial. Separated by only 5 thou. Reaction time advantage going to the motorcycle. Gives it a few chicken wings. Runs dead 6. Locks out. Well, didn't lock him out. Kenny Underwood had to take 0 or less. He got there 3 thou ahead. Breaks it out. Mike Moore Jr. moving on. $15 total. Tough to get inside with a 14 light. 14 light, not bad. Scotty Richardson left side dials 641. Going to be chasing down Ed Nunez. Nunez dialed 762 right side. Off he goes. 0000, Scotty Richardson 001. Gets it done. Dead 4, 5 total. Locks out Ed Nunez. Ed Nunez, 9. Dead 3, 12 total, going 760. 7 thou behind in the re-entry round. Red, white, and blue door cars. Red, white, and blue door cars. That's door cars, all colors, re-entry. Please come to staging as soon as possible. Mark Talmadge up now. 602 the dial left side. John Schaefer, 674 on the right. .009 for Talmadge in the left lane, breaks it out 1 thou, and on the double breakout, that sets you up pretty good. John Schaefer, 21, breaks it out 11 thou, no good. Greg Walker up next on the left side, 536 the dial. And I'm going with Papa John Tolasano, right side, dialed 550 in the Corvette Roadster. We'll see if Tolasano can keep it straight this time. And he does. He's 18 to a 13. But gets the job done. He runs dead 8 for 26 total. Greg Walker, 13, 23 over, 10 thou behind. Tolasano moving on. Cameron Fredrickson, dial 603 left side. Cameron Diaz, 542. Couple of good wheelie cars. One gets it up a lot higher. And that's the wheelie wagon of John Siegel in the left lane. Another huge wheel stand by Cameron Fredrickson. He's 10 green, runs it out, dead 5-15 total. Carlos Diaz 27 red, 17 over. Nothing working for him on that run. Fredrickson moving on in the wheelie wagon. Matt Brewer, left side, 586 the dial. Bobby Ely, 542 the dial in the Chevy 2 right side. Bobby Ely goes 3 on the tree. On down the track he goes. Runs 1 over 4, 17 total. Locks out Matt Brewer, who was 27 on the tree. Jason Wilson, left side, 624 the dial. Kevin Pollard, right side, 550 the dial. Comes down, away they go. Jason Wilson, 7th thou red. Kevin Pollard, 25 green. 3th thou under. Moving on. Dave Conley dials 568 left side. Going to get chased by Tom Orr in the Camaro Roadster, dials 530. Dave Connolly, 9th thou red, no good. Tom Orr, 12 green, dead 8, 20 total. Happy with his performance on that run. Coming back for round 2 later on. Lindsey back left side in the wheelie poppin' Blazer. Dials up 615. Going to get chased by Mike Pinder. Pinder dialed 495 in the GTO X Pro Stock. Gorgeous car. Nice 70-foot wheelie out of the Blazer. 16 on the tree, dead 5, 21 total. Mike Pinder, 6th thou red, dead 4, no good. Lindsay moving on. Howard Westbury now in the kick booty Chevy 2 left side, 552 the dial. Dallas Cherry in the Camaro right side, different color scheme. White with green SS stripes. Not sure what I think about that. Anyways, dialed 586. And away they go. Reaction time advantage favors Dallas Cherry. Goes 3 on the tree. Runs 4 over with a 3, only to be behind 7th out at the finish line. Howard Westbury, 34 on the tree. Your winner, taking the stripe by 7th out. Randy Folk, left side, 587 the dial. He's getting a big head start from Jeremy Popple. Popple dialed 514 in the Firebird, right side. Only 1 thou separate him at the hit. Randy Folk, 17, 3 over with a 4 to get 13 behind. Jeremy Popple, 18, 2 over with a 0, 38 total, 13 thou ahead, moving on. Michael Yarnall, 655 the dial in his S10 left side. Jeff Turner, 589 the dial in the 63 Corvette right side. Mooresville, North Carolina on the right. Kennett Square, Pennsylvania in the left. Kind of a north-south battle. Yarnall lights it up 16 red. Jeff Turner going to be happy he was green. 56 on the tree, dead 6. He can tidy up the light, come back for round 2, which is what he's going to do. Jonathan McCandless, 7 flat the dial in the 78 Volare. Left side. Alfredo Ortiz Colon, 613 the dial in the 3rd generation Camaro on the right lane. Separated by only 2 thou at the hit. McCandless goes 11. 1 over 6 to end up 2 thou behind. Cologne, 13 in the tree, 1 over 2, 25 total to be 2 thou ahead. Moving on. Tim Martin, 634 the dial in his Camaro. Roy Hagedorn, 568 the dial. The motorcycle on the right side. Reaction time advantage going to the Camaro by 12 thou. He turns it into a win, running 2 over with a 1, getting there first by 2 thou. Hagedorn, 27, 1 over 1, may have given 1 too many chicken wings that round. Logan back, 615 the dial in his S10 left side. Kylie Thaxton, 532 the dial in the racy looking Mustang right lane. Double O, separated by a thou. Logan back, 3 on the tree, dead 4, 7 total. Kylie Thaxton had a chance. She was 2 on the tree, but she goes 2 over to finish 15 thou behind. Right side, Gary Williams in the Boss Lady Camaro, dials up 529. S10 on the left side dials up 628. S10 lights it up 7th thou red. Gary Williams was ready for anything. He goes trip, zip, runs it out the back door, 29th thou under. He's got a good test pass for the rest of the day as he heads to round 2 at 132.4 miles an hour. Jay Adams in his Firebird dials up 659 left side. Kerry Bradley 699 in the S10 on the right side. Huge reaction time advantage going to Jay Adams. He's 40 on the tree, 2 over with a 4, taking almost 900ths. Kerry Bailey only 1 off the dial, but had some issues getting off the starting line. Antonio Santiago at Kissimmee, Florida. How do you figure that? 696 the dial, and if this is the one, you can't see it on the Motor Mania, but his hatch usually goes up halfway and then closes at 60 feet. Stanley Crosby in the right lane dial 633. Hatch didn't move that time. He's got it locked down. Separated by 2 thou at the hit. Reaction time advantage went with Antonio Santiago, but he breaks it out by 300ths. Taken 32. Stanley Crosby 17 on the tree. Dead 0. Moving on.
Rich Price, right side, 552. Edwin Giovanni, 687. I got to announce a couple laps. My wife wonders where I'm at. She's like, are you even in Florida? I'm like, I am here. Trust me.
This is time coded, so
yeah,
don't dispute it.
Time stamp date. Yeah. Well, I could get some people to fix this video. Joanne and Mark could fix me up. I just throw my voice in here, Joanne and Mark. Just play it throughout the week, but I'll be at the beach all week. A 17 thou advantage to the right side. Winner on a double breakout race, left side. 27 and 14 thou under gets the win for Edwin Giovanni in the left. Rich Price, 10 and 300ths under. No good in the right. Manuel Soleil, Las Piedras, Puerto Rico in the left, 643 the dial. Scott Popple, 532 in the right. Door cars, your final call. Your door car in the re-entry round, you better be here. Winner left side, Manuel Soleil, 003, dead 9. 12 total. Popple locked out. 17 and 1 above, leaving in the right. No good. Listen very carefully, boys and girls. The color red. Red run sticker dragsters only. Please and thank you so much for following the traffic rule. Red run stickers only to lanes 3 and 4. Jeff Gatlin in the left, he won a lot of rounds last night, 617 the dial. Carol McCarty, right side, 519. That's Bug, that's not Carol. 008 and 2 over for the win for Jeff Gatlin in the left. Bug McCarty, 13 and 3 over, no good in the right. Winner left lane, Jeff Gatlin. And there's a lot to say up here. You know, it's like
there's a lot going on.
Yeah, I'm like gasping for breath over here. I could be out of shape. I could be a little overweight. Yeah.
There's a lot of stairs to get up here.
Wow, they're not good. Why don't you have an elevator, Law? Come on.
Whoa!
You see any announcers around here in good shape? Yeah. And we don't all live up here. You live up here. I don't know where you're going to the bathroom just yet, but I don't think you ever leave up here.
We could be like the rest of us. We could be a combined weight.
Well, yeah. 700. Jarrett Nauman, green, 25, 3 above for the win in the right lane. Darren Rotten, 21 red, not good. Winner, right side, Jarrett Nauman. James Bunner Jr., Bushnell, Florida, 569 in the right. Donovan Norton, 548 in the left. Wasn't that the guy on the Norton? That was Norton. That was Ralph Cramden's neighbor.
Best buddy.
Yeah. Hey, Ralph.
Ralphie boy.
Norton is in a big hurt. James Bunner, 002, dead 1. 3 total, taking 60 win stripe. Get it all if you're going to get it. That's what I say. Norton in the left, 55 and dead 8. Not even in the game. Winner right side. Larry Hambone, 575 for the 55 Chevy in the right lane. Jerry Van Howard, Seward, Illinois, 617 to dial. He lives like 10 miles from me. You got to drive right through there to get to Nick and Brian folks.
There you go.
I see it on the way there. Most of the time when I'm coming home, I don't see the Seward sign.
Well, maybe now you'll think of Jerry Van Howen.
Sometimes, most of the time, you got to stay there. That's a day event.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry's in control, and he gets the win. 21, 3 over for Jerry Van Howen in the left lane for the win. Larry Hamby, 35 and 1 above, no good in the right. 1,000.
Ran out of steam, only going 113 on that 570.
He was puffing hard down there. Come on, baby. You guys yell in your car when you're racing?
I do.
I talk to myself on the way down. I scream my guts off.
Most of my yelling certainly happens after the finish line, but yeah.
Could be after your burnout. There could have been some yelling after that last time.
Yeah. I was yelling after I went red.
John Joyner, trip, zip, left lane, gonna get the win. Tom Heath, right side, 13 red, no good. Chad Duke, right side, making some noise and some smoke. Carly Holbrook, left side. 697 for the young lady in the left lane, 540 for Chad Duke in the right lane.
I do try to get all my yelling out before I pick my time slip up so they don't know.
Who's that happy couple right there in the stands? Is that the legend himself? Is he out in the daylight hours?
It is.
Haley, nice to see you. She has it.
Yes,
yeah.
Haley, that, oh boy, matching shirts, that's
They
just
even
terrific.
dress,
oh my
they
gosh.
dress alike.
They're so cute.
$27 in the left, $20 in the right. Winner, Carly Holbrook, 27, dead 8 in the left lane for the win. Right side, Chad Duke, 20 and 2 over, no good.
Not 28, 620, 623 right lane.
Dustin Long left side, John Laster right side. Yep. John Laster, 002 and 1 over, just locked Dustin Long out.
On the starting line now, Jason Wilson, 623 the dial on the left side. Caroline McCarty, 607 the dial, right lane. Reaction time advantage going to the Camaro in the left lane. Finish line advantage going to Caroline. She's 44, 6 thou under. Jason Wilson breaks it out 9 thou. No good. Caroline won't be pleased with that lap other than the win.
I'm going to say Caroline needs to find her rhythm a little bit. She's been kind of 18 red, 30 green. She'll find it. When she does, she'll be deep for 50 grand today.
Absolutely. Yeah, someone just gave her an extra chance, so. John Brown got tripled up. Left side trip zip. 46 over. Wins by virtue of a breakout on John Brown's side. He's 24. Had a chance to steal it back. Breaks it out 3 thou, taking 24 thou. David Braskett to the pit gate right away, please. David Braskett to the pit gate right away. Once again, David Braskett to the pit gate right away as Ed Nunez stages up.
You think David's wife's here?
No doubt.
I'd run David.
Ed Nunez has an issue off the starting line, but not as bad as the issue Pete DeNovo has. Oh my gosh. DeNovo, I think, got timed out. Nunez goes down the track for the win.
Yeah, the other guy needs 700 green. I'm sure he didn't see the other guy got timed out. Was surprised, but
Camaro left side, dialed 623.
Surprised by the tree. 763 is not a surprise. That's a hit you in the head. Please leave my starting line from the starter. That's not a surprise.
I try to speak kindly sometimes when I don't know who the driver is. Scott Bender dialed 680. Both drivers here ready for the tree. Separated by a thou. One's 2, one's 3. Double breakout goes Scott Bender's way. He's 3 4 thou under. Sadly, Stacy Carpenter is 2 7 thou under. Ouch.
Joe says he got surprised by the tree. 763 on the react. Huh? What? The guy doing the burnout could have hit him.
That might be up for the award of the largest green light win.
No, we had a 27-seconder yesterday.
Oh, we did. Okay. Lisa Hutchins left side now, dialed 588. Mikey Bloomfield Jr. right side, dialed 619.
We must be running out of door cards.
Yeah, Mikey's second entry, and this is his last entry in the truck. And I think they broke the dragster, so this is it. This is high pressure.
It's not good for the fans if Mikey is out of the race early.
Right.
It's good for Bud Light. It's bad for the track.
And Mikey gets it done. He's 27 green, Lisa Hutchins 38 red. Mikey does run dead on with the 9, but more importantly, he's still alive, and we get to see another great big wheelie coming up round 2.
And Smoky Burnout. He wears them out.
Smoky Burnout, yes. Jerry Sims dialed 6 flat left side. Wendell Harrison dialed 464. Again, I think this is the fastest car out here. And I know we went through this. It doesn't look like a Cavalier, but I think it is. 464. Man, that's fast.
Yeah, it's cool that was timed out.
I think he went 151 last time trying to get down the track for a mile an hour. Still having a hard time getting down the track. He goes 493 with a 20 light. He's advancing to the next round. He went 148. As Jerry Sims went 8 thou red and 14 thou under. Not good on either end. Dallas Cherry up next, left lane. 586 the dial. Stevie Dustin, 615 the dial on the right side. Stevie finds the tree. Can he find the finish line? Yeah, he's on the brakes big time. 006 on the tree, 619 with a 3 at 100 miles an hour. Gets the job done. Dallas Cherry did not get the job done. Carlos Diaz, 543, left side. Vinny Guido, 622, right side. One does a nice wheelie and one just screams down the track doing a good wheelie. That's in the left lane.
Aguas Buenas, Puerto Rico.
I'm still going with water's good. Puerto Rico.
Water's plenty.
Man, that could be. You know Spanish better than I do.
Google Translate.
I am more of a Arroz con Pollo. I was turned on to by Jake Hodge in Franklin, Kentucky, and that is my new favorite Mexican dish. Carlos Diaz, 31 on the reaction time, 7th thou under, puts him on the trailer with that entry. Vinny Guido, 15, 2 over 3, your winner.
Agua no bueno.
That would, water no good.
So my favorite meal of any meal is huevos con chorizo. I love the scrambled eggs with the chorizo sausage and refried beans and my enchiladas, flour, tortillas.
You're making me hungry. That's good. Gee, awesome. Okay. Yep. So I'm not saying anything, but someone may have put a Q in where a G goes. That might be in this building.
You're risky.
Only because someone wrote it improperly or sloppily.
I was going to say
on their tech. I wanted to make that perfectly clear.
You're flying a little close to the sun, Joe. Yeah, she's got probably weapons hidden up here. I bet she does. Law, do you got any weapons up here? Weapons?
No.
Hammer will work. Yeah, hammer will work.
It's a weapon.
It can be used as a weapon. There are many husbands out there that would tell you that. I saw a cast iron skillet one time get used as a weapon.
Or a frying pan.
Yeah, my uncle took that right to the side of the head.
There's a saying about that.
My little aunt, I mean, it made like the gong song, dong, when it hit him. I was like, man, that's going to leave a mark. I love staying at Grandma and Grandpa's for this kind of stuff. He never did that again.
Dragsters aplenty. Re-entry round starts right now.
We have a couple dragsters.
Oh, there it is. Look out, Hank.
I didn't say it, so just so we're clear.
She is now wielding that hammer. Lori McGowan Jr., 506 the dial, left side. Isaac Harris the dial, 459. Right side.
You don't need the money, but I just
McGowan goes red. Isaac Harris, 38 green, 2 over 6. Not the best of runs, but good enough to get to the second round where you're still alive for $50,000 here today. The FTI 50K, part of the SFG Hansen Global Christmas Bracket Bash here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. In beautiful, light, wispy clouds. Gorgeous sunshine. I would say with the lightness of the clouds, we're at 95% strength sunshine. 83 degrees. Feels like 85 temperature. Just gorgeous. Robbie Gear, left side, 442 the dial. Claude DeBonis, 456 the dial. DeBonis wants to get to the second round a lot more than Robbie Gear, and he does. DeBonis goes 1 on the tree, 2 over 9, takes 30, as Robbie Gear was 30 on the tree and ducks out at the end of the run. to go 2 over 6. Cabanas moving on. Right side, Mr. Perfect, Billy Dunn, dials 474. In what is quite a match right here, because Ricky Boggs has been just chopping the tree down. I don't know how he ended up in the re-entry round. Ricky Boggs, left side, dialed 485. A little purge of the nitrous. Both of them in, and away they go. Ricky Boggs again. Goes 002 on the tree, but can't get there. Or I should say, regulates himself in back by 100th. He's 002, 87 with an 8, 28 over, 30 total. Mr. Perfect, 20 total, advances. Billy Dunn moving on. Michael Smith dials 499, left side. He's not going to hear it, but behind him there's going to be a lot of ripping going on. That's Adam Russell, right side, dialed 441. Certainly can go 433, maybe 432. He'll start ripping right after the 330 foot mark. Or not. Adam Russell goes red. Michael Smith, 009 green, 1 over 6, 25 total. Adam Russell actually ran it through at 437. I was way off on my ET prediction. Jeremy West, left side, dialed 478. Travis Laster Jr., right side, dialed 435. Jeremy West could not wait. He goes 196 green, or I should say red, 196 red. Travis Laster, 23 green, something falls off the car. Family member runs out, picks it up. Laster breaks it out, 18th thou, but he moves on. Michael Ruark dials 452. Between 300-yard drives with his rented clubs, he finds time to drive a dragster at a high rate of speed. He squares off against Randy Lynn's ship. Randy Lynn dialed 457 right side. Red and white dragsters, red and white run sticker dragsters, re-entry round, please come to the staging lanes as soon as possible. Randy Lynn stings it. She's 4 on the tree. Runs 2 over with a 2. That's 26 total. Michael Ruark, 18, 1 over 4, 6 thou behind. Closing the book on that entry for the day. Left side, Joe LaPierre dials 474. Kelly Smith. Kelly Smith dials 498 right side. they go. Joel Lapierre, 5 thou red. Kelly Smith, 12 green. 2 over 6. Moving on. Next pair, Timmy Miller, left lane, dials 484. Right side, Larry Hamby.
I mean, it does, but
We call him Hambone, dials 490, right side.
that stuff happened before. So there he started. And I started a little late, so I saw him.
That's a great nickname, Hambone. We should have more Hambone nicknames.
So what happens is ankle bone.
Ankle bone. That doesn't flow like Hambone. Tree comes down. Hamby's ready. He goes 11 on the tree. Runs dead on with an 8, 19 total. His opponent, Timmy Miller, 33 on the tree. Dead on 6. Nice run. Not nice enough.
I don't like it, but yes. But what guys do, they'll go across and then they'll back up and they'll barely turn out.
Jeff Keen in the What Can We Do Wrong next entry. Left side, 470 the dial. He's been doing everything you can do wrong, whether it's going red or giving it back or taking too much or just having a tough time getting going. But this might be the round Jeff Keen puts it all together and sends himself off into a flurry of victories. But we'll see. The Hellcat Dragster, sponsored by Holly Fuel Injection, taking on, I know it's not Bailey, somebody else. And sadly, Jeff Keen does it again. He's 2 on the tree, has 200s in the bank, rips off 20 miles an hour to get 9 thou behind. Sending the Ferraro dragster through to the next round, whoever was piloting that. Adam Bitsanis, dials 479 left side. Mike Gentile, 5 flat the dial in the right lane. Reaction time favoring Gentile, goes 8 on the tree, runs dead on with a 2. Locks out Bitsanis, who was 25 on the tree, even though he was dead 5. He was 20 thou behind. In the world of distance, he's about 5 feet behind. All colors, dragsters, red, white, and blue run stickers, all colors. If you are in the re-entry round, you can make your way to staging. We have plenty of room for you. Elizabeth Keen, left side, 484 the dial. Tyler Bohannon, right side, 464 the dial. What's Tyler Bohannon doing in the re-entry round? Getting 12 thou behind at the hit, that's what he's doing. Elizabeth Keen, perfect, but breaks it out 8 thou. Tyler Bohannon, 12, breaks it out 3 thou. Difference in breakout, 5 thou. On Tyler Bohannon's side, he advances to round 2. And sadly, going trip zip does not guarantee victory. Left side, Trey Bunner, 485 the dial. Slate Cummings, 448 the dial. Cummings with the advantage. And the rips. He's 5 on the tree, dead 5. Trey Bunner not even in the hunt. 17 on the tree, 1 under. Slate Cummings moving on. Carl Sosi, dials 468. Almost heads up with Mark Officer. Officer right lane, dials 470.
How was that onion flavor? Mild? Good, good.
And away they go. Separated by only 4 thou. Reaction time advantage going to Mark Officer. He's 6 on the tree, but gets 7 thou behind, running 2 over 2. Carl Sosi, 10 on the tree, 1 over 1. 7 thou ahead. Moving on. Mike Valley, left side, 461 the dial. Robbie Officer now in the right lane, dials 477. Mike Valley, 3 thou red. Runs it out the back door to be 21 over. Robbie Officer, 32 green, 1 over with a 0. 42 total, moving on. Doug Milner, 445 the dial left side. Brianna Costello, 474 the dial left side. Doug Milner, 4 thou red. Brianna Costello, 35 green. 11 thou under. She'll make an adjustment here and there, maybe to the dial, maybe to the delay box. Be back for round 2. Sometimes all you need is that one round to set you free. Eric Mann, left side, 467 the dial, getting chased by Derek Hubbard, 445 in the right lane. And I'm jealous, he has a matching painted nitrous tank with his beautiful painted dragster. It might be empty though, so it's just there for show. His reaction time isn't for show. Derek Hubbard goes 4 on the tree, runs 1 over 9, 23 total. Eric Mann, 20 on the tree, has very little margin to get inside and breaks it out, doesn't do so. Derek Hubbard moving on. Jason Rich, left lane, 435 the dial. Big supercharger, big block Chevy. Right side, John Siegel, 445 the dial. Little supercharger. John Siegel, 39 green, 36 under. John Siegel will take that gift and move his way into the second round. Jason Rich, after going 7th thou red, goes dead on with a 7. Right side, Bo Butner dials up a 450. He'll take on Frank the Tank Angers, who's dialed in 460 in the left lane. Butner goes 22 on the tree, and he's 8 thou behind. He runs dead on with a 5 for a 27 pack. Frank Angers, 14 on the tree, 3 thou under, taking 16, needed to take 13 or less, and would have won, but he didn't. Bo Butner moving on to round 2. Johnny Brandon up next, left side. 458. The dial. CJ Keene, right side, 449 the dial.
Safety first, I like it.
Johnny Brandon, 3 red. And 13 thou under. CJ Keene, 14 green, 20 thou under. CJ Keene moving on. And really moving. 154 miles an hour on that run for CJ Keene. Left lane, James Kavanaugh dials 469 out of Melbourne, Florida. Possible neighbor of mine, not far from me. Gerald Thompson, right side, 471 the dial. Bowden, Georgia, not my neighbor. I am mobile. Getting up and down. Reaction time advantage, big time going to James Kavanaugh. He's 23 on the tree, dead 7, 30 total, locks out. Gerald Thompson, who's 56 and dead 0. He'll look at that time slip and kind of study it for a while, figuring out how many different ways he could have won. Bottom line is, he just needed to let go a little bit sooner. Final call. All dragsters for the re-entry round. Final call. All dragsters. All colors. Re-entry. No box cars, second round. You are on high alert. High alert. No box cars for round 2. High alert. Michael Carpenter, 488 the dial left side. Travis Laster Jr., 415. Right side, potential 170 mile an hour plus run coming up. Hold on to your cup of coffee if you're on the big end of the track. Reaction time advantage favors Laster. And he gets the win. 415, dead 9, 14 on the tree. Gets their first 5 thou. Gives it a rip to go 164 on the mile an hour. Michael Carpenter, 18, 1 over 0. Again, 5 thou behind.
Not me. Must be Dane. Not me.
Barry Brown, left side, 443 the dial, in the big supercharged rear engine Chevy powered dragster. Left side, taking on Ryan Barnes. Barnes, 452 the dial, in the SpeedX entry, right side. Only 4 thou separate them. Good lights a pair. Barry Brown 10 on the tree. 2 over with a 5 for the win, taking 8 thou. Ryan Barnes 14. 2 over 9. Little down on mile an hour. Both of them giving them rips on the big end. Only separated by a mile an hour, but down about 5 each. Quan Spain up next left side. 453 the dial. Mike Stasky 506 the dial right side. Separated by only 5 thou. The extra time advantage going to Quan Spain. He's 19 in the tree and he's 19 over, 38 total. Gets behind 26 thou as Mike Stasky was 24 on the tree, 12 thou under. Needed to take 14 or less and didn't. Quan Spain moving on.
That's George. That's his right. Okay. Yeah, he's double entry.
Leighton Sumter left side, 459 the dial. Polar opposite of Stanley Albritton Jr. after the burnout. Taking his time backing up. George Ebel dialed 451 right side. Ebel winning a couple races down in Immokalee earlier this year, disposing of yours truly on the way to both of those victories. Sumter 006 green, 7 thou under. George has been having trouble cutting a light and he must have rolled some out of the box just to go 6 red. And 9 thou under. Sumter moving on. Corey Galletti, 452 the dial left side. W.R. Ketterman, 462 the dial right side. Galletti goes 000, and that usually spells doom for his opponent, and it does. Corey Galletti 000, 2 over with a 0-20 total, taking 9 thou. W.R. Ketterman 30 on the tree, breaks it out 1 thou, could not, did not, will not win that round. Jonathan DeApril, 456 the dial, left side. In the Sir Thomas Performance Racing entry. Also Wright Trailers sponsoring that car. Stephen Farrell right side, dialed 455, almost heads up but not quite. Separated by 6 thou on the bottom end of the track. On the double breakout, Jonathan DeApril goes 12, 3 thou under. Stephen Farrell goes 18, 14 thou under. Jonathan DeApril moving on. Steve Dweck, left side, 484 the dial. Mike Larkin, right side, 489 the dial. Both drivers should be separated by 10 feet or less the entire way down the track. We'll see how this works out. Dead 3 locks out Mike Larkin. Dweck 15 total, Larkin 30 on the tree. 5 thou under, 10 thou behind, even though he broke out. Michael Scott of Wright Trailers fame dials in 458 on the left side. Billy Dunn, 474 the dial, right lane. And away they go, separated by 18 thou. Billy Dunn goes 2 on the tree, but comes out on the short end of the stick in the double breakout. He takes 32. Should have taken 16 or less. He breaks it out 16. Michael Scott, 20 on the tree, 2 thou under, moving on by virtue of a double breakout. You think Stanley Albritton Jr. has a backup camera? Is that why he can go so fast? Amy Farrell, left side, dialed 465. Stanley Albritton Jr., 454 the dial, in the right side. I see Amy Farrell, sponsored by Brevard Cylinder Head, Merritt Island, Florida. They are the gentlemen that I have entrusted my engine repairs to also. Amy Farrell, 1 on the tree, 1 over 9, gets the job done. 20 total, as Stanley Albritton Jr. goes 2 thou red, 21 over. Gary Carboni up next in the left lane, 442 the dial. Lori McGowan Sr., 536 the dial in the right side. Separated by 1 thou, not pretty on the trees, but it's a drag race. Gary Carboni goes 444 with an 8 after his 33 light for the win. Lori McGowan, 34 on the tree, 8 thou under, no good by virtue of the breakout. Round 2, no box. This is your call. So staging lanes 5 and 6. Brian Cerruti, you are the wait and see by for the next round of no box. No box again to lanes 5 and 6. Bring them on up. Brian Cerruti sitting on the wait and see by. Left lane Gary Sturgeon, 505 the dial. Michael Yarnall, 518 the dial. He has the starting line advantage. He goes 5 on the tree, 1 over 2. Locks out Gary Sturgeon, who was 31 on the tree. Gary breaks it out 3 thou to try and make it close, but he's still 11 thou behind. Michael Yarnall moving on.
I'm going to grab one a little bit.
Jeff Kondratic, 477 the dial left side. Randy Cruz, 482 in the S&W entry out of Orfield, Pennsylvania, right lane. And they're off. Both 00. Jeff Kondratic, 005 red though. Randy Kraus, 002 green. Breaks it out 1 thou. Got something to build on for round 2 right there. Randy Kraus moving on. Marie Muller. Left side, dialed 479. Timmy Miller, right side, 484 the dial. Here we go. Separated by 12 thou with a hit. Advantage going to Timmy Miller. He's 8, dead 5, 13 total. Marie Muller locked out, 20 on the tree, dead 3, 10 thou behind. Up next, left side, Kevin Burkett, 480 the dial. Right side, 488 the dial. That's Kendall DeApril on the right side. Kevin Burkett goes 34 green, and that's good enough. Kendall DeApril, 001 red. Oh, that's maddening when that happens. 489 with a 4 for Kendall April. Kevin Burkett, 2 thou under after the 34 light, but he's moving on by virtue of Kendall's red light. Anthony D'Agostino. Why do I keep saying that wrong? Anthony D'Agostino, 473, left side, heads up with John Brannon, also dialed 473, right side. Significant reaction time advantage by John Brannon. He knew it at 60 feet. He's 5 to D'Agostino's 30. Runs 2 over 4, gets there first, makes the win. Very proud of himself right now. He'll be very happy when he picks up the time slip. Patrick Miller, left side, 476 the dial. Right lane dialed 466, goes 3 on the tree, breaks it out 9 thou. Patrick Miller advances 16, dead 3, moving on. Ouch. Right lane took 25, needed to take 15 or less. Paul Skinzer, 463 the dial, left side. John Sloan, 464 the dial, right side. Red run sticker door cars. Red run sticker door cars only. Staging lanes 1 and 2. Off they go. Reaction time advantage favors John Sloan by 3 thou. He turns it into a win on the double breakout by breaking out 1 thou. Skinzer, 11 on the tree, breaks it out 3 thou. No good. So we've made the call for round 2, no box door cars. And now we have red run sticker box door cars, lanes 1 and 2. Red run sticker only box cars, lanes 1 and 2. Matt Ferraro, left side, 489 the dial. Brian Stevenson, 472 the dial, right side.
Door car by
4 thou starting line advantage going to Matt Ferraro. He knows what to do with it. He goes 1/6, 30 total. Brian Stevenson, 18 on the tree, breaks it out 8 thou. Gets there by 20, needed to take 12 thou or less. Not easy to do. Easy to say, not easy to do.
FTI Performance 50K round 2, door car red run stickers, lanes 1 and 2. Potential DragRaceSolutions.com by 2802X, Tom Heath.
Jason Folk, left side, 480 the dial. Joe LaPierre, 474 the dial, right side. Reaction time advantage favoring Jason Folk. He goes 12, 1/0, 22 total. Joe LaPierre, 35 on the tree, 1/8. He's locked out. Locked out on that run. Left side, Elizabeth Keene, 483 the dial. Carla Pontillo, 474 in the right lane. Time advantage going to Carla Pontillo. She's 19, 1/4, 33 total. Elizabeth Keene, 49, locked out. Tries to get there first, breaking out, still finishes 14 thou behind. John Douglas Jr., left side. Dials 479, Trey Bunner, right side, 484, his dial. John Douglas Jr. has trouble. Trey Bunner goes trip zip. Lifts out as John Douglas Jr. very late on the tree, having trouble getting going. Way off the dial. Trey Bunner, your winner that round. So just in case you were waffling about the re-entry round buyback and you have a dragster, you've just been granted some extra time to run over to registration, get that buyback taken care of, and get into the staging lanes. You only have minutes to do it, so you better make a decision in a hurry. But if you're looking for a sign for you to get back into the $50,000 FTI race today, this might be it. No, the other side. And here we go, we got the top end clear. Got about 6 pair of dragsters left to go. Left side Keith Russell, dials 470. Right side Mark Davis, 477. And here we go. Racing action resumes. Mark Davis, 6 style red. Keith Russell gets a huge break. Russell, 59 green, moving on after Davis kicks it, 6 red. Next up, left side, Alan Glatt, 454 the dial. Right side, Lori McGowan Jr., 506 the dial. Alan Glatt goes 2 on the tree. Lori McGowan, very late. Trouble going down the track. 3 seconds over the dial. Alan Glatt moving on. Goes 2, 1/10 over. Taking 3.5 seconds at the stripe. Up next, left lane, Jeff Keane, 467 the dial. Jason Rich, 432 the dial, right side. Big block Chevy, supercharged, right side. Hellcat, 367 cubic inches, left side. Jeff Keane puts a run together, but it really didn't matter. He's 8 dead 8 as Jason Rich goes 17 red, handing the win to Jeff Keane. But Jeff Keane will be back for second round, and like I said, this might be the round that sets him free and sends him or propels him to a $50,000 victory, hopefully later tonight. Eric Mann up next, left side, 463 the dial. Michael Ruark, 455 the dial, right side. And off they go, separated by 300. Michael Ruark, 2 on the tree, 2 over 2 for a 24 package. He's 12th thou ahead. There's a lot of 2s in there. Eric Mann, 32 on the tree, locked out as he goes dead 4. Quan Spain, left side, 455 the dial. Jeff Burns, 439 the dial in the Slushy Special. On the tree, drops a bunch of mile an hour to go 5 over. Quan Spain, 331 on the tree, 1 over. Next pair up, James Kavanaugh, left side, 469 the dial. Aaron McCullough, 476 the dial. James Kavanaugh, 1 red, 2 thou under. No good on both ends. Aaron McCullough finds a tree, goes 11, dead 3. Again, that might be the round that sets him free after several rounds of frustration earlier this week. There's a big traffic jam in there. 3 and 4 will be on. I might be able to get him up here. Yeah, do that. 3 and 4. Dragster is stuck in the door hard, but Brandon Bachmeyer, left side, 465 the dial. Steve Muller, right side, 457 the dial. Bachmeyer, 31 red. Steve Muller, 10 green. 2 thou under. Muller moving on. It's Brandon Bachmeyer. Lifts before he gets to the finish line, but he gets out of the way. Thank you for that.
These are the last two races.
So we got one pair of dragsters remaining. We've been doing this for 3 days. You should be able to hear the calls somehow, some way, whether it's text message, PA, MMTV announcements, or text messaging. We had one dragster get clogged up behind all the door cars, almost missed the call. Let's try not to let this happen again. Kind of a silly reason to have this much of a delay as we're trying to get cars down the track and complete today's program. So after this pair, we will begin round 2 of the FTI $50,000 to win race. And here we go, Leighton Sumter going to be left side, 458 the dial. Dave Edwards, right side, 485 the dial. Silver Spring, Maryland, left side. Port Charlotte, Florida, right side. Both drivers away. Green light prepared. Significant reaction time advantage going to Leighton Sumter. He's 2 on the tree, dead 5. Shuts out Dave Edwards, who's 16 on the tree. Gets there first by virtue of breaking out, coming in second place. Leighton Sumter moving on.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
The support you need when you need it. When a customer signs on with FTI, they become part of our family, the winning FTI family. It's not cheating, it's the competitive edge. Visit FTIperformance.com to get started today. Mickey Thompson has the best drag racing tires for the strip, but you don't have to own a race car to enjoy Mickey Thompson tires. Mickey Thompson has a wide range of long-wearing, hard-working tires for your truck too. Mickey Thompson tires get you where you're going with uncompromised reliability and undisputed performance. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, undisputed performance since 1963. Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the inventor of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and do-it-yourself mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor, or order online at hansenglobalincorporated.com.
No box, round number 2. That means they do not have any electronics inside the vehicle as far as the delay box goes. They could have a long throw or time release button, but no delay box. Tim Butler, left side, 79, Camaro Z28, Sarasota, Florida, 605 the dial in. Colby Walker, Murray, Kentucky, 652 the dial. Our thoughts and prayers go out to everyone that was affected by the recent bad weather going through Kentucky. One of them's pretty good, one of them's fairly tardy. 006 and 2 over for the win in the left lane for Tim Butler. Colby Walker in the right lane, 55 and 2 over, no good. Janine Pickett, left side, 653 in the 73 Pinto. Nikki Thomas, 616 for the 91 S10 in the right side. $71 green in the left for the win for Janine Pickett. 17 red in the right for Nikki Thomas. Winner left lane, Janine Pickett. Gene Milton, Somerset, Wisconsin, transplant, 2018 Dodge Demon, 654 the dial in the left. Chris Knapp, right side, 645 the dial in the right. Double 03 red in the left lane, no good. 25 green for Chris Knapp in the right to get the win. Tucker Creech, Clayton, North Carolina, 595 the dial on the left. Kevin Pollard, I believe is from West Virginia, 549 in the right. We have a good race, 11 2 and a 5. 11 one above in the left, no good for Tucker. Kevin Pollard, 005, one above 0 for the win in the right lane for Kevin Pollard. DragRaceSolutions.com. This is our competition single for the no box category. Brian Cerruti, 637 is dial. Ooh. 11 red, that's why it looks so good. 639 on a 637. Brian will move on to round number 3 of the no box category. So we coming out next with our box door cars, delay box door cars coming up next.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
Ryan Harem, left side, 548 the dial. Tom Heath, right side, 641 the dial. Separates him up front. Huntington Beach, California, double 05 and 3 over for the win in the left. Ryan Harem. Right side, Tom Heath, 15, 2 over, no good in the right. Tom Heath, 6.57 the dial in the left. Aaron Milton, husband to Jean. Right side, 5.86 the dial out of Wisconsin. Was Minnesota. He recently retired. He got a little farther south. He's going to get a win light. Double 08 green. Dead 7. 15 total for the win in the right. Tom Heath in the left lane was 10 and 12 thou under, no good. Aaron Milton, right lane, getting the win. Isaac Wild, left lane. Steve Withrow, right lane. Withrow, 11 green, gets the win. Goes 9 thou under on the red light victory. Left lane, Isaac Wild, 2 thou red and dead. Tyler McMillan, left lane, 5.89 the dial. Mike Mills, right lane, 610 the dial. Something going on for Mike in the right lane, no good. Tyler McMillan, 49 green, 12 thou under, going to get the win in the left lane. Scott Stillings, right side, 514. Driving for Chuck Ridenauer out of Indianapolis. And Drive Nation. Garrett Browning, left side, 623. And 1 over for the win in the left for Garrett Browning. Scott Stillings in the right, 21 and 1 over. MOV 5 thou, winner left lane. Howard Westbury, left lane, 552. Bobby Ely, 543 in the right. Double 04 to a 10. 004 and 4 over, almost 5. Wins it in the left for Howard Westbury. Right, Bobby Ely, 10 and under. Took 57 and had to take 43. Winner, left lane, Howard Westbury. BJ McClintock, 637 in the left. Dwayne Roberts, 605 in the right. One of them's in trouble. 002 and 3 over for the win in the right lane. 56 in the left and 14 under, no good. Dwayne Roberts, your winner in the right lane. SR1, left-hand side, 641 the dial. Scotty Richardson, Barberville, Kentucky. Mike White, 483 for the Corvette in the right lane. That's hauling the mail. Identical up front. He was not afraid to put it to the rev limiter. 17 and 1 over for the win in the right. Scotty, 17 and 2 over, no good in the left. Josh Gannett, left lane, 601. Stanley Crosby, right lane, 632. The Mint Chip, Nova. Foul separates them. Gannett, 10 and 1 over in the left lane for the win. Stanley Crosby, 15, 2 over for the loss in the right. Cameron Fredrickson, left side. Stevie Dustin, right side. 605 in the left, 610 in the right. One of them is perfect and one of them is 006. Trip zip, 2 above 1 for the win in the left. 006 and 5 above in the right. No good for Stevie Dustin. Winner, left lane, Cameron Fredrickson. Austin Logan, left side, 644. Leon Neon Robertson, right side, 630 out of Nashville, Tennessee. 13 and 2 over for the win, and the left right side was 008 and 3 over. Gets behind 2,000. Austin Logan, the winner in the left lane. To a 4, and the 4 wins. 4, dead 3, 7 total. Bill Fordyce, your winner in the right lane. Bloomfield Jr., 10 and dead 4. In the left, no good. Winner, right lane. Manuel Soleil, Las Piedras, Puerto Rico, 644 the dial in the left lane. Matt Data, 619, Vermilion, Ohio in the right. Matt says, hi, Boots. I'm not talking to you, Carly. You're on my list. Well, I love you still, Carly, then. You're off the list. 19 dead, 7 in the left for Manuel Soleil to get the win. Matt Daddis in the right, 25 and a thou under. Took 2, had to take 1. That's tough. Mike Moore Jr. left, 562 the dial. Chad Duke right, 541. I think every time I see Chad's Camaro, there's another body panel that's in primer. It started out like the right front fender only. Now it's the hood, the left fender, the left door. The left door is going to leave him. 008 and 1 over for the win in the right for Chad Duke. 22 and 9 thou under for Mike Moore. He took 9, he had to take nothing. Winner right lane, Chad Duke. Jonathan McCandless. Yes, that McCandless. Herb McCandless' grandson. 702 in the left lane. Glenn Dilday, 543 in the right lane. Right lane, 17 and 11 thou under for the win for Glenn Dilday. Left lane, 36 and 17 thou under, no good on the double breakout. Gus left side, 522 the dial. AJ Ash right side, 572 the dial. Brad Miles, my left. Austin Truler on my right.
Keeping you in line, eh?
It takes an army to watch me. Joni appreciates it. I should really be at the Bible study down there in the bleachers. AJ Ash, 12-1 over with a 0 for the win in the right. Gus 17-1 over, no good in the left. Tom Orr, Ontario, Canada. Cold up there, eh? 530, the dial in the right. Mark Talmadge, left lane, 601 the dial. I see Nicole. That means a Gage Birch will be coming up shortly. .21 dead zero in the right for Tom Orr out of Canada to get the win. Left lane 19, 1 thou under. Took 3 thou, had to take 2. That's tough. As we live and breathe, Gage Birch, left side, Palmetto, Florida. 569 the dial. Bug McCarty, nope, we're going with Trip. Trip McCarty, 524 the dial on the right. Maybe it is Bug. We'll go with Bug as the screen says. $13 and 9 over the dial in the left lane for the win. McCarty, 46.89 on a 24, no good in the right. Winner, left lane, Gage Birch. Robbie joins left lane 21 and 2 over for the red light victory. Moving on to round 3. Bill Powell right lane 009 red, no good for the Mustang. Left lane Randy Folk, Bradenton, Florida, 589 the dial. Darwin Garcia right side 614 the dial. Randy Folk dead on the dial, gets the win in the left lane. Darwin Garcia in the right, 19 red, 2 over, no good. Winner, Randy Folk, left lane. Allison Bodie, left lane, 581. Sean Lingerfeld, right side, 520. Anderson, South Carolina. Right side, Lingerfeld, 11, dead 2, 13 total for the win in the right. Allison Bodie, 22 and 2 over, no good in the left. Red and white, run sticker door cars, second round. This is your time to shine. Winner right side, final call on the concession stand, all in the same sentence. How's that? Final call, concession stand is going to be closing down for the night, so if you're hungry, now's the time. Jay Adams, left lane 658. Carlos Arroyo Jr., 590 in the right. Wife Sonia at home watching. Happy anniversary. So happy anniversary and your husband's in the States racing. My wife would like that. My wife thought this was a vacation week for her with me gone. If I went to Puerto Rico, she would love it for my anniversary, yes. Jay Adams, 008, 2 above for the win in the left lane. Carlos, 25 and 1 above. Close race, no good. Tim Martin in the left, 635. John Laster, 623 in the right. I don't think that's John Laster. Yeah, it must be because it's his brother out behind him. Different car. They changed cars again, huh? Left lane 006, dead 1-7, total flat, nasty for Tim Martin. John Laster, 005, 3 thou under, could not get it done, and a new ride for him today. Garrett Griffith in the left, Oscar Cohen in the right. 4 thou separates him up front. Garrett Griffith, 27, 3 over for the win in the left lane. Oscar, 31 and 3 over in the right lane. No good winner left lane, Garrett Griffith. David Braskett, left side, 613. John Talisano, right side, 549. John said he builds engines. He lives over next door to Dangerous Don Hansen. Braskett, 12 and 1 over for the win in the left. Talizano, 21, 4 thou under in the right, no good. Left lane, Nick Ferraro, 619 in the left. Alfredo Ortiz Colon, 613 in the right side. Puerto Rico. Double 02 dead on 4 in the left lane for Nick Ferraro for the win. Alfredo 13 and dead 6. No good. Nice lap, just not good. Wrong time. John joins left side 588. Rafael Miami 610 San Juan, Puerto Rico. Right side. John joins 20 green. One above for the win in the left. Rafael turns at 18 red, goes red and dead. Todd Burks left side, 641 the dial. Rick McDonough, 529 the dial. Todd Burks, 003 and 1 over for the win in the left. Rick in the right, 47 and 8 thou under, no good. Winner Todd Burks, left lane. Caroline McCarty, 605 in the left. Marilyn Laster, 571 in the right. And Jean Milton just left the tower, all excited because she is now the proud owner of a Ford race truck. Right lane 004 and 1 over for the win for Maryland. Left lane 16 and 1 over, no good for Caroline. Winner, right lane Marilyn Laster. Great family. Her son plays D1 football. Her daughters are both like rocket scientists, crazy smart, college degrees. And then there's Hank. Rocket scientist. I couldn't even spell scientist. Rocket Man. I could do that. Ryan Barnes, 18 in the right. Green dead, 3 for the win. Roy Hagedorn in the left turns it red. No good. Matt Brewer, left-hand side, 78 Chevrolet Malibu, 586 the dial, and right side Taylor Boudry, 594 the dial. $11 and 7 over for Matt Brewer in the left for the win. Taylor Boudry 106 over. No good in the right. Winner left lane. Brandon Gerald left side. Ed Nunez right side. Winner right side, Ed Nunez, 26, 2 thou under for the win in the right. Brandon Gerald was 006 and 3 thou under on the double breakout loss. Walter Brown, 739 in the left. Bo Butner, 497 in the Bo is gone, trying to catch him. He does it. 22, dead on 8 for the win in the right lane. Bo Butner. Left lane 18 and 6 above. No good. Onyx Gonzalez, 685 in the left. Terrell Biddle, 623 in the right. To an 18. 18, 2 over, wins in the right lane for Terrell Biddle. Left lane, Onyx Gonzalez, 51 and 7 thou under, no good.
Smart Alex, you got it. He looked at what he had laying on the counter and said,
Jason Smoke Folk left side, 619 the dial. David Bird Jones right side, 492.
I'm like, you're a curveball, but that's kind of funny.
Right side, 006, dead, 3-9 total, locks out Jason Folk. He was 11 leaving. Right lane, David Jones, your winner. Dave Conley, 567 in the left. Vinny Guido, 624 in the right. Thou separates him up front. Win left lane, 20 and 1 over for the win in the left for Dave Conley. Vinny Guido in the right, 24, dead 9, no good. What? Renee Meerhofer, Oberwenigen, Switzerland. 578 the dial-in. Switzerland here in bracket racing. He's got a chance. 19 and 1 over for the win. Oh, margin of victory, 8-10 thou. Wow. Jason McCandless, 23, dead 9, no good. Winner left lane, Renee. Left lane, Antonio Santiago, 692 the dial. Right lane, 528. Gary Williams is the name. Trip Zip in the left, 4th out under, taking 27, no good. Gary Williams, 001 and 2 over for the win in the right. Dave Triplet left side, 576. FTI, K&R, CSR, Goodyear, and Eustis Auto Parts. No Kevin Rodden here this weekend, though.
You're right.
Winner left lane, Dave Triplett, 10 and 7th out under on the red light victory. Michael Pinder, right side, 16 red and dead, no good. Travis Logan, 18, dead 0 for the win in the left. Dale Faxton, 11 and dead 8 in the right, no good. MOV 1,000. There is a rumor that BJ Vangsdis is on the property, owner of Brian Dragway. BJ and I used to fight over who got to give out the timing cards in the bottom of the tower. Now he owns the place. He did better than me, I think. Ron Leake and his child labor laws. Sure, you can work for free. Rest in peace, Ron. Lindsey back, 615 in the left. James Bunner Jr., 568 in the right. Lindsey, 14 and 1 over for the win in the left. James Bunner, 31, dead 7, no good in the right. Win right side, 009 for John Hudson, and he goes dead 3. Carl Baker in the left, 24 and 1 over, no good. Jeff Gatlin in the left, Manny Sosa 634 in the right, 617 in the left. Manny lives in Palmetto, Florida. Jeff Gatlin, 24 dead, 428 total. Manny Sosa, no chance. Winner left lane, Jeff Gatlin. Scotty Richardson, SR1, 641 to down the left. Aaron Milton, 586 in the right. Probably Glenn, I don't think I ever got paid for doing that. 1,000 separates him up front. Scotty, 14, 1 over, taking 5 little ones for finish line victory in the left. Aaron Milton, 13 and 1 over for no good in the right. Ryan Harem left lane, 549, coming from California. Come out here and race with Slate Cummings and the Mosier gang. Tucker Creech, right side, 596, 549 for Ryan. Tucker Creech, 35, 2,000 under on the double breakout victory in the right lane. Left lane, Harem, 11, 100th under, taking 32. Had to take 22 or less. Winner right lane, Tucker Creech. Mike Ledford, Greenville, Michigan, left-hand side. Bill Fordyce, right lane. 614 in the left, 580 in the right. No Lane Ledford, no Jeff Ledford. No Mary Ledford.
No Jared.
One cow separates them. 003 versus 004. 003, 1 above 5 for the win in the left for Mike Ledford. Bill Fordyce in the right. 004 and 2 over with a 0. No good. Door cars, red, white, and blue. Bring them up to the lanes. We are excited for second round, baby. Come on. Dylan Mudd, 639 in the left. Scott Stillings, 515 in the right. Scotty, you got dumped. Dylan Mudd left lane 22 and 2 over at a hundo. Scott Stillings gets himself 35 win stripe to be 3,000 under. No good. Winner left lane. Mark Mullen left side 549 SRQ Auto Parts S&S Performance. Perkins 571 in the right. Perk turns it a bunch red, left lane 004 and dead on 8 for Mark Mullins. Moving on to round 3. Back up on Mountain Dew, Chip. Red light 3,000 for Doug Browning in the left. He's done in that entry. Dwayne Roberts, 007, 1 above 1. Nice lap, wins in right lane. Austin Logan in the left, 644. Donald Wiggins, 540 in the right. Happy Dan Bastianelli at home. Where are you, Danny? Donald Wiggins, 23, 2 over for the win in the right. Logan letting go on nothing. Mark Talmadge, left lane, 601 the dial. Darwin Garcia, 615 the dial. One of them's going to win. Left lane, 25, dead 4, takes the victory in the Vega.
Delicious cheeseburger, even though it's cold this week.
You been out jogging again? You been out jogging, working out? Yeah. I knew it. Isaac Wild in the left, Brian. Anybody? Cerruti. Bueller. Bueller. Isaac's in trouble. Brian is in the lead. 15 and 1 over for the win in the right for Brian. Isaac Wild, 47, dead 6. He's not too wild. He's out of control. Josh Gannant lives in his grandma's basement in Ohio. 601, the dial in the left. Anthony D'Agostino, right side, 596. No, Van Damme at the river's me. Grandma Gannant does his laundry, bakes some cookies, lays them out in the morning with his clothes. That's why he can drive so good. 006 and 1 over for the win in the left for Josh. Grandma approves. Anthony 11 and 6 thou under no good. Winner left lane, Josh Gannant. This guy in the left lane is missing half his car. Oh, Michael, you're missing a couple wheels and tires. It's on the left side of the vehicle. That's better than some of the guys doing the cars. Right? You gotta look for it a little bit. Mike Moore Jr., left side, 561 on the motorcycle racer. Jarrett Nauman, 562, leaving first by a hundo. Right-hand side.
No, man. Thank you.
Neither one of them real stellar. Right side, 36. Double breakout, under by less than the motorcycle. Jarrett Nauman wins in the right. Fasinelli, you cannot run race control from Delaware. You have to be in Florida for it to count. You spent too much time at Fat Daddy's today at lunch. Cameron Fredrickson, left side, 603. Jeremy Popple, right side, 515. Best brake lights in the house in the left lane.
Correct.
Not bad. 6 separated them up front. Double breakout victory. Seems to be the time of the evening. 6:02.4 on a 6:03 for the win for Cameron Fredrickson in the left. Jeremy Popple, 15, a full 100th under, no good in the right. T-Rock, left lane. Troy Williams Jr., 572 the dial. Kevin Pollard, 549 in the right. West Virginia in the right. Daytona Beach, Florida in the left. FTI Performance Transmissions and Converters. Overkill Motorsports. Okie dokie on the way to the track today. $13 up front, 1,000 under for Troy Williams to get the win in the left. That is not a 2019 Phantom, though. Oh, door cars, listen up. Final call. You're going to miss round number 2 if you don't get up here now. Greg Walker, left lane, 535. AJ Ash, 572. And dead 3 for the win in the right. 7 and 5 over for Greg Walker in the left. Winner AJ Ash in the right lane. $9,000 red in the left, Jeff Turner, 003 green, Mooresville, North Carolina in the right. 587.4 for the win on the 589. See, I can change my tone just like Chris Kelly there. The fake dude from Notre Dame that's no longer with Notre Dame. Went to LSU and he started right in with a southern accent. Come on, dude. But the Notre Dame fans are glad he's gone. The Notre Dame players are glad he's gone. He was the coach, Chip Kelly. Guess he wasn't. It didn't sound like he was a very nice guy to his assistants or to the players. So, Carly Holbrook, 696 in the left. Vince Costa, 561 in the right. The good news is, at 9 or 10 million per season, they don't make more than an announcer. You know. left lane, 43 dead 8. Just nails it. 51 total for the win in the left. Vince Costa, 39, and breaks out. Carly Holbrook ain't playing. Get under my 51, boys.
Popping champagne in the
Oh, yeah. She's giving it some Scotties down there in the finish line. Take that. We frown on those. We don't condone the Scotties in the finish line. Past the finish line, past the finish line doesn't usually end well. Dan Ferraro, 645 in the left. James Biddle, 652 in the right. See? 18 dead, 1 for the win for Dan Ferraro in the left. 21, a couple 300s under in the right. No good. Bob Walsh, 605 in the left. Scott Bender, 679 in the right. Joe, you ever play whack-a-mole on your steering? Start pounding on that down, bump down. Oh, yeah. Brandon Taylor, he hit it so hard he bent the wheel. He was hitting it so many times here. Oh, wow. Scott Bender, 163 red in the right, no good. Bob Walsh, 39 in the left, 14 thou under. Scotty don't even let me drive his stuff no more. He's like, dude, you can't even do a burnout. Well, I did do one wheelie and put a hole in the track and tore his bumper up and bent a wheel or something. He said, I think I did everything that was broke on that truck was because of me.
Were you the crew chief?
I was not the crew chief. He was exactly right. It wasn't my truck. He said, it's going to come up, but it's not going to flip over backwards. You lied to me.
Yeah, no, it's not going to flip over backwards, but it ain't going to go.
I think I could have flipped it over backwards. I really do. That's why I lifted. 23 in the left, 24 in the right. 23 dead 8. Nice lap. Tyler McMillan to get the win in the left. Sean Lingerfelt, 24, 1 above, no good in the 93 Beretta. So we're going to say for, I can't say that. Anyhow, we got this AMC stock thing going on, and they call us the Smooth Apes because we're not very bright. But anyhow, Dragsters, round 2, red, R-E-D, red run sticker Dragsters. Red rum. Red run sticker Dragsters, round 2 to the lanes, please. Gage Birch, Steve Withrow machine out of Florida. 583. Wendell Harrison, fastest car in the house. Looks good too. 474 in the right. Nope. Gage Birch, 11 and 1 over for the win, taking 4,000. Nice job, Gage.
Yeah.
Manuel Soleil, 644 in the left lane. Tropa, Las Piedras, Puerto Rico, left-hand side. Manuel Soleil. Todd Pritchard, 571 in the right. Winner right side, 008, and a double breakout victory for Todd Pritchard in the right. 12 and 14 thou under in the left, no good for Manuel. Todd Burks back around, 641 in the left. He's going to get a win. 10 and 1 over for the win in the left. Neon Leon, 001 red in the right. No good. They're looking for a starter relief, and I got shot down hard and fast on that. We're shutting the tree off. We're going back to the flag, baby. We're doing the flashlight. Check the tape. Check the tape. John Bodie left, 583. Glenn Dilday right, 541. Glenn Dilday is definitely going to get the most improved race car this year. 27 and under by 13 thou on the double breakout for the win. John Bodie, 31 and under, 13 thou. I must have to go to the 10 thou digit there. Wow. I'm going to go right here and say the Chevy 2 wins. I am a gambler. It's in my genes.
Rather astute.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a big bet. It's a big gamble.
Full strategy, Cotton.
I'm out on a limb. Oh, I'll double that down, 20 bucks. Sean Serra, 550 in the left. Fred Anjay, 572 in the right. Double 06, dead 6, 12 total for the win in the right. Sean Serra, 001 in the left, and he bails out, 23 above. Winner right side. Kelly Smith, soon to be U.S. representative out of Michigan. 598 to dial in the right. Carlos Arroyo, 591 in the left. Do you think he knows he's out of this? Oh, put the glasses on, Lee. Put them on. Lee says, I'm too cool. I got to wear shades. The sun never sets on cool. Oh, well. Does he even have the switch in his hand, or is he just standing out there making it look good? He's faking it. 004 to a 22. Double 04 and 2 over, let's say 3 over for Carlos. Puerto Rico gets a win. Kelly Smith, no good in the right. Go! Whoa. Tim Martin left, 634 the dial. Mike Mills right, 610 the dial. You see what's going on, right, guys? What's happening? The sun is going down. Trip zip to a 17. Trip zip 1 over for Mike Mills in the right for the win. 17 and 3 over, no good, and the left for Tim Martin. Dustin in control, 004, dead 8, 12 total for his in motion. FDI, Mickey Thompson, Team W, Hot Rod. Right side, Rafael Mamie, 36, 3 thou under, no good. Winner, left lane, Steve Dustin. The Opal Slayer, right here he is.
Mantra.
The mantra. Isn't it a Manta?
It is
Or Manta.
Manta. Opal Manta.
We checked the February. Confirmed. We were waiting for an answer from Jay Koch, but he didn't never answer.
Matt Dallas.
That's cheating.
Oh, okay.
David Braskett, left lane, 614. Alfredo Ortiz Colon, right side, 613 in the right. Good to see that David Braskett came back from the front gate. 6 red in the left, 6 green in the right. Winner, right side, Alfredo Ortiz Colon. Kenny Underwood, Jegs.com. On the road again. He lives somewhere in Florida. Sometimes he lives in Ohio. 596 in the left, 644 for Jose Colon in the right. He's got a foul in his pocket. It's enough. 6 flat on a 596, 22 lamp. Got behind 52 for the win in the left for Kenny Underwood. Law, what happened? I got no driver name. It's Friday.
Joins is the last name.
Joins, 529 in the left.
That's 4-8.
Terrell Biddle in the right, 620. Oh, there it is. She's got it. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Robbie Joins, left-hand side. Terrell Biddle, right side.
Yeah, buddy.
009 in the left, 24 in the right. Oh! And the win comes out of the right lane. He gets dumped hard on his nose. Terrell Biddle, 24, 2 over for the win. Robbie Joins, 009, 11th out, undertaking 54. There's no crying in baseball.
Park.
You can't take 54. That's not good. Pre-med, phys ed. What's the
Not
difference?
necessarily self-inflicted, though.
Well, he was probably given a little gift there.
It takes 2 to tango.
Oh,
It takes 2 to tango, doesn't it?
not all the time. I would be a great pro stock driver. I always break out.
I tried to say.
Getting there first is mainly the.
I tried to say. Just couldn't get there.
Mm.
It's not my fault.
Bobby Keon, left lane. Jason Kimbrough, right lane. Bobby has a little work to do. Yeah. 21 over for Jason Kimbrough in the right lane to get the win. Bobby, 56, dead 9, no good in the left. We have a winner in Jason Kimbrough in the right.
The Bonnie bills were just that much bigger. My first car.
Bill Groton, Seaford, Delaware. Groton? Groton sounds better than Groton. Groton's close to rotten. Bill Groton, 66 GTO, left side 597 the dial. Right side 568 the dial. 38 in the left, 46 in the right. Winner right side 46, dead 4. No name on file, sorry. Left lane Bill was 38 and 5 thou under. He took 17, took too much. Jerry Van Howen, left lane 617, turns it 108 red. He wanted his door open. David Peterson, right side 25, and a lot under. Indianapolis, Indiana.
Thanks for the introduction, Hank. Robert Joyner and Doug Milner, identical 014. Reaction times, not to the stripe. Joyner, 14, dead 1, 15 total. Locks out Doug Milner, who was also 014, but one above 3. Good enough for 12 thou behind. Mopar getting it done. Or no car. John Joins and Shane Nauman, next pair. Joins left side dialed in at 588. And Shane Nauman. Nauman Brothers Chevy 2, right side dialed in at 560. Brother Jared sharing driving duties this weekend. John Joins going to be the winner as Nauman turns at 011 on the red side. So John Joins, 8 total for John Joins. How about perfect 000, dead 8, and didn't even need it. Shane Nauman, 11 red, 3 above 1, no good. John Joins, triple, and dead 8.
Last door bird in the water.
3J, John Joyner Jr., left side dialed in at 534. And Double G, Garrett Griffith, over on the right side, dialed in at 624. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to 3J. Winlight, however, going to go to Griffith on the right side, 625 with a 1 on the 624 dial in. Joyner had the better 018 tree, but breaks out by 6 thou and gets there by 38. Needed to take 32 or less. Now we've gotten him the win light. Last pair of this round of door cars. Your DragRaceSolutions.com buy run. Tom Heath over on the left side, but has a competitor in the other lane. Hank Uselton over on the right side, dialed in at 595. Somebody hide that time slip from Tom Heath. He's not going to like it. Hank Uselton, 595 the dial in, goes 597 with a 0. Tom Heath, after that red light, goes 654 with a 5 on the 656 dial in. It's going to do it for round number 2 of door cars. We'll be coming to dragsters here in just a moment.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
R-E-D, red run stickers only.
There is the problem
Red.
Red also means rear engine right. So they all. Yeah.
Red run stickers only to the lanes at this time. We will call the other color run stickers as necessary. So here we go. Michael Smith and Isaac Harris going to be our first pair. Smith left side dialed in at 498. Harris right side dialed in at 459. Thousandth of a second separates from up front. Advantage Smith. Win light Harris. 022, 462 with a 6. on the 459 dial in. Smith had the better 021 reaction time. He goes 504 with a 6. And behind at the stripe, Isaac Harris moving on. John Yachts. John Brandon. Over on the left-hand side, he is dialed in at 472. Texon Tebow. Tyler Bohannon, right side, dialed in at 463. Thousandths of a second separates him up front. Bohannon is in trouble. Yep, just how I figured it. 010 on the tree, 475 with a 0 on the 472 dial in. Brandon gonna take the win. Bohannon 461 with a 5 on the 463 dial in. Gets there by 12 thousandths, but that 043 reaction time didn't help matters at all. So JB moving on. So Big Johnny just ran in the left lane. Here's Little Johnny. John Boat, as we call him, left side dialed in at 457. Takes on BT. Brandon Taylor, right side dialed in at 456. 7 thousandths of a second separates him up front. In control, BT. Win light, BT. How about 10? Pack for Brandon Taylor. 003, dead 7. As JB was 010 on the tree, dead 6. Good enough for thanks for playing and 6th thou behind. BT moving on. Frank the Tank. Frank Angers, left side dialed in at 460. And Al Capone. Adam Russell over on the right hand side dialed in at 439. 1 thousandth of a second separates them up front. Somebody cracking the throttle down there. Frank the Tank gonna be the winner. 5 dead, 7 for Frank the Tank. As Adam Russell was 006, 1 above 1, and 5 thou behind at the stripe. Frank Angers moving on. Amy Farrow and Kayla Costello gonna be our next pair. Farrow left side dialed in at 463. Costello, right side, dialed in at 467. Identical 0-16 reaction times. Down to the finish line, win light. Gonna go to Farrow, 0-16, 469 with a 1 on the 463 dial in. Costello's car didn't sound too healthy as it was going down. Sounded like it was shooting some ducks out of the pipes. Goes 479 with a 0 on the 467 dial in. Amy Farrow moving on. Gas and Go, Corey Galletti, left side, dialed in at 452. Takes on Nick Ferraro. Ferraro, right side, dialed in at 473. So once again, this is round number 2 of the dragster category. Red run stickers, and only red run stickers should be in the lanes at this time. Advantage off the starting line by 11 thousandths of a second. Going to go to Ferraro. Win light, going to go to Ferraro. It is a double breakout. Ferraro, 018 on the tree. Breaks out 4 thou, 472 with a 6. Galletti was 029 on the tree. Breaks out by 21 thousandths. in the losing effort. So Ferraro moving on. Michael Valley and Travis Laster moving up to the starting line. Valley left side dialed in at 461. Normally on a regular Saturday night getting to be the one that chases. Not if you're running Travis Laster, who right side is dialed in at 413. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Laster. Win light, going to go to Laster. Double breakout, 005, breaks out 004. Travis Laster going to be the winner as Valley was 013 on the tree. Breaks out by 0.005 of a second. So Laster by margin of victory by a foul. Moving on. How about one flat with a 60 foot? 412 with a 6 at 169 miles an hour. Yeah, buddy. Tripman McCarty and Carson Brown, our next pair. McCarty over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 476. Multi-generational racer on the left-hand side. And Carson Brown over on the right-hand side, a multi-generational racer himself. Actually, both of these guys' fathers are racing here this weekend as well. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. They are 006 combined, leaving the starting line. Another double breakout. Carson Brown going to be the winner. Breaks out 8 thou 466 with a 2 after a 004 reaction time. McCarty had the better 002 reaction time. Breaks out by 10 thousandths of a second. Gets there by 4 thou. Margin of victory to Carson Brown by 2 thousandths of a second. Carson Brown moving on. McCarty, 2 take 4, and one light doesn't come on. Yikes. Alan Elliott and Mike Gentile gonna be our next pair. Elliott left side dialed in at 447, and Mike Gentile right side dialed in at 499, not 449. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Elliott. Going to be the winner as well. 015, 460 with a 5 on the 447 dial in. Don't know what happened with Gentile. Had a reaction time that started with a 2. Hopefully we blame the delay box on that one. Goes 499, dead on with a 3, and no good. To Alan Elliott moving on. John Sloan and Robbie Officer, next pair. Sloan left side dialed in at 463. Officer right side dialed in at 477. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Officer. Win light Officer. Another double breakout. 027 reaction time. Breaks out by 10 thousandths of a second. John Sloan was 038 on the tree. Breaking out by 14 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory. 4 thousandths of a second. Going to go to Robbie Officer on the right hand side. It's that time of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Dial-ins are getting a little bit quicker and quicker. Seeing a bunch of double breakouts so far in this round. So Leighton Sumter and Claude DeBonis going to be our next pair. Sumter left side dialed in at 457. Claude DeBonis right side dialed in at 455. Advantage off the starting line, DeBonis. One light, DeBonis, 012 on the tree. A lot above the dial in is Sumter. Something happening with his hot rod leaving the starting line. 132 on the tree and only went 116 to the 60 foot, so don't know if he even got it to the chip or not, but to no avail. Claude DeBonis is going to be moving on. Kevin Burkett and Brianna Costello next pair. Burkett left side dialed in at 479. Brianna Costello right side dialed in at 473. A whole bunch of stuff from up front. Burkett is in control. Going to be the winner as well. 030 on the tree, dead on with an 8. Going to take the win is Costello. Something going on off the start line for her. Hot rod. 073 reaction time. Breaks out by 3 thou. Leaves her 32 thou behind at the finish line. Kevin Burkett moving on. McKenna Kitterman and Will Holloman going to be our next pair. Kitterman left side dialed in at 444. And Will Holloman over on the right hand side dialed in at 451. Red and white dragster run stickers. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Red and white run sticker dragsters. We will take you in the stage lanes at this time. Kitterman, 028 on the green side, 442 with a 7 on the 444 dial in. Holloman after the red light goes 449 with a 5 on a 451 dial in. McKenna Kitterman moving on. Gerald Thompson and Scott Neal next pair. Thompson left side dialed in at 469. No relation, I promise. And Scott Neal over on the right hand side dialed in at 452. Wouldn't be a bad thing if I was related to this guy. Maybe he'd let me drive his car once in a while. Hey, James, want to go 460s? Sure. A little bit quicker than my old no-box Chevelle. I doubt I'd go 460s, though. I'd probably, my big tail end, I'd probably go about 479 or something like that. Moving on is Scott Neal towards the 007 on the red side. Thompson, 024, 467 with a 4 on the 469 dial in. Neal after the red light, 451 with a 5 on a 452 dial in. Common courtesy, ladies and gentlemen, our lights are on, so we asked that your lights be on. Please have your tail lights on. Safety purposes, of course, so we know when you actually turn off the track. Please have your taillights on. Carl Susie and Derek Hubbard next pair. Susie left side dialed in at 469 and Derek Hubbard right side dialed in at 445. Motormania chat bleachers, how are you doing this evening or this morning or this afternoon or wherever you're watching in this great world of ours? Derek Hubbard moving on is Carl Susie, 009 red. Hubbard, 011 on the green side, 441 with a 5 on the 445 dial in. Susie after the red light, 468 with a 6 on the 469 dial in. Derek Hubbard moving on. Both drivers must have grown up watching Stanley Albritton Jr. doing his backup routine is Patrick Miller and Timmy Miller, no relation, doing their backup is almost as fast as SAJ. Not as quick as the original though. That's about another 10 miles an hour faster than these guys, I believe. That is correct. Patrick Miller, former VD Dragster champion here. Doesn't help him when he's 009 red here. Timmy Miller moving on. 003, 484 with a 5 on a 483 dial in. Patrick Miller, 009 red, 470 with a 4 on the 475 dial in. Timmy Miller moving on to round number 3. Marshall Grooms and Jake Hodge. Grooms left side dialed in at 471. Jake Hodge over on the right hand side dialed in at 480. What's our bleachers say? Who's got Jake Hodge over on the right hand side? Nobody. Not even one? He's actually decent, you know. Anybody? Dollar? Should have took the bet. Should have took the bet. Is Hodge going to be your winner? Grooms turns to 019 on the red side. Hodge, 012, 475 with a 6 on the 480 dial in. Grooms after the red light. Well, we've been saying all day, Joe Kerner. Red light and dead on. Red and dead. 019 red, dead on with an 8. No good. So Jake Hodge moving on with that entry. Cole Powell and Jason Betor are going to be our next pair. Powell left side dialed in at 466. And Jason Betor right side dialed in at 454. Thousandths of a second separates from off front. Advantage Powell. Win light Betor. Another double breakout. 021 reaction time. This time Betor breaking out by 0.003 of a second. Cole Powell had the better 011 reaction time. It breaks out by 0.010 of a second. Getting their 17th thou to go dead zero. Needed to take 7 or less. And that would have gotten them the win light. Betor moving on. Michael Scott and Randy Lynn Ship our next pair. Scott left side dialed in at 456. And Randy Lynn Ship right side dialed in at 458. So once again, red and white run sticker dragsters. We will take you in the lanes as this time. Red and white run sticker dragsters. We will take you to the lanes at this time. Randy Lynn Ship will be the winner as Michael Scott turns in a heartbreaker 001 red. Randy Lynn Ship going to be the winner, 456 with an 8 on the 458 dial man. Michael Scott, red and dead once again. 001 red, dead on with a 5. Attention in the pits. If you have not been called to the lanes yet and you want the left lane, so in other words, blue run sticker, left lane. If you want the left lane, come on up. Lanes are open for you. We are rather right lane heavy at this time. So if you want the left lane, all run sticker, left lane, we will take you at this time. All run sticker, left lane, we'll take you at this time. Ricky Boggs and Travis Lasher Jr. next pair. Boggs, left side, dialed in at 484. Laster, right side, dialed in at 433. Boggs getting down to the semis of our Fuel Tech Thursday 50 grander. Looking to do the same in the FTI Friday 50 grander, maybe a round or two more. 11 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Boggs. Win light, Boggs. 17 total. Locks out Travis Laster, who was 0.27 reaction time. How about 9.99 60 foot for Travis Laster there? Goes 431 with a 4. On the 433 dial in. Ricky Boggs on to round number 3. Quan Spain and Lou Hawthorne next pair. Spain, that pro-charged LS dragster. Left side dialed in at 453. And Lou Hawthorne over on the right-hand side dialed in at 441. Once again, if you have a blue run sticker and you want to run left lane, come on up. We will take you into lanes at this time. If you are a blue run sticker and you want the left lane, come on up. We have openings for you. And then it's on the starting line. Going to go to Spain left side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 11, dead 1, 12 total. Going to take the win as Hawthorne was 0.83 on the tree, 1 above. Juan Spain by 81 thousandths. Getting to the finish line first. Wanted all of it, took all of it. Don't have to lift when you're going dead on though, you know. Juan Spain moving on. Next pair, Robbie Gear and Tim Crone. Gear, left side, dialed in at 440. And Tim Crone over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 499. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. They are double 06 combined, leaving the starting line. It is a double breakout. Winlard going to go to Crone. 002, 498 with a 4, breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Robbie Gear, 004, breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Tim Crone getting there first by 2 thousandths of a second, and will take the win light. John Douglas and Kyle Cotrera next pair. Douglas, left side, dialed in at 479. Cotrera, right side, dialed in at 461. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Cotrera, right side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 017, 8 above. Going to take the win as Douglas was 025 on the tree. Can only go 495 with an 8. On the 479 dial in. Crushed through at 134, so some issues there, look like. The Cotrera moving on. Dave Saludo and McKenna Brown going to be our next pair. Saludo, left side, dialed in at 480. McKenna Brown, right side, dialed in at 459. Dave Saludo, previous track champion here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. McKenna Brown, our $15,000 warm-up Wednesday, on Thursday. Runner-up. them up front. Advantage Brown, Winlight Brown, 34, dead 2, 36 total. Locks out Dave Saludo, who was 0.39 on the reaction time. Goes dead on with a 5 and leaves him 8 thou behind at the finish line. So McKenna Brown moving on. Terrell Sinkler and Heavy D, Donovan Williams, going to be our next pair. Sinkler left side dialed in at 5:16. Donovan Williams over on the right hand side dialed in at 4:69. We're going to be on hold for just a couple of moments. Got word of one of our cars that went down the track a couple of pairs ago may have had some sort of fluid coming off of it. So just as a precautionary measure, going to check the track out, make sure it's high and dry.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags.
Track's high and dry. Here we go. Back to racing again. Seven thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage Sinkler. Winlight Sinkler. Another double breakout. 0.11 on the tree. 5:14 with a 9. That's an 11 thousandths breakout. Donovan Williams over on the right-hand side, that's a 15 thousandths breakout. Travis Sinkler moving on. Steve Dweck and Madison McCormick. It'll be our next pair. Dweck left side dialed in at 482. And McCormick over on the right-hand side, driving Bailey Ferraro's dragster, dialed in at 445. Separates them up front. Advantage McCormick. Winlight, however, going to go to Dweck. 0.21. 2 above 4. Going to take the win as McCormick was 0.17 on the tree. Goes 444 with a 4 on a 445 dial in. Breaks out 6 thousandths of a second. Gets there by 34 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 28 or less. That would have gotten the win lights. The left side winner in that pair. Keith Russell and Baby Gap. Slate Cummings. It'll be our next pair. Russell, left side, dialed in at 468. And Slate Cummings, right side, dialed in at 447. there, but a whole bunch separates them up front. Keith Russell going to be the winner. How about perfect 000, one above 0, 10-pack. Locks out, and I mean locks out, Slate Cummings. As his reaction time started with a 1, and he broke out. Keith Russell getting all the finish line on that one. But don't have to lift if you're going dead on. Bruce Lieberman and our 50K winner, Stephen McCrory. Give me our next pair. Lieberman left side dialed in at 452. And Champ right side dialed in at 448. Champ moving on as Lieberman turned to 005 red. Champ still not going to show his number yet. 003, 465, shutting it down early. Bruce Lieberman, 453 with a 5 on the 452 dial in. Dave Triplett and Gus Mascarenas going to be our next pair. Triplett left side dialed in at 459. And Gus Mascarenas right side dialed in at 482. So Triplett, the FTI and K&R, CSR, Goodyear tires, and Eustace Auto Parts entry. I'll run the left-hand side. We'll see what he can do here. Thousandths of a second, separation up front. Advantage Mascarenas, but win light going to go to Triplett. 016 on the tree, 460 with a 4 on the 459 dial in. Mascarenas had the better 004 reaction time, breaks out by 0.003 of a second, and gets there by a whole lot more than that. Gets there 29, needed to take 26 or less. That would have gotten him the win lights. They've Triplett moving on. Jason Folk and Aaron McCullough next pair. Folk left side dialed in at 454 and Aaron McCullough right side dialed in at 476. McCullough going to be the winner. Folk goes at 038 on the red side. McCullough 041 on the green side. 475 with a 3 on the 476. Folk after the red light, 450 with a 4 on the 454 dial in. So Aaron McCullough moving on. Tony Pontillo and George E. Bell going to be our next pair. Pontillo left side dialed in at 469. And George E. Bell right side dialed in at 450. We're going to go to Ebell on the right-hand side. 054 on the tree. 447 with an 8 on the 450 dial in. Montello was 032 on the tree. Goes 465 with a 0 on the 469 dial in. Gary Carbone and Scott Gibson Jr. our next pair. Gary Carbone left side dialed in at 442. Scott Gibson Jr. right side dialed in at 456. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage Gibson. Winlight Gibson, 017 to 455 with a 2 on the 456 dial in. Carbone was 018 on the tree, goes 440 with a 4 on a 442 dial in. Scotty Gibson moving on to round number 3. Oral Chambers and Tom Dauber next pair. Chambers left side dialed in at 443. Tom Dauber over on the right hand side dialed in at 461. Dauber for the Rupert Alki Carbs, Beyond Racing Products, and Rare Morrison Racing Engines dragster over on the right side of the track. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. There, 007 combined, leaving the starting line. Winlight gonna go to Dauber. How about 3 dead 9 for 12 total? This Oral Chambers was 004, 1 above 1. Good enough for 3 foul behind. Tom Dauber, 3 take 3, and goes to round number 3. Brian Stevenson, yeah, 3 for Dell. You see how I did that? Brian Stevenson and Gene Oliveras gonna be our next pair. Stevenson left side dialed in at 470, and Gene Alvarez over on the right side dialed in at 498. Stevenson's going to be the winner. Alvarez with the 001 red. Stevenson going to be the winner. 032 on the green side. 471 with a 3 on the 470 dial in. Gene Alvarez, red dead. 001 red, dead on with a 3. Again. To Butler and John Brown, next pair. Butler, left side dialed in at 488. John Brown, right side, dialed in at 446. Thousandth of a second separates from up front. Advantage Brown. Winlight Butler 019 dead 5. 24 total. Going to take the win as John Brown had a better 015 reaction time. Goes 1 above 9. Good enough for 10 thou behind. It's Tim Butler moving on. Trip McCarty and Jeff Serra going to be our next pair. McCarty left side dialed in at 476, and Jeff Serra right side dialed in at 454. Trying to decide who wants the stage first. Looks like Tripman is gonna make the attempt at it. There we go. 4 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Sarah. Winlight, however, gonna go to McCarty. 015 a dead 1. 16 total. Jeff Serra 011 on the tree. 452 with a 3. Breaks out 17 thou on that 454 dial in. Getting there by a lot more than that. It's Trip McCarty. Moving on to round number 3. James Kavanaugh and John O'Gerber are going to be our next pair. Kavanaugh, left side dialed in at 465. John O'Gerber, right side dialed in Crew Chief Carroll going to be pretty happy with that one. What do you think, Joe? Yeah, don't know what happened. Don't know what happened with McCarty's car. Down a mile an hour for some reason. It just lifted rather briskly. We'll go with that. And Bennett's off the starting line. Going to go to Gerber right side. Going to be the winner as well. 016, one above 0. 26 total. Locks out James Cavanaugh, who was 045 on the starting line. Goes one above 0 himself. Good enough for 29 thou behind. So John O'Gerber, moving on to round number 3. Howard Westbury and Mark Kelly, our next pair. Westbury left side dialed in at 454. And Mark Kelly right side dialed in at 470. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Kelly right side. Going to be the winner as well, 007. Double breakout, breaks out by 0.003 of a second. It's Howard Westbury breaking out by a lot more than that, 449 with a 3 on the 454 dial in. Mark Kelly moving on. Michael Carpenter and Sean Serra, next pair. Carpenter left side dialed in at 486. And Sean Serra right side dialed in at 482. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Carpenter. Win light Carpenter. How about 7 total for Michael Carpenter? Locks out Sean Serra, who was 013 reaction time. Goes dead 3, 16 total. Good enough for 9 thou behind. Michael Carpenter moving on. Alan Glatt and Michael Ruark. A couple of the loudest cars here. Couldn't even hear myself think when they were doing their burnouts just a few seconds ago. Glatt left side dialed in at 454. Michael Ruark right side also dialed in at 454. Second, separation up front. Advantage Ruark. Winlight Ruark, 29 total. 029 on the tree, dead 0. Gonna take the win. As Glatt was 035 on the tree, breaks out by 14 thou. Getting there by 8 thou, and had nothing to work with. Michael Ruark, 29 total, and moving on. Amy Farrow and William Hamilton, next pair. Farrow left side dialed in at 464. And William Hamilton, right side dialed in at 461. So at this time, red and white run sticker dragsters, and anybody that wants left lane. We'll take you at this time, red and white run stickers, and blue run stickers if you want left lane. Identical 029 reaction times down to the stripe. Double breakout winner going to be Amy Farrow. 463 with a 5 on the 464 dial in. Breaks out 5 thou. William Hamilton, 458 with a 9 on the 461 dial in. Breaks out 21 thou. So Amy Farrow moving on the left side. John Brannon and Larry Hamby, our next pair. Brandon left side dialed in at 473. This is John Yacht. And Larry Hamby over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 490. I think it's John. I'm not really sure. It says John on the screen, so we'll go with that.
Well, I just heard yesterday.
Hamby going to be the winner as Brandon turns it 004 red. Larry Hamby moving on, 003, 489 with a 7. Lays down a perfect run on paper if you think about it. 003 above and 003 under. Technically, you add that up, it's a perfect run.
Absolute value.
Absolute value, we'll go with that. So Larry Hamby moving on. Next pair, Matt Ferraro and Michael Yarnall. Ferraro left side dialed in at 489, and Michael Yarnall over on the right-hand side dialed in at 518. I remember way back when the 518 was hauling tail, you know that? That was fast back then. I mean, it's still fast, still 518, you know. Matt Ferraro going to be the winner as Jarnall turns at 003 red. So Ferraro 007, 488 with a 1 on the 489 dial in. Yarnall after the red light, 515 with a 0 on the 518 dial in. So Matt Ferraro moving on. Jonathan Diepel and Bill Butner. Diepel left side dialed in at 455. And Bill Butner over on the right hand side dialed in at 449. So Bill Butner just announced he's going back pro stock racing next year. Don't know if that's going to affect his bracket racing schedule is a whole lot, or if he's still going to be doing that on the off weekends. Hopefully he does. Thousandths of a second separates them off front, and one of them was 014. How about Jonathan Diepel? 000, one above 4. 414 total. Bo Butner was 014 on the reaction time. Gets there 10 thousandths, breaks out by 10 thousandths. Had to take quadruple 0 and pray. And hopefully the numbers worked out right. So Diepel moving on. Corey Leclerc and Ray Connolly, our next pair. Leclerc left side dialed in at 489. And Ray Connolly right side dialed in at 453. Advantage on the starting line goes over Leclerc left side. Going to take the win as well. 491 with a 3 on the 489 dial in. 007 reaction time. Ray Connolly breaks out by 5 thou and still 27th out behind at the finish line. He figured the math out on that one. Corey Leclerc moving on. Lori Shapiro and Barry Brown. Shapiro left side dialed in at 482. And Barry Brown, right-hand side, dialed in at 443. Brown 006. One above 3. Gonna take the win as Shapiro was 019 on the tree. Goes 481 with a 4 on the 482 dial in. Breaks out 6 thou. Gets there 6 thou. Need to take absolutely nothing and pray. At this time, all colors, run sticker dragsters. All color run sticker dragsters. Each to the lanes, please. All color run sticker dragsters. We'll take you in the lanes at this time, please. Next pair, Troy Williams and Stephen Farrow. Troy Williams from Virginia, left side dialed in at 465. And Stephen Farrow, right side dialed in at 452. From the starting line, going to go to Williams, left side. Going to take the win as well, 009. 466 with a 7 on the 465 dial in. Farrow, uncharacteristic. 088 on the tree, goes 453 with a 4 on the 452 dial in. So Troy Williams moving on. Brianna Costello and Jeremy Popple, next pair. Costello, left side dialed in at 473. Jeremy Popple, right side dialed in at 474. Costello going to be the winner as Popple turns in 017 red. Somebody hide this ticket from Jeremy Popple. Brianna Costello going to be the winner. 472 with a 3 on the 473 dial in. It's Jeremy Popple, red and dead. 17 red, dead on 7. No good. Costello moving on. Brandon Jones and Todd Osteen, next pair. Jones left side dialed in at 516. And Todd Osteen, right side dialed in at 479. Once again, all run sticker dragsters, all run sticker dragsters. You have been called to the lanes at this time. All run sticker dragsters. You have been called to the lanes at this time. Jones going to be the winner as Osteen turns in 005 red. So Jones, 17, dead 2, 19 total. Going to take the win is Todd Osteen. Red and dead again. 005 red, dead on 1, no good. Left side winner in that pair. Jay Adams and Terry Hutchins, next pair. Adams left side dialed in at 488. And Terry Hutchins, right side dialed in at 502. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Adams left side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 8, dead 5, 13 total for Jay Adams. Going to take the win. As Terry Hutchins was 051 on the tree, goes 5 flat with a 3 on the 502 dial in, and still leaves them 21 thou behind at the finish line. Jay Adams moving on. Jeff Keane and Justin Fordyce, our next pair. Keenan, the Hellcat dragster, left side dialed in at 464. The Fordyce over on the right-hand side dialed in at 472. 1 thousandth of a second separates them up front. They are 007 combined, leaving the starting line. At the finish line, your winner, Fordyce, 471 with a 5 on the 472 dial in after a 003 reaction time. Breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Jeff Keane was 004 on the reaction time, breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Winner going to be Fordyce by 1/10 of a second. T-Rock Troy Williams Jr. next pair, 465 going to be the dial in for him on the left-hand side. And Kevin Abbott over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 462. And Betty on the starting line, going to go to Abbott right side. Going to be the winner as well, 008. 463 with an 8 on the 462 dial in. Williams was 023 on the 3. Dead on with a 4. And still 1 foul behind at the finish line. Kevin Abbott moving on. Kevin Burkett and Curtis Allen next pair. Burkett left side dialed in at 478. Curtis Allen right side dialed in at 5 flat. On the starting line, going to go to Allen, right side. Going to turn that into a 1 as well. 015, 505 with a 2 on the 5 flat dialed in. Who will take the win is Burkett. Breaks out by a foul and has nothing to work with. 15, a foul behind at the finish line. To right side, moving on. Patrick Miller and Bubba Hawthorne going to be our next pair. Miller left side dialed in at 472. And Bubba Hawthorne right side dialed in at 478. Two thousandths of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage Miller. Win light Miller 008. 2 above 0. 28 total. 010 on the tree for Bubba Hawthorne, goes 481 with a 6. On to 478 dial in, good enough for 18 foul behind. Patrick Miller moving on. Kelly Smith, driving Tim Crone's dragster, and John Siegel over on the right-hand side. Siegel dialed in at 440, and Kelly Smith right side, left side dialed in at 496. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Smith. Win light Siegel. 012 on the tree, 1 above 9. Going to get there first and take the win light. As Kelly Smith had the better 001 reaction time. Cannot run the dial in. Goes 5 flat with a 6. On to 496 dial in. Good enough for 16 foul behind. John Siegel moving on. Randy Lynn Ship and Carson Brown going to be our next pair. Ship left side dialed in at 456. Carson Brown right side dialed in at 466. Light Brown, 10 total, 006, dead 4. Gonna take the win as Randy Lynn Ship was 026 on the tree, breaks out a thou, has nothing to work with. Carson Brown was still 15 thou in front. It's Carson Brown moving on to round number 3. Randy Lynn Ship gonna be done with that entry for this evening. Gas and Go, Corey Galletti, left side, dialed in at 449. Gonna take on Trey Bunner. Bunner, right side, dialed in at 483. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Bunner. Win Light Bunner 013 on the tree. Double breakout. 482 with an 8 on the 483 dial in. Corey Galletti 016 on the tree. 448 with a 7 on the 449 dial in. Galletti breaks out by 3 thou. Trey Bunner breaks out by 2 thou. Win Light gonna go to Bunner. Carl Susie and Billy Dunn, our next pair. Susie left side dialed in at 469. And Billy Dunn right side dialed in at 472. Advantage on the start line, going to go to Tuesday left side. We're not, however, going to go to Dunn on the right-hand side. Double breakout, 471 with a 1 on the 472 dial in. Breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Carl Susie breaks out by 14 thousandths of a second. Billy Dunn moving on. Carla Pontillo and Randy Kraus going to be our next pair. Pontillo left side dialed in at 473. And Randy Kraus, right side dialed in at 480. Final call, dragsters. Need you to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Final call, dragsters. All color run stickers. Final call. Advantage Kraus, win light Kraus 018 dead 7, gonna take the win. Pontillo was 021 dead 7, good enough for 3 thou behind. So Randy Kraus moving on. John Sloan and Chris Turner our next pair. Sloan left side dialed in at 461 and Chris Turner right side dialed in at 463. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Trump left side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 007, 463 with a 9 on the 461 dial in. Chris Turner dead on with a 9, but that 043 reaction time left him 16 thou behind at the finish line. John Sloan left side moving on. Steve Dweck and Zach Cook going to be our next pair. Dweck left side dialed in at 482 and Zach Cook right side dialed in at 465. So once again, final call, all run sticker dragsters. You have been called to the lanes. Final call, all run sticker dragsters. You have been called to the lanes for round number 2. Advantage on the starting line is going to go to Crook, right side. Winlight, however, going to go to Dweck on the left side. 483 with a 6 on the 482 dial in. Crook had the better 024 reaction time. Gets down and breaks out. Goes 9 thou under and gets there first by 53 thou. Needed to take 44 or less. That would have gotten him the Winlight. So Steve Dweck moving on. Bruce Lieberman and Tebow. Tyler Bohannon. Going to be our next pair. Lieberman, left side, dialed in at 432. And Tyler Bohannon, right side, dialed in at 463. How about 981 60 foot for Lieberman? That thing was cooking. Tyler Bohannon going to be the winner. 006 462 with a 0 on the 463 dial in. Lieberman after the red light 428 with a 7 on that 432 dial in. Michael Scott and BT, Brandon Taylor, our next pair. Scott left side dialed in at 455. BT over on the right hand side also dialed in at 455. Round number 3, no box. We need you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Kevin Pollard, you are the wait and see by run. No box. Round number 3. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Kevin Pollard, you are the wait and see by run for this round. So once again, no box. Round number 3, we will take you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. No box. Round number 3, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. KP, Kevin Pollard, you are the wait and see by run for this round. Kevin Pollard, you are the wait and see by run for this round. Claude DeBonis and Mike Gentile, next pair. 455 is going to be the dial in for DeBonis. 498 the dial in for Gentile, right side. 3 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage DeBonis. Winlight, Gentile. 024 reaction time. Double breakout. Goes 497 with a 6 on the 498 dial in. Going to take the win. Next pair brings us Derek Hubbard and Will Holloman. Hubbard left side dialed in at 442. And Will Holloman, right side, dialed in at 450. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Hubbard. Winlight Holloman. 051 on the tree. Dead on with a 2. Going to take the win as Hubbard had the better 041 reaction time. Breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Gets there by 15 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 12 or less. Now we've gotten him the win light. So Will Holloman moving on. Next pair, SAJ, Stanley Albritton, and Marie Mueller. Albritton, left side, dialed in at 489. And Marie Mueller, over on the right-hand side, she is dialed in at 455. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Slide advantage, Mueller. Win light, Mueller. Double breakout. 016 on the tree for Mueller. And breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Stanley Albritton was 017 on the tree, breaks out by 300ths of a second. Has nothing to work with. Breaks out 300ths, gets there 23 thousandths. So Marie Mueller moving on. Travis Laster and Stacy Carpenter, our next pair. Laster, left side, 412. Going to be the dial in on the left-hand side. And Stacy Carpenter, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 472. Side, going to take the win as well. Wow. 004 getting there by a foul in this double breakout. 411 with a 6 on the 412 dial in.
Oh, it takes them a minute to get here anyway.
So Travis Laster moving on to that pair. Jake Hodge and Chad Morrison. Hodge left side dialed in at 475. Chad Morrison right side dialed in at 451. Once again, no box round number 3. We will take you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. No box round number 3. We will take you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Morrison. Win light. Going to go to Morrison. 015. 1 above 2. Going to take the win. It's Hodge. 021 on the 3. Got off with a 9. And still leaves him 3 thou behind at the finish line. Chad Morrison moving on. We will take, at this time, red and only red color run sticker door cars to lanes 5 and 6 at this time. John joins. You are the wait and see buy run for this round of door cars. The DragRaceSolutions.com potential buy run. John joins for this round of door cars. So red run sticker door cars need you to lanes 5 and 6 at this time, please. Isaac Harris and Melissa Kelly, our next pair. Harris, left side, dialed in at 459. And Melissa Kelly, right side, dialed in at 460. Harris going to be the winner as Melissa Kelly turns it 009 red. So Harris, 040 on the tree, 456 with a 1. On to 459 dial in. Kelly after the red light, 463 with a 6. On to 460 dial in. It's Isaac Harris moving on. Kendall DeApril and Jason Bator, our next pair. DeApril left side, she is dialed in at 488. And Jason Bator, right side, dialed in at 454. line, going to go to D'April, left side. Going to be the winner as well. 006, 1 above 5. Going to take the win is Jason Bator. Dead on with a 1 after an 025 reaction time, 26 total, and 5 thou behind at the finish line. So D'April moving on. Joe David and McKenna Brown. David left side dialed in at 477. And McKenna Brown right side dialed in at 459. So once again, red run sticker door cars in each of the lanes 5 and 6 at this time for round number 3. Red run sticker door cars. We'll need you to lanes 5 and 6 for round number 3.
Yep. Bird was looking for another direction.
And Benning's off the starting line, going to go to Brown right side. Going to be the winner as well. 17 at dead 2, 19 total. Locks out Joe David, who was 025 up the starting line. Breaks out by a foul and still 5 thou behind at the finish line. So McKenna Brown moving on to round number 3. I believe it's Belly Ferraro on the left-hand side, dialed in at 445. David Bird Jones over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 456. Identical 0-18 reaction times. Down to the stripe. Win light going to go to David Bird Jones. 18 at dead 7. Going to be the winner. His left side was 0-18 on the tree. Getting there by 13 thou. And breaking out 6 thou. Nick Ferraro and Jeff Burns going to be our next pair. Ferraro left side dialed in at 472. And Jeff Burns right side dialed in at 436. At this time we will take red and white run sticker door cars for round number 3. Red and white run sticker door cars for round number 3, please. Burns going to be the winner as Nick Ferraro turns a 008 red. So Burns 006, a 435 with a 0 on the 436 dial in. Ferraro after the red light 470 with a 6 on the 472 dial in. So Jeff Burns moving on. I believe this is Gene Olivares over on the left-hand side. Dialed in at 498. And Kyle Cotrera. So Kyle Cotrera hopping into Alan Elliott's dragster for this round. Dialed in on the right side, 449. Is on the starting line by 11 thousandths of a second. Going to go to Cotrera. Almost pulled it out. Gene Oliveira is going to be the winner. 028, dead 2, 30 total. Kyle Cotrera with 017 on the tree. Gets there by 15 thou. Breaks out by 2 thou. Needed to take 13 or less. That would have gotten him the win light. So Gene Oliveras moving on. Travis Laster and Donovan Williams. Laster left side dialed in at 431. And Donovan Williams over on the right-hand side dialed in at 461. Laster, 029 on the tree, dead on with an 8. Going to take the win as Williams had the better 009 reaction time, breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second, gets there by 32 thousandths of a second, needed to take 28 or less, and that would have gotten him the win light. Travis Laster moving on to round number 3. CJ Keene and John Gerber, next pair. Keene left side dialed in at 447, and John Gerber right side dialed in at 454. Advantage Gerber. Win like Keene, 017. It is a double breakout. 446 with an 8 on the 447 dial in. Breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. As Gerber goes 452 with a 7 on the 454 dial in, breaking out by 13 thousandths of a second. Left side moving on in that pair. Scotty Gibson and Aaron McCullough going to be our next pair. 454 going to be the dial in for Gibson left side. 475 going to be the dial in for McCullough right side. Gibson, win light McCullough, 020 on the tree, dead on with a 6, 26 total. Going to take the win as Gibson was 011 on the tree, breaks out 7 thousandths, gets there 22 thousandths, needed to take 15 thou or less. And that would have gotten Gibson the win light. So Aaron McCullough moving on. Oh, this ought to be pretty good. Gary Williams left side dialed in at 474. Take it on Baby Gap. Slate Cummings right side dialed in at 445. Thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage Williams. Win light Cummings. 012 on the tree. 447 with a 5 on the 445 dial in. Williams had the better 009 reaction time. Goes 473 with a 3 on the 474 dial in. Breaks out 7 thousandths of a second. Gets there at 35 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 28 or less. And that would have gotten him the win light. So Baby Gap moving on. No driver information on the left-hand side. Looks like Sean Serra's ride, but not sure if that's Sean driving in or not. Mark Kelly over on the right-hand side dialed in at 469. Left side's going to be the winner as Mark Kelly turns at 002 red. So left side. 22 total. 15 dead 7. Mark Kelly after the red light. 468 with a 1 on the 469 dial in. Terrell Sinkler and William Hamilton, our next pair. Sinkler left side dialed in at 475. And William Hamilton right side dialed in at 458. thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Sinkler. Win light, Sinkler. 11 on the tree, dead 6, 17 total. Almost locks out Hamilton from the start, who was 0-16 on the tree. Goes dead 5 and 4, thou behind at the finish line. Terrell Sinkler moving on to round number 3. Kayla Costello and Jeff Serra, our next pair. Costello, left side, dialed in at 466. Jeff Serra, right side, dialed in at 450. Red and white run sticker door cars. We need you in the lanes, please. Red and white run sticker door cars. We need you in the lanes, please. Costello going to be the winner is Jeff Serra. Oh, that's kind of rare. Turned a double 0-3 on the red side. The Costello 0-20 on the green side, 465 with a 4 on the 466 dial in. Serra after the red light, 445 with a 9 on the 450 dial in. Leighton Sumter and John Siegel going to be our next pair. I believe this is going to be our final pair. So we've got the buy run in the water box. On the starting line, going to go to Sumter, left side. Going to take the win as well. Double 0-2, dead 9, 11 total. Locks out John Siegel, who was 0-45 on the tree. Goes 439 with a 3 on the 440 dial in, breaks out 7th thou, and still 27th thou behind at the finish line. So left side, winner in that pair is our final dragster for round number 2, Stephen McCrory. I believe he won his other entry, so Steve McCrory, quite the fan of Fridays, as he is still undefeated all day today.
He's got the K&R bounty still on him.
Has the K&R bounty on him too, that's correct. Runs her to the 330 and shuts her down, 469 with an 8 on a 465 dial in. That's going to officially wrap up round number 2. We have no box round number 3 on deck. Door car red and white run stickers. You have been called to the lane.
James.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.fdiperformance.com.
Santa has a new sleigh this year. Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags.
Winner, as always, will continue on in the door car category.
Wade's got the broom and groom done. He's put down some more PJ1 to keep things working for everyone, as we are going to try to finish the FTI $50,000 race tonight. So keep that in mind, racers. If you win, cool it, feel it, and listen for the call back to the lanes, because we're going to be doing this as fast as we possibly can and keeping safety in mind at the same time. Special thank you goes out to Darwin Garcia, Carlos Arroyo Jr., and the rest of their crew from Puerto Rico. I don't know, can we say Viva Puerto Rico? I don't know, but thank you for bringing up dinner for us. We appreciate it very much. We appreciate you guys. It's fun to race with you. The enthusiasm you guys show, and the half a hog you showed that you were barbecuing and cooking up today is amazing. Just amazing. Certainly makes it fun for everyone who's racing. And thank you for sharing with us and sharing not only the food you cooked so we can break bread together, sharing the fellowship of being here, and also sharing some Puerto Rican beer that has made it up here as well. Thank you again, Darwin Garcia, Carlos Arroyo Jr., and crew and family. And right now we're starting round 3 with our no box competitors. Down to 5 total at this point. Coming up left lane, doing his burnout, Tim Butler has gone deep every day in no box. Today, no different. Butler dials 605, Chris Knapp in the Vega wagon, right side, dials 647. And here we go. Big reaction time advantage going to that red Camaro of Tim Butler. He takes advantage of it. He's 10 on the tree, dead 4, 14 total. Chris Knapp, dead 0, but the 41 light puts him 27 thou behind. Janine Pickett in the Pinto left side, dial 654. Brian Cerruti, 636, right side. Reaction time advantage favoring Janine Pickett. She turns it into a win. She's 26 on the tree, 3 over 2. Gets there first by 002.
Copy, 1 and 2 are clear.
Cerruti, 57 on the tree, dead on, no good. 2 thou behind. That leaves Kevin Pollard, our DragRaceSolutions.com buy run for this round of no box cars. Staging up in the right side, Pollard dials up a 549. And I'm going to say he's going to make a full pull. And he's off. 36 on the tree. 5 thou under. He'll make an adjustment and be back for round 4, no box. I'm not sure if he's still alive in box, but he might be. That ends our no box cars for this round. Hopefully they're suited up, and here comes our box cars, round 3. Around the corner, into the water they come.
He hasn't responded back to the last message they sent. Yeah, I think he did. I'll send him a message. I'll send him a message.
And here we go, Todd Burks in the Malibu, left side, dial 641. Glenn Dilday, 539 in his Nova, right side. Double O's a pair. Todd Burks goes 001. 1 over with a 2, 13 total. Gets there first by 25 thou. Your winner, Todd Burks. Glenn Dilday, 009. A nice run, just not good enough. Josh Gannett, left lane, 602 the dial. Fred Anger, 572. Right side.
Ooh, I like it.
Reaction time advantage favoring the Chevrolet Nova, not the Chevy 2. Josh Gannett goes 14 in the tree, 1 over 7, 31 total, 9 thou ahead. Fred Anger, 38 on the tree, locked out, even though he goes dead 2. Garrett Griffith, 624, left side in the S10. Dwayne Roberts, 606 in the Chevy 2, right-hand side. Red, white, and blue door cars. We need you to staging. Red, white, and blue color door cars. We need you to staging. Garrett Griffith, 4, dead 3, 7 total. Locks out Dwayne Roberts, 16, dead 6. Weather's kind of stabilized. It's gone from day to night. Track is as good as it can be. Conditions should yield runs like this the rest of the night. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this unfolds. Tyler McMillan now in his S10, dials 588. AJ Ash, 572. In the Pontiac Grand Slam. Tyler McMillan, 2 thou red. AJ Ash gets away with one. He goes 43 on the tree, dead 3, but that 43 light usually doesn't get you a win. McMillan obliges by going red, sending AJ Ash into round 4. John joins 588 in his Chevelle, left side. Chad Duke, 541. In his Camaro, right side. Obviously, by watching the tire smoke, you can see even the wind has kind of gone away. Fourth out advantage going to Duke. He turns it into a win, 11 dead 2. He gets behind a thou, but that forces John Joins to break out by 3 thou. Your winner, Chad Duke. Randy Folk up next, left side, 587. Mike White, right side, 583. Couple of Corvettes, 64 in the left, 63 in the right. Randy with a great big wheel stand, goes 21 on the tree, and he's behind a lot. He turns it into a win, though, on the double breakout. He breaks it out 10 thou. Michael White hooks it up and drives it through out the back door for 80 with a 4 to be 26 under. Randy Folk moving on. Jay Adams up now in his 69 Firebird, dial 659. Gage Birch, right side in the Steve Witherow S10, dialed 588.
What? There's 8? Oh my god.
No, that's okay. I'll be fine. Jay Adams, 32 green. Gage Birch, 003 red. Jay Adams kind of gets away with one. He breaks it out 1 thou, but he moves it on.
No, that was some other guy. The pretzel man came up. Yeah, the pretzel man.
Mark Talmadge, 6 flat dial, left lane. A. Ron Milton, out of Fort Myers, Florida, dialed 585. And the 68 flamed out Firebird. Mark Talmadge has a better light by 6 thou. He turns it into a win. 14, 1 over 6, 30 total, leaves him 4 thou ahead. Aaron Milton, a decent lap, 20 on the tree, 1 over 4, leaves him 4 thou behind. And I think that ends Aaron's night. Left lane, Scotty Richardson, 641 the dial. Getting a head start from Alfredo Ortiz Colon, 613 dial right side. Colon 8 red, Scotty Richardson 14 green, runs it out the back door to go 44 under. No surprise there. Scotty Richardson moving on. Up next, Howard Westbury, left side, dials 556. Taking on Donald Wiggins. Wiggins dialed 542 in the Chevy 2 on the right lane. Nice wheel stand from Wiggins. He has the better reaction time to go with it, but he breaks it out. 19 thou. Howard Westbury, 19 over. Your winner. Wiggins takes 47. Needed to take a bunch less. 27 or less. Carly Holbrook, 695, her dial, left side. Terrell Biddle, 623, his dial. Keep your eye on Biddle for what is becoming a larger and larger wheel stand almost every round. That's a 60-footer out of the right lane. 8 thou advantage going to Carly Holbrook. She turns it into a win, going 31, dead 5, locking out Terry Biddle, who was 39 on the tree. 2 over with a 1, didn't matter. Garrett Browning in the S10 left lane, 623 the dial. Getting chased by Bill Fordyce, dialed 580 right side in the Camaro. Final call door cars. Final call door cars for round 3. Final call. Reaction time advantage going to Garrett Browning. He's bond on the tree, breaks it out 1 thou, but in a double breakout situation, he is your winner as Bill Fordyce breaks it out 5 thou and will park that entry for the evening. Ryan Harem, left side. 545 the dial. Mike Mills, 609 the dial. And the 67 Barracuda, right lane. Looks like it's all air filter on that Barracuda, but they've tucked the motor way back under the firewall. Reaction time advantage going to Harem by almost 200. He gets the job done, 27 dead 5. Locks out Mike Mills. He's 45 on the tree, 3 over, trying to get behind. Dave Triplett, left lane, 576 the dial. Jeff Turner, right side, 587 the dial in the 63 Corvette. And away they go, separated by 5 thou for a total of 15 thou. Dave Triplett goes 5 on the tree, dead 2. Locks out Jeff Turner, 10 on the tree, dead 0. Ouch, 3 thou behind. Great lap by both competitors. Sadly, somebody has to lose. 10 total, no good. Mark Mullen, left lane. 549 the dial in the 76 Vega. Right lane, Todd Pritchard, 68 Camaro, 569 the dial. Reaction time advantage going to the Vega. Finish line advantage stays with the Vega. 12 dead 1, 13 total. Locks out Todd Pritchard, 20 on the tree, 21 over. Puts him 28 thou behind.
Brad, how was it on pace? Picked up a little bit of time.
Gage Birch up.
Done? That's what it looked like.
In the red Sonoma, left side, 568 the dial. Bo Butner, right side, 495 the dial. In the 63 Corvette Roadster. Gage cuts Bo Butner in half. That usually means bad news for Bo Butner, and it does. Gage Birch, 12 dead 9, 21 total. Bo Butner, 24, 2 thou under, still 1 thou behind. Gage Birch moving on. Cameron Fredrickson in John Siegel's wheelie wagon, left side, 604 the dial. Fun to watch. Keep your eye on the left lane. Hank Uselton, 596 dial in the Black Magic Chevy 2 on the right lane. Foot wheelie out of Cameron Fredrickson with a large reaction time advantage, turns it into a win. 13 on the tree, 4 over with a 3, 26 thou ahead. Dave Conley up next, left lane. A much more tame wheelie, more controlled. Shock expert, 4-link expert, all-around expert in drag racing. Dave Conley, 567, chasing Stevie Dustin, 615 dial in the right lane, and Stevie's got the reaction time advantage. A little bit of smoke off of both the front tires going through the lanes. Your winner, Stevie Dustin, 2 over with a 0, taking 7 thou. Ending Dave Connolly's evening. Austin Logan, left side, 644 the dial. The Vega wagon. John Hudson in the 56 Chev, 574 the dial, right lane. Dragsters, red run stickers only to lanes 3 and 4. Keith Russell, you will have the Drag Race Solutions.com. Wait and see by. And away they go. Logan with the reaction time advantage. Turns it into a win. He's 16, 1 over 5, 31 total. John Hudson, 33 on the tree, locked out. Gets there first, but has to break out to do so. Austin Logan moving on. Sorry about that. Jeff Gatlin, left lane, 616 the dial. Jarrett Nauman, 558 the dial. Right side. He needs a 556 dial. No. Nauman? Is it or not? I can't see from this angle. He had his door open, that's the only reason I didn't. Sorry. I'm wrong again. Both cars in and staged, and away we go. Jeff Gatlin cuts Jarrett Newman in half. He goes 7 on the tree to Jarrett Newman's 14, but Jeff Gatlin breaks it out. 6 thou under, taking 13. Obviously, you needed to take 7 or less. As Nauman was 14 on the tree, dead 0. Robbie joins left lane in the Pontiac Firebird. Dials 527. Going to be chasing Tucker Creech. Creech in the Nova right side, dialed 594. Also does a very nice wheelie. Red run sticker dragsters, you've been called to lanes 3 and 4. Red run sticker dragster staging lanes 3 and 4. It's about a 55-foot wheelie out of Tucker Creech. Separated by 1 thou. Robbie joins with the better light, 22. Breaks it out, 5 thou. No good. Tucker Creech, 23 on the tree. 2 over 0. 20 behind. Your winner, Tucker Creech. Renee Meyeroffer, 577 the dial in the 68 Dart. Switzerland in the house in the left lane. Marilyn Laster, right lane, 570 the dial on the 78 Malibu. Reaction time advantage going to Marilyn Laster. Her birthday was yesterday. She gets a win today. 571 on the 570. Meyeroffer breaks it out, 11 thou. Mike Ledford up next. Left lane. Dial 614. Ryan Barnes right lane, 511 the dial on his Camaro. A couple of great paint schemes on the starting line right now. Reaction time advantage going to Ledford by only 3 thou. He breaks it out 11 thou as Barnes goes 1 over 1 for the win. Ledford took 25, needed to take 14 or less. Tim Martin left side, dial 634 in his Camaro, coming up against Sean Lingerfeld in the 93 Beretta, and he finally comes off the 520 dial and dials 519. Yeah, it's cooled off from 83 to 79 down here. No wind. It's just as beautiful a day as you could hope for, and the evening is just as great. Lingerfeld, 12 on the tree, 1 over 2, gets there first, 8 thou. Martin, not that good on the tree, breaks it out to make it that close. Still behind. Kenny Underwood, left lane, 698 the dial. Ed Nunez, 760 the dial in his S10 right side. And away he goes. Gives us time to talk about him before Kenny does a great big wheelie. Reaction time advantage favoring the S10. I saw him go for the brakes just a hair too late. Ed Nunez breaks it out 3 thou. He's 24. Had 7 thou in the bank. Kenny Underwood comes back to run dead on. Your winner, Kenny Underwood. Travis Logan, 617 dial, left side. Gary Williams, 525 dial, right side. FTI Performance, Boss Lady Camaro, built by Scott Rod. Very new car. Second or third race out. Yep. And Gary Williams goes 5 red, but Travis Logan punctuated everything there is to punctuate. Our third perfect run of the week. Travis Logan, trip zip, dead zero with his 617 dial. Shuts out everybody there is to shut out. No chance for Gary. No chance for anybody.
Wow.
Look, you get a runoff now with Carly Holbrook and Billy Dunn, maybe. Three racers putting up perfect runs in the last 2 days. Bob Walsh on the starting line now, 605 his dial. Tom Orr in the beautiful Corvette Roadster out of Ontario, Canada. Right side dial 530. Orr with the starting line advantage. He's 16, 3 over 5, gets there by a bunch as Bob Walsh has trouble getting down the track, over a 10th off the dial. Light wasn't bad, he's 20 on the tree, but couldn't make it a race. Lindsey back now in the Blazer, 616 the dial left side. Jason Kimbrell in the Malibu right side, dialed 611. Kimbrell out of Sibley, Missouri. Red, more than a flinch. Jason Kimbrell 8 green, 32 under, doesn't matter. He's moving on. Nick Ferraro left side. Pair of S10s coming to the line. Ferraro dialed 618. David Peterson in the Pro Stock looking S10 right side, 554. Starting line advantage goes to Ferraro by 8 thou. He breaks it out 6 thou, and he'll park that entry. David Peterson, 26 on the tree, 1 over 4, your winner. Manuel Soleil, 642 the dial, left side. Dwayne Roberts, 597 on the right. Red and white dragsters. Red and white dragsters. We need you to the staging lanes as soon as you can. Keith Russell, you are still our potential buy. Do you really think people just are only going to come up in red and white dragsters? Red and white run dragsters. As Manuel Soleil goes 11 to Dwayne Roberts 13. Dwayne Roberts runs dead 0, leaving a very narrow margin for Manuel Soleil. Soleil runs dead 7 and is 5 thou behind. This sport can be cruel at times, and that time it was to Manuel Soleil. Matt Brewer, 586 the dial, left side. Terrell Biddle in his second entry, 624 the dial, right side. 70-foot wheelie. And the starting line advantage. He dialed up 1 and he breaks it out 12 thou. He was 17 on the tree, taken 52. Matt Brewer, 52, dead 5, advancing in the Malibu. Carlos Arroyo, absolutely, helping us out with some dinner up here in the tower. We can't be more thankful than the pile of food they brought up. And they made cake, too? Oh, my gosh. Puerto Rican chow for us up here in the tower. Puerto Rican beer and some cake. How does life get better than that? 589 the dial for Arroyo. He's taking on AJ Ash. 572 the dial in the Grand Am.
I did not see anything stone, but I'll take a look.
Both drivers in and staged, and away they go. Separated by only 2 thou. 009 for Arroyo. He's 1/6, gets him 9 thou behind. AJ Ash, 11 on the tree, dead 5. He's starting to print tickets out at an alarming rate for his competition. AJ Ash moving on. Dan Ferraro, 643 the dial. David Bird Jones, 488 the dial, right side. Mighty Mons headed on down the track, but goes 2 red. Hands the win over to David Bird Jones. He's 14 on the tree. Runs it out the back door. Dead 6, 20 total. Nice, tidy lap. Dylan Mudd rolls up in the left lane now in the Ford Ranger. Jim Butner Auto Group. Dylan Mudd, the muscle behind Bo Butner Racing here. He dials 640. Fred Anger dials 572 in the right lane. And that just beautiful Chevy too.
Left lane Fred in the right lane.
Left lane Fred, yeah, in the right lane. We don't get that, but he's been in the right lane all day.
Left lane hammered down on the way to the track.
There you go. Reaction time advantage going to Fred Anger by only 6 thou. And sadly, he gets behind. Dylan Mudd, 16, dead 2. Fred Anger, 10, 1/6, 8 thou behind. Dylan Mudd moving on. Right side, James Bunner Jr. dials 567. James Bunner Jr. went deep in yesterday's race, which ended this morning. He was wasn't he a door car finalist? Against Gage Birch. Fell 1 round short of the final round. David Braskett dialed 614 in the Opel, left side. And here we go. David Braskett, 008, as James Bunner Jr. goes 004 red. Braskett runs it out the back door to go 7 thou under. He may or may not make an adjustment and come back for round 4. Todd Burks, 641 the dial in the Malibu. Left side. Brian Cerruti, 635 the dial. Right side.
If I say it wrong too many times, I won't be able to say it right. I won't be able to say it right.
Away they go. Reaction time advantage going to the Chevrolet. In the left lane, he turns it into a win. He's 11, 2/5, taking 6 thou. Cerruti, 31, 1/1, again, 6 thou behind. Robert Joyner in the 71 Challenger. Left side, 576 the dial. Glenn Dilday drops his dial 1 more number down to a 538. His car Lycan, the Evening Air here in Bradenton, Florida. I think everyone here actually is enjoying the Evening Air. Nice wheelie by Glenn Dilday. He's 5 thou. He's got 5 thou on the tree, but he can't convert. Robert Joyner, 19 on the tree, dead 0. Glenn Dilday only had 5 thou to work with the 14 light. 1/9 leaves him 14 thou behind. Joyner moving on in the Challenger. Mopars still going down the track. Tyler McMillan left side dials 587 in his S10. Cameron Fredrickson back for his second run in the third round. Dial 604.
Right, okay, well, maybe someday we'll reach a happy medium. No. There's such division in the country, they can't even make lane choice a simple decision.
Amazing to watch Fredrickson run after run. He's 24 on the tree, runs dead 3, 27 total. McMillan cut him in half on the tree. He was 12, but runs at 6 thou under, taken 21, had to take 15 or less. Ouch for McMillan. But we get to see the wheelie wagon make more runs. Makes a lot of people happy. No offense to McMillan. Garrett Griffith, dial 620 in his S10. Gage Birch in the other lane. That would be the right side, dial 585. Truck on truck this round. Any dragsters wanting the left lane, bring it on up. Any dragsters remaining that want the left lane, bring it on up. And if you don't get up soon enough, you won't be guaranteed the left lane. 3 thou separate them. Garrett Griffith goes 8 on the tree, runs dead 2, locks out Gage Birch, who was 11 on the tree, dead 3, 4 thou behind. Wow. Wow, 14 thou, no good.
Final door car in the water.
Josh Gannett, dialed 602, left side. Troy Williams Jr., 573, right side. Troy Williams not looking good. He does run dead on, but that 35 total package leaves him 29 thou behind. Josh Gannett, 3, dead 3, 6 total. Troy Williams, 32 in the tree. The rest of the story doesn't matter. Wow. Josh Gannett lays one down. 6 total. John Joins in the 67 Chevelle going to test out the right lane. Dials up a 530. Off he goes, and it is showtime. Trip Zip goes 587 with a 9 after going trip zip. He is one happy dude when he goes to pick up his time slip right now. And he'll be coming back for round 4.
Santa has a new sleigh this year, trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
So Joe Kerner going to get some Puerto Rican food. We appreciate Carlos Arroyo and his family for supplying us with dinner up here. Had some of that pork. I saw some pictures. It looks like they were roasting a pig here on site a couple of days ago. Shredded pork was awesome. The rice was awesome. I hear there's Puerto Rican beer. I think that's going to be really, really interesting if the announcers start drinking the Puerto Rican beer. It's going to make it really, really honest up here, and maybe after 10 p.m. that's probably what you guys really want to hear. So. Lon says no, but I don't think one will hurt. Chat bleachers, what do you think? A couple of Puerto Rican beers in the announcers. Do you think that's going to hurt anything? So here we go. First pair, Frank the Tank and Stephen McCrory. Fred Ange, left side, dialed in at 460. Stephen McCrory, we call him Champ, as he is undefeated so far today, as he won Fuel Tech Thursday's 50 grander, which was completed this morning, and still has 2 entries into round number 3 at this time. Frank the Tank going to try to stop him. Frank Ange, 460. Stephen McCrory, 448. 10 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage McCrory. McCrory moving on. 013 on the tree, 451 with a 3 on the 448 dial in. Zanjay was 023 on the tree, 3 above 7, good enough for 14 thou behind. Champ, still undefeated, moving on. Next pair brings us Kevin Burkett and Scott Neal. Burkett left side dialed in at 478. And Scott Neal over on the right hand side dialed in at 451. One thousandth of a second separates from up front. Slide advantage, Neal. Win light, Neal, 013, dead 518 total. Kevin Burkett was 014 on the tree. Breaks out 2 thou, gets there 6 thou. Had a tidy window, needed to take 4 or less, and that would have gotten him the win light to no avail. Scott Neal, right side, moving on. Terrell Sinkler and Gene Olivares. Next pair. Sinkler left side dialed in at 515. Alvarez right side dialed in at 498. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Sinkler. Win light Sinkler 16 dead 9, 27 total. I'm sorry, make that 25 total. Gonna take the win as Alvarez was 022 on the tree. 5 flat with a 4 on the 498 dial in. Good enough for 21 thou behind. Terrell Sinkler moving on. Amy Farrow and BT Brandon Taylor next up. Farrow left side dialed in at 463. BT right side dialed in at 455. $11 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Farrow. Win light, Farrow, 5. Total for Amy Farrow, 002, dead 3. Locks out BT, who was 013 on the reaction time. Breaks out 4 thou, good enough for still 4 thou behind. Amy Farrow moving on. Alan Elliott and Baby Gap right side. Slate Cummings dialed in at 444. Alan Elliott left side dialed in at 446. hundredths of a second separates from up front. Cummings is in trouble. Wow, pulls this one out though. 0.34 on the tree, dead 0. As Alan Elliott had the better 0.14 reaction time, gets there 21 thou, breaks out 1 thou. Needed to take 20 or less. That would have guaranteed his electricity. Slate Cummings getting lucky on that one, but moving on to round number next. Ricky Boggs and Carson Brown next pair. Boggs left side dialed in at 484. Carson Brown right side dialed in at 465. Ricky Boggs really late into eliminations, made it into the semifinals of the dragster category for our Fuel Tech Thursday 50 grander. Boggs going to be the winner as Carson Brown turns a 003 red. So Ricky Boggs, 011 on the tree, 483 with a 4 on the 484 dial in. Brown after the red light goes 461 with a 6 on the 465 dial in. Ricky Boggs moving on. John Sloan and Isaac Harris our next pair. Sloan left side dialed in at 462. Isaac Harris, right side dialed in at 456. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Harris. Win light Harris. How about 6 total? 001 dead 5. Isaac Harris moving on as John Sloan was 008. 461 with a 4 on the 462 dial in. Breaks out 6 thou. Gets there 4 thou. Has absolutely 0 to work with. Right side moving on. McKenna Kitterman and Jake Hodge going to be our next pair. Kittelman, left side, dialed in at 443. Jake from State Farm, right side, dialed in at 475. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Kitterman. Win light Kitterman. 11 dead 3, 14 total. Locks out Jake Hodge, who was 40 on the tree. 1 above 8. Good enough for 44 thou behind. McKenna Kitterman. Moving on to round number next. Daryl Thompson and Robbie Officer our next pair. Thompson left side dialed in at 467. Robbie Officer, right side dialed in at 477. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Officer. Win light Thompson. 020 on the tree. Double breakout. 466 with a 4 on the 467 dial in. Breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second as Robbie Officer goes 475 with an 8 on the 477 dial in. 12 thousandths breakout. So Gerald Thompson moving on. Jonathan DiApril and Mike Gentile, our next pair. DiApril, left side dialed in at 456. Mike Gentile, right side dialed in at 497. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Gentile, win light, Gentile, 13, dead 6, 19 total. Locks out DiApril, who was 0.26 on the reaction time. Breaks out, goes 453 with a 9, on to 456 dial in. Gets there at 14 thou, has nothing to work with. Mike Gentile moving on. Brian Stevenson and Travis Laster, our next pair. Stevenson, left side dialed in at 471. And the dial in keeps getting quicker and quicker. Travis Laster, right side. Check out that dial in. 410 on the right hand side.